welcome to the Foxhole, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello.
Oh, you cut out there.
My bad. I said hello.
There you are, nice and clear.
There you go.
There you go. We are on episode number 33.
We're getting up there.
I mean, we are. We're creeping up there. So we're only, what, 3 months away from the 50th, I think?
Something like that, yeah.
If you get one a week, that means you're like 13. Wait, how many away? We're 17 away. That's like that's like 4 months, roughly. We're close. That's the point.
Yeah.
Hello,
Close
chat.
to what again?
What?
Wait, close to what? Again? A year?
50th.
Oh. Yeah.
We make it to the 50th, and once we hit that milestone, we can quit finally.
Okay.
No, I'm just kidding.
We're stuck in the middle then.
Yeah, right.
I'm goth today, by the way. Hope that's fine.
What? Say again?
I'm goth today. Hope that's fine.
That's fine. Hello, Typing. Hello, June. Hello, Brother Doom. Hi, Villain. Hi, Barku. Dark Rose. Hello. Hello, Viking. Hello, Zero. How are you all on this? I actually get this nice day outside today for a change. It's been really like stormy here. Oh,
Same. We had a nice day yesterday. I asked Patho what the weather forecast was like for like the next like week or so we can pick out a day to go like clean a mattress that we have sitting outside for like the giant doggy bed.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, the mattress for that is still dirty from when Jin shat on it like ages ago. And it's just been sitting outside. I cleaned the stain out, but then I realized that I now have like a really heavy wet mattress that I can't get into the house because our floor is wood. And I'm not strong enough to like lift it and squeegee it by myself. Not squeegee it, just squeeze it. Like, squeeze the water out like by myself. So I was like, shit. Plus it's summer, so it's bugs outside. And there was a roach on it, which scared me. So I've just been waiting for a day that's sunny and both me and Pedro are available. And we were gonna plan on a day this week, and she was like, no, it's raining every day. And then yesterday it was sunny.
Of course it was. Yeah, what it's been here, it's like been like, it's a little gray in the early morning. It clears up by the time most people are awake. And it stays clear until sometime in the afternoon. It's just like thunderstorm for like an hour. And then it clears up again. And then it's clear again. Yeah.
That's just Florida, just in general.
Well, the funny thing is, though, is that's Colorado as well. At least that's like the front range of Colorado. Like, I'm used to that because that happened in Denver. That was a normal thing. That's a normal thing that happens in Denver, where it's just a nice clear day, and then it's just like a huge rainstorm or snowstorm sometime, for 1 or 2 hours, and then it clears up again. Yeah. So I was like, well, at least I don't have to deal with snow. I also, when I was gone on Memorial Day weekend, the weekend where it was the Mercury Manor edition of the show, apparently there was a big hailstorm, like this freak hailstorm that went through right across my neighborhood.
Yeah, that's crazy. Hail is very, very rare in Florida. I remember it happened once while I was working at GameStop. My coworker called me and she was like, hey, I don't think I can make it. And I was like, what the fuck, why? She was like, well, and I was like, is it because of the storm? Because it was storming outside the store. And she was like, kinda. It's hailing. And I was like, you're bullshitting me. We live in Florida. She's like, no. And she sent me a video of hail just raining down in front of her porch. And I was like, oh.
Whoa.
Wow.
Yeah, you would not expect that in Florida at all. But
let me know if it clears up within the next hour or so. If not, then if it does, you can come in late. It's fine. But if not, then it's cool. I'll just be here.
Yeah. But yeah, so that apparently happened while I was gone, and there was like a roofing companies came by, the vultures, doing like free inspections and stuff like that because they knew that they could, if they inspect everybody's house in a given neighborhood after a massive hailstorm like that, They only
Who would
need
have time
like,
work?
but yeah, here's the thing though, is that this house is only 3 years old, or not the house, the roof on this house is only 3 years old, and
Oh,
my insurance policy is any roof that gets destroyed that's less than 5 years old is 100% paid for by the insurance. So I'm getting a free
wow.
new roof.
Nice.
Yeah. So I met with him actually last Saturday. I met with him. Then I met him again. Met up with him again this last Thursday. He and the insurance inspector were up on the roof, plotting, you know. And then I got a call on Friday from the actual like representative
Hmm.
at the company, and they just went over the policy and be like, yeah, because it's less than 5 years old, it's 100% covered, so you're not going to pay a dime. I was like, hell yeah. So that's going to be
Sweet.
fun. Villain says that it's fucking hot here. One day it's like boiled like a lobster. The next day it's like it being baked in the oven.
That's rough.
Oof. I don't know. It's the end of June. We're getting into July now pretty soon here. And I have been outside in the Florida heat, and it's not that bad.
Well, you're in like Central Florida, to be fair.
I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I grew up in Las Vegas, so my body's used to heat. It's not used to humidity,
That's
but
fair.
it is used to heat. So I don't know. I feel
Yeah,
okay.
you
I
get-
feel okay right now.
It's what, like 70, 80, somewhere around that for you?
Let me look it up. What it is? What is it right now? It is here. 90 degrees in Palm Bay right now.
Oof.
Yeah. And I went outside today, and I was like, eh. I mean, yeah, it's hot. Yeah, it's hot, but it's like I'm fine with this.
If you're used to it, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So Arizona is hotter. Yeah, that's true. Arizona is hotter. Arizona is worse than Vegas, 100%. At least parts of it. Phoenix.
It's also like a drier heat.
Phoenix is
which makes it feel hotter.
Phoenix is a damn furnace. Tucson is better. So both
It's
both Gulf
definitely
Coast
not
of
desert
Texas.
heat.
Villain's probably
It's very
around
much
Houston.
like that, like tropical heat, where it's like straight humid.
Mm-hmm. I've been to Houston a few times, and in the summertime, Houston is an absolute armpit of a city. I swear to God. But yeah, I mean that's my the weather, and other than that, I've just been doing the same old. And the big news, I guess, for me is that I adopted a kitten.
Yeah, it's on my desk currently.
Yeah, it's currently on your desk.
But soon it will be on yours.
Yes, it will.
But yeah,
Well, this
he's
all
currently
played
asleep
out.
in front of me.
This whole thing played out a week ago on stream when I was with Patho, where I just made the decision live, and we hashed out like when I would go up there and get him and
I'm so
everything.
excited.
Yeah, we did that
I'm
all.
so excited. We need to make actual plans for 4th of July to actually do stuff.
Yeah, well, we got a bunch of plans to make because we got SummerSlam coming up next week.
That's true too.
And we need to schedule a call with all the collective people who are participating.
Oh, dude, Sunday's gonna be so rough for me. I need to do some stuff in the morning. I think I'm gonna just do it tonight. And then obviously I need to do the scheduling stream to like schedule everything for like the SummerSlam and like all the collabs for the week, and because it's also collab week for me. It's not just SummerSlam.
Oh, geez, yeah, you're gonna be busy as fuck next week.
And then Monday, not Monday. Also tomorrow, also Sunday, I need to drive Tomoe, one of our cats. 3 hours to another city.
Why?
Because he's got a condition.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Peter's calling me. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Hi, baby.
Hi, just letting you know.
You're on your way home?
Yeah.
I'll go make sure the door isn't like super locked, because I might have walked there
Please
without
make
thinking.
sure it's not barred.
Yeah, my bad. I'll go check it. Give me a second. I'm sorry.
Alright. Front door or kitchen?
I'll open the front door.
Okay. Love you.
Love you.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, I'll be right back. Let me just make sure the door is openable.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool. What a cliffhanger. I know, right? They built Houston in the swamp. Yeah, I mean, pretty much all the Gulf cities are swamps. Are cities built in swamps. I mean, New Orleans is built in a swamp. Everywhere along the Florida Panhandle is built in a swamp. Pretty much all of Florida, except for like maybe Orlando, maybe is built in a swamp. So, I mean, all of Florida is basically a swamp with an occasional hill. So, yeah.
I'm back. The front door was in fact barred.
There you go.
Also, the kid hissed at me when I ran to the room. I think it's because I ran in here really quickly, so he got
Yeah,
scared.
he got scared. That's all.
Oh, fucker.
He's already getting
Don't
naturally
hiss at me.
protective.
How dare you?
All that is built below. I know, dude. New Orleans is the dumbest city to exist in
How dare
America.
you? Look at me. Look at me. Look at me.
This like that whole thing with Hurricane Katrina. I'm sure you remember that. Do you remember that disaster?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
like-
It's a bowl.
Yeah, everybody. That's when everybody in the country learned like
The
how
city is
retarded of a
built
city that is.
Below sea level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, let's build it below sea level, right next to the ocean, and let's see how that works out in the long term. Fucking
Yeah,
idiots.
it's not smart.
What a stupid fucking city.
Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so we need to take Tomo because he's got a health condition, and we just can't afford to take care of him. So we're gonna be giving him away to one of Peto's close friends who actually works in the like veterinary field.
Okay.
And she can basically get all of like she can take care of him pretty much for free. She only has to pay like the taxes on it.
Okay.
So we're kind of giving Tomoe away,
Aw.
which is sad because
Sad.
he's Peto's first cat, but
And
it's what's best for him.
She's had him since he was a little kitten.
Yep.
Oh, that's rough. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it is sad because yeah, she's had him forever. It's her first cat. But it's just what's best for him.
Almost like you're putting
He'll
him in
be
an
in
old
good-
folks' home. How old is
in,
Tomoe?
in good hands. He's like, I think he's like 2.
Only 2?
Yeah, he's not a super old cat. He's got issues. He's got breathing issues. Him and me the same for real.
Poor thing.
We like, yeah, I like laid down with Patha yesterday. Like I had to like pause the stream and leave Jacob to entertain chat for a little bit because she was like crying. And then I was like, hey, it's okay. He's gonna be with someone who's gonna, take care of him and all of his issues. And
You'll be
blah,
able to
blah.
visit. You'll be able to visit him.
Yeah, exactly. He
Yeah.
only lives 3 hours away. Plus, I mean, hey, we haven't found anyone to take care of me and my issues yet, because I've been having breathing issues. So that lightened her mood of. But so I gotta do that, right? And then Tuesday is our anniversary, but it's also the day we need to drive 2 hours out to pick up my new truck.
Okay.
So that's happening this week as well. It's just a crazy week.
Yeah, you just got a lot going on.
Yeah, Wednesday starts the whatchamacallit?
The SummerSlam.
Yeah, the SummerSlam.
It starts Wednesday.
getting a truck?
It's like Wednesday
Yeah.
through Sunday, I think.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, brother Jim, I'm trading in my my little Honda Fit for a pickup truck because the roads here are just tearing it apart from the bottom out. My Honda Fit. I've been here for 6 months, and my Honda Fit has dropped 3 pieces from the paneling under the car. And most recently, it dropped the piece that goes right into the engine, which basically protects the engine from like dirt and
Debris,
like gravel
yeah.
from like debris from the road. And I'm just like, man, I need to replace this thing before its value just sinks.
Yeah.
And so that's
Okay.
why I kind of feel like the timing isn't good for me to replace the car. Like I really should be waiting. But at the same time, it's like it's only a matter of time. And I don't know how much time the car has left before something gets into the engine or something else falls out of it or I don't fucking know. And so it's like, let me get a good quote on it now while it's still good. It's just missing the bottom paneling, which is like whatever, right?
Yeah.
And it's still below 20,000 miles,
Okay.
right? So it's still like a relatively new car. And so I was like, yeah, let me just, just get like a quote on this, see if I can trade it in. And I've been wanting to get a truck anyway, for a while, just because
The
I don't like
functionality of
having
it.
to rely on, I don't like having to rely on people to haul things for me.
Yeah.
And the only car that we could have been using for hauling, which was Pathos car we sold ages ago, which to be fair, that car was old and had its own issues. So we opted for a 2019 Ford F-150.
I was gonna say that's the base. That's the
XLT
base
model.
level pickup truck. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an XLT model, crew cab.
Okay.
Like Super Crew, something like that's called. But it's a 6-seater, which is nice.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's what a
front.
super crew is. It's like literally for a crew of people. Like.
Yeah, but yeah, it has, instead of being a 5-seater like other like trucks, it's actually a 6-seater. So you can actually lift like the center thing with the cup holders. You can actually lift that, and it becomes the back of like
Right.
the
Like
center
old
seat in the
school.
front.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is something I wanted. I wanted like a like a bench seat, and I talked to my dad about it. And he was like, "You're only gonna find that on old cars," and I was like, "Damn it," because I think bench seats are fucking cool. Like in the future, like when I have a kid, like I would like for our kid to sit in like the front center seat between me and my spouse. I think that'd be cute. Because I remember doing that as a kid in one of my dad's old trucks. But yeah, so it's a 6-seater, just like I wanted. And it has like 3 times the miles that my car currently has, but it's also a truck, so actually, they're made to continue
Yeah.
going.
F1. I mean, there's a
with a lot
reason
of miles.
F-150 is like the most popular truck. It's because it lasts forever. Like.
Yeah.
And the thing
yeah.
about and it's relatively cheap to maintain as well. Like repair costs aren't as
Yeah.
high for an F-150.
I kind of wanted to get a Honda truck, like an older Honda truck, because those things are like literally indestructible. But at the same time, it's like if something does happen, especially with all the tariffs now and stuff going on, I was like, I want to get them like an American model car or truck. I was looking at either getting the F-150 or getting like a Chevy Colorado, or like a Ram, right? Like that's like what I was looking at.
Yeah, I
Like
wouldn't
my
get a
option.
Ram. I think, yeah. But the thing here's the thing: it's like F-150. It's like the Glock. It's like the Glock of
Yeah,
trucks. It's not that great to look at, but it's extremely
Oh, I think it's
reliable.
pretty, dude. I think it's really pretty. I think the newer model Chevy Colorados are fucking hideous.
Oh, I would agree with you there.
That's also part of why I went for like some of the older model cars, because I think they look nicer.
Yeah, I
And
agree.
you need to look up what the 2019 F-150 looks like, because it is a very, very, very pretty truck.
Okay.
Rams are fine. Parents own a Ram. Rams are fucking hideous. They're good trucks, but they're fucking hideous.
Imagine the irony of getting struck as a pedestrian by a car called the Ram.
Yeah. But yeah, like I was looking at all the options, and it just seemed like the best option.
Okay.
And it also wasn't super far away, so like for them to ship it to like their nearest dealer to me wasn't super expensive. More expensive than I would have liked. And then trading in my car, I'm looking at like a payment of like around like 200 something a month. That with insurance ends up being less than what I was paying for my credit cards anyway.
Okay.
So it's I pretty much just have my credit card payments back, except now they're for a truck, which honestly I prefer. I think it's a good trade.
How long is that gonna last?
Well, we'll see. I do get to test it for 7 days after I pick it up. The first thing I'm planning to do is take it to mechanic and make sure that everything is up to snuff the way that they say it is.
Okay.
Because if it's not, I'm pretty sure they have to pay for the repairs.
Yeah, y'all need to get that that fucking furniture bill taken out, because that's like half the car payment right there.
Yeah, but I'm not super worried about that because the furniture payments are like their minimum isn't very high, and we can knock it out pretty quickly. By paying a little higher.
Yeah, Pathos said like three, maybe 4 months. You can have that one paid off.
We'll see about that. Depends on how well she does when she starts making commission.
Yeah, she needs to get that going
Yeah,
ASAP.
well, I think she's gonna make commission. I think at the end of July, so in like a month.
Ideally, the training goes relatively quickly, which apparently, from what I can tell from Pathos talking, is he's confident that they're confident, like the trainers are confident that she can do it in a month because she already has familiarity.
Yeah. So it should be pretty quick and easy, and once she gets that going, Pathos pretty good at like marketing herself. She has a subscription for Canva that she's been absolutely going wild with, making like business cards and stuff for her shop and stuff.
Yeah, she's got all kinds of business paraphernalia. Yeah.
I think she's gonna do a really good job of like marketing herself and getting like a clientele going.
Yeah, that's the thing. You only need you don't need that many regulars essentially. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Once you get established like a dozen or so regulars, I mean, you need more than that, obviously, but that will.
Yeah.
Because I mean, people only get. I mean, how often do people get pet care services done to their pets? Like once every
like 3 months.
Like 3 months or so. Yeah. I mean, so ideally, you get like 20 to 30 regulars. So.
Yeah.
And that takes time. It takes time to find that, especially in a town as small as yours. Like.
Yeah. But she's also working out of like one of like the only like pet shops.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the only other pet shop is like very, very unreputable. Like children have gone to the store and found dead bunnies. Unreputable.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, it's bad, dude. It's bad. We found out recently that the owner of like the vet in town has like adopted like 12 dogs from that pet store. Just because he's basically like rescuing them.
Oh my god.
But he's keeping her in business, so
terrifying.
Like fuck. But yeah, I think that pet store is a front.
A front?
There's no way they're making enough business.
The redneck mafia is operating backroom deals from the.
Dude, I don't know, man. I think it's a front for something. I really, really do. I think it's like a black lady that runs it. I don't know. I can't remember. But yeah, I do think it's a front. Like the level of negligence.
Yeah.
And she's the only one that works there. She's the only one that works there. It's like, why wouldn't you just like, if you have the money to operate somehow, right? Like hire someone and then start making more money because you can actually, have living product. Like,
yeah.
What the fuck, dude?
Meth lab in the basement.
Meth lab in the basement? Bet probably.
Yeah. I mean,
probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. It's right next to a laundromat that I also think is a front.
Is it run by Koreans? That'd be hilarious if it was.
No, it's not. I think it's run by black people.
Okay. Yeah, that's something that I have learned is that all fast food workers in my part of Florida are black people. Like, it's really funny too because like in Denver or like even in like New Mexico, like you go to the Panda Express and it's all Asian people working there, which is hilarious. But you also kind of expect it, like all the stereotypes about like food categories and stuff like that, like are upheld in the workforce basically. But here it's just all black people.
Merry Christmas, happy birthday.
What is this?
It's my leftovers.
Oh my god, leftover Goldfingers. You know I love Goldfingers.
It's a burger.
Oh my god, it's a burger?
Yeah, it's a burger.
Like,
their burgers are fucking juicy.
Like a meat
burger.
Ham. Burger?
Not ham. Beef. I have good news.
How come it isn't chicken from Goldfingers?
I have good news.
10% on your insurance by switching to Geico.
Maybe you could have just pulled it.
That was good.
Anyways, I'm gonna be moved to full time.
Yeah? Okay.
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, and they're gonna start me on the grooming program hopefully next week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Moving to full time is phenomenal news.
Not next
Actually,
week after.
Okay. Well, congratulations, baby.
Thanks. Unfortunately, I have not found a poodle for 300. Everyone wants just a bit more than 300.
Well, how much?
500.
That's not just a bit more. That's like
Yes, it
200
is.
more. That's like almost double.
Yes, baby, but considering standards go for 1,000 to 1,300,
All I'm saying
it's
is,
really cheap.
that's not a bit more.
Yes, it is.
That's like 66% more. What do you want about?
Still, whatever.
Love you.
That's all I found.
Rosa, you do realize that her going full time basically pays the car
I
payment.
said local, like
Yeah, it
Georgia and stuff.
But also, her going full time means that she can pay for her own poodle very soon.
No,
I'm proud of you.
doesn't mean I can
I'm
take
proud of you.
You know what it means?
What?
It means I have to get clients on my books because I'm commissioned.
Yep. We were actually just talking about that.
So
And I mentioned how you're. What did you mix into this?
yes, I handmade the Gold Rush sauce.
What?
So the sauce that you really liked, do you want to know what it's mixed with?
What?
Honey mustard, Goldfinger sauce, barbecue.
Huh.
It sounds
Mhm.
great, even though I have no idea what the middle one
Nice.
is.
But what we were saying just now is how you've been getting really good with like Canva, and I think you're gonna do a good job marketing yourself, and you're gonna get a clientele pretty easily.
Thanks. Thumbs up.
Plus, you're just generally charismatic,
Oh yeah, I have a lady.
and you're Mexican. People love making Mexicans work.
That's crazy.
you're,
I just did.
you're saying?
I did 2 puppy trims today, and both of them really enjoyed it. And they're like, "We're gonna ask for you again."
Yippee! Look at that! Already getting clients.
Nice.
Already getting clients. I'm so proud of my wife. My wife is so talented.
She should stand.
I'm so
She should hand.
multi-talented.
She should stand up with all the illegals at Home Depot and handing out her brochures. All
I don't want her
right.
getting grabbed by ice.
Well, I mean, it sucks about Tomoe, but everything else seems like it's relatively back
Yeah.
on track.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like. Good to hear, because I know I was chatting with Patho for like an hour, just through Discord DMs and stuff like that, and I was basically like, because she asked me, because she you guys got eligible for health insurance through her company,
Mm-hmm.
and so she was like, "What's a deductible?" And I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be a while."
Oh man, that's like the basic.
Yeah, I was like,
Deductibles,
"Ooh."
that's how
Yeah.
much you pay before they start covering.
Yeah, so I know she knows that now, but she asked me that, and I was just like, "Oh, I'm just gonna sit here for like a little while until she gets,
Follow me.
because she's gonna have a lot more questions, and she doesn't even know what a deductible is."
Hold on.
So
Follow me.
what's happening? 3 weeks in a row of weekly vet 2. That's true. That's true. And we know it's rough out there, chat. We know it really is. Like a lot of the world is burning right now. So your donations are, I'm sure, they're absolutely appreciated immensely. So oh boy. Yeah. We have so much to go over tonight, but I need to. We have a couple more things to talk about first. Mexicans work hard, and she speaks pretty good English. Yeah, it's just pretty good. She speaks way better English than Spanish, that's for sure. But yeah, it'll be great that she'll be able to go full time, because that'll effectively double the income that she gets. Now, I would assume that also means less time for streaming. So there's also that. But that's the thing, though, is that you get your IRL shit sorted. You know what I mean? And then you mold the streaming and all the fun stuff that you do around that. You know what I mean? Like you get that IRL foundation established, and then you get
Little
some
dude, let me look at you. You didn't taste the sauce, did you? Let me look at your face. I see you licking your face. You hiding the evidence right now?
Did the kitten get into the?
I think he got into my food while I was away. I see him licking his face. I think he just licked the sauce. That's not good for you, buddy. Yeah, I looked at his face and I was like, I don't see him dirty. They started licking his face and I was like, oh, he's hid the evidence.
Yeah, he has. He's at least gotten a little like his little nose has touched it at least.
You're so cute.
No, I was just telling Chad how Patho
I'm
getting
gonna
full
miss my
time.
son.
Patho getting full
Mhm.
time is gonna like be like good, but that also means like less Patho streaming.
Yeah, it means less pathos streaming. It also means I'm gonna miss her more. Hey.
But at the end, it's like that's what you do though, is that you build that IRL foundation, you know, and then you
Yeah.
mold the streaming schedule and all the other stuff around that, you know. It'll work out. It'll work out.
Yeah. I think I might I want her to enjoy the streaming. So I might actually make it so the funding list on her end is only things that she actually wants to play.
That's probably a good
And make
idea.
the things on it cheaper as well, just so that she doesn't feel pressed to play things that she doesn't like.
Right. That makes sense.
But
Like Dead Space, for example.
yeah.
She does
No,
not
she's
want to
stuck
play
with
that
that.
game.
But I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it so that in her case, they won't be playthroughs. So maybe she'll just have to play each game once, right? Maybe something like that. And so we'll price them a little differently.
Gets to try the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you
So
could.
that you just can still get some variety out of her.
Mhm.
Get her to play. You can still watch her scream at games that you know she's not into.
Yeah.
Or that she's afraid of. But she won't be stuck playing them for months at a time because she doesn't have time to stream all the time like I do.
Something that I discovered, I think it was either yesterday or this morning, is that someone sent me a video of another VTuber who's thalassophobic like me, trying to play Subnautica for the first time,
Mm-hmm.
and she did the exact same freak out that I did at the stupid rabbit ray at the beginning of the game. And I was like, oh my god, I don't feel so bad anymore, because that's the real thing that kind of I'm frustrated at myself about, is that I got all confident and hyped up for hunting a reaper,
Uh-huh.
and I just chickened out of it. I totally chickened out of it. I got close enough to engage with it once, and it was just right on top of me immediately, and it literally like took me out of my chair. Like I like literally like got up out of my chair and like left. I was so freaked out, and it failed spectacularly. And then at that point, I couldn't get the confidence to get close enough again for that to happen, and then I ended up like just randomly floating in to the point where the thing that I actually was there for was like the last engine bit to build the submarine, and I just happened to just float like right into my line of sight. And so I just said fuck it. I got out, I scanned it, got back in, and then I just fucked off and left. I was like, and then I never went back again. I totally chickened out of the Reaper hunt. And I feel kind of shit for it too. And I also learned a few things off stream about ways. I think my strategy, because the strategy is get its attention and then hit it with a stasis blast, and then basically kill it with, while it's in stasis, kill it with gas torpedoes from the sea moth. But the thing is like the one encounter I had with it, it was just like it saw me, and then it had me in its claws, right? And and I was like, "Fuck, I'm done." And then after it let me go, the submarine had like, or not the Seamoth had like 10 health left or 8 health left. I got out, I zapped it, and right as it zapped it, it grabbed the Seamoth again and it blew up. So I was like, fuck. So I save scummed it. And then after that, I tried to use like the decoy beacon, and I never had the balls to get close enough for the decoy to actually, act as a decoy. It was always too far away to get its attention because I was too chicken shit to get close enough to it. And that's when I saw the engine after like the third or fourth failed decoy attempt. I saw the engine bit, and I was just like, "Fuck this!" And I scanned it, and then just chickened out for the rest of the stream. So I don't know. Like I there's a few things that I did learn off stream. Like I didn't realize this, but like I can hit it with a regular because the stasis gun, it has like you can charge it, right? And the more you charge it, the bigger the stasis field is and the longer it lasts. And I tried to hit it with a full blast on the first shot, but without thinking, it's like, wait a minute. And that's why it was like able to get like right on top of me like right away, right? Because it takes several seconds for it to fully charge to get a full blast off. So
Yeah.
it eats the sub, it hits the sub, and it takes off before I can get the blast off, right? But it didn't even dawn on me that I can just hit it with a regular quickfire blast and stop it for like 5 seconds, which is enough to charge a full blast and then hit it with a full blast.
Uh-huh.
So I was like, shit,
Makes sense.
that makes sense. How did I not think of that? I was like, well, if I do that, and then I also learned that if you hit it in stasis but it happens to grab the Seamoth before you hit it with the stasis, you can knock it out of its mouth with a repulsor cannon blast. So I was like, oh shit. So there are actual ways for this strategy to work. And I feel like I want to try again, but I'm afraid I might chicken out again. I don't know. So I
totally get that.
and I'm just like, and my chat was giving me shit for it too. They kept spamming like the emotes for chicken and then fox over and over again.
Praise, that's so mean.
Yeah, but it's true though. I was a total chicken shit. I was totally chicken shit.
It's a phobia.
Yeah, it's, I don't know. I ended up building the
Also
sub.
not easy
I ended
to push.
I ended up building a
through,
sub.
phobia.
I ended up building the sub, and I appropriately named it the Chicken Fox.
That's funny.
So it is what it is. Whether or not I go back and try again, I don't know. I honestly think that the scariest part about the Reapers to me is the roar. They have the creepiest, scariest fucking like roar I've ever heard. I swear to God. Like I honestly feel like if I can mod the game to replace the sound like the roar of a Reaper with like Peter Griffin's like like that Peter Griffin laugh, I would have like no problems with this thing. Like if I was just like in the ocean on the edge of the dead zone, and then off in the distance I hear this very faint.
You don't think they would condition you to be afraid of the Peter Griffin laugh?
No, I don't. I think personally that would quell my fears quite a bit, actually. So,
Alright.
I mean, ideally, you replace the model of the Reaper with Peter Griffin swimming as well, and then it's just a giant Peter Griffin coming after me.
This reminds me of like the early Skyrim, like Hulk Hogan dragons. Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Or the ones where they changed all of the dragons into Thomas the Tank
It
Engine.
wasn't Hulk Hogan. I think it was like Randy Savage.
Yeah, it's Randy Savage.
The Randy Savage
Dude,
dragon.
there are some hilarious
yeah.
mods that I've seen for Skyrim that had me like, you ever like get into that like when you're laughing so hard that you're actually gasping for air?
Yeah.
Like I've gotten like when I first saw that Thomas
like,
the Tank Engine mod for the dragons in that game, I just about died from laughter. I was like full on like the weasels dying at the end of Roger Rabbit dying, from laughter. It was so funny. I feel like if you did that in Subnautica, a lot of my fears would go away. Like,
Makes sense.
But yeah, so that was my Subnautica stream. And then my Yakuza stream was equally as frustrating because it was just all like grinding like the hardest Coliseum battles. And the ship battles in this game, and I confirmed this after I ended the stream. Like I was pretty frustrated pretty much the entire stream. Because of how damn hard these fights are. And I went in after the stream and I was like, are other people like seriously complaining about the difficulty of these ship battles? Because they are insanely difficult. Like, these might be the hardest things I've ever had to do in a Yakuza game. Like, ever. Like, I can't remember the last time I struggled this much to complete something in a Yakuza game. Like, and I'm including, like, all the Ammon brother fights. I'm including everything. I'm including all of, like, the Ultra challenges on the later games and stuff like that. Like, I'm telling you, these ship battles are, like, they're, like, way more difficult than the hardest ship battles in Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Like, way harder. I was just like, am I doing something wrong? Like, am I missing something? Is there something to cheese this that people, like, or is there, like, an actual deeper strategy to this that I'm just fucking missing? You know? And everybody's like, no, it's just bullshit hard. And I was like, okay. At least I'm not the only one who's, like, getting filtered by this fucking thing. Yeah. That happened, and I was just, like, frustrated all stream. So, like, I had 2 streams that actually kind of I'm not super proud of, to be honest.
It happens, dude. You have weeks like that.
Yeah, sometimes it just happens.
Yeah,
Sometimes you just have, like, a bad streaming experience, you know?
Yep. Sometimes it just be
Yeah.
that way.
But next week will be a lot more fun. I don't even know what I'm going to do next week because we have got to, like, figure out what we're going to do for the SummerSlam.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, we do. We'll do some planning tomorrow.
yeah, I'll join you. I'll join you
I don't
tomorrow.
know if we're gonna do it early in the morning. If we're gonna do it later,
Okay.
probably gonna do it later when we get back from delivering Tomoe where he's gotta go.
Okay.
So it'll probably be like in the evening,
Okay.
and like the usual.
That sucks. I'm so sorry about that. It sucks having to give a
Nah.
pet. It sucks having to give a pet away.
It is what it is.
You don't have that much of a connection with Tomoe. That's
we like
Peito's
saw him
cat.
coming. No, that's not true. I fucking love the little fucker.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, dude, I love him. He's great. I actually, just the other day, he fucking, slit my neck open.
Oh, that's
He has
right.
a
He's
ninja
like
chip on
he's
it.
the one cat in the house that actually, like, likes and is protective of the new kitten.
Yeah. But he pulled some fucking ninja shit on me, bro. So context is I had the kitten in a burrito, and I was like, all right, kitten, you're gonna stay in this burrito while I go get these clothes.
Uh-huh.
And so I came back to the room and I saw he was out of his burrito. So I dropped the clothes on the bed and I went to get him and he ran off. And I was like, how dare you? So I chased him. And I chased him into like the corner of like the dining room and he started hissing at me and I was like, how fucking dare you? So I picked him up and started lightly spanking him. Like, who do you think you are? Oh, mister, hissing at me. But Tomoe thought that I was actually fighting him because he was pretty upset. He was like hissing at me and stuff.
Yeah.
So Tomoe came running, and it was just like a fuzz, dude. It was like a ball of fuzz in my face, and I felt pain in my thigh, pain in my neck, and I was like, what the fuck? I looked down, and Tomoe fucking lands from like, literally like head level, like head height with me. Because he propelled himself off my thigh to get up and slashed my neck open.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was some crazy-ass ninja shit, which, to be fair, I always suspected of him. He's one of them Siamese, you know? Them fucking chink cats are fucking crazy, bro.
Yeah, they sneaky little bastards.
Yeah, they'll pull some fucking ninja bullshit on you. But that's exactly what happened. And that night, I was so upset. I told Peitho, I was like, my love, Jin is my new favorite cat. He was like, she was like, what? Who was Luna not your favorite cat before? It's like, no, it was Tomoe. I love him. He's great. He's so sweet, and he like, he was super friendly with me like right off the bat, like when I moved in.
Mm-hmm.
Which was I don't know. He's just very sweet. He's very sweet, and like he's always let me like carry him, even though he doesn't let Peitho carry him as much anymore. And I've had a good connection with Tomoe. I love Tomoe.
Mm-hmm.
So I did end up forgiving him the day after, by the way, and we made up. I give him lots of kisses. But Tom might be a killer, dude. I'm saying this. I think Tomoe leads a double life. Alright, I think Tomoe's like a Chinese spy. Okay, on the down low.
The guy. Sorry.
Huh?
The guy said he's willing to drop it to 6,
600?
and that we can do payments.
Oh, that works. And that's. You can pay half right away, and then you just pay the other bit.
Yeah, but I'm asking him how he wants to go about it.
Yeah.
First, before being like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
So.
Ask him first. See what he's okay with.
It shows their winders. Your winders. Your
Wow,
winders.
open.
I
Even
think
here, the fucking.
it'll be a lot easier too. Like once Tomoe will be in better hands than what you can provide for him, and
Yeah, exactly.
and I'll be
He'll be-
taking Archie off your hands, which will leave
Yeah,
room,
and then
which will leave room for a poodle.
Exactly.
Because you're kind of at max capacity now, and a dog is like 2 or 3 cats worth of
Yep.
upkeep requirements.
Yep. That's exactly it. The kitten's grooming me right now, by the way. He's just licking me. But yeah, I told her that, and she was like, "Now I feel like I'm replacing Tomoe." It's like, no, baby, that's not what it is. Tomoe's always gonna have a little spot in your heart.
Yeah, and it's not like you can't like go visit Tomoe.
Yeah,
On a
his
weekend.
family lives there too, so we can go visit, sometime. I mean, fuck, if we can make a fucking 12-hour, fucking like day trip to go visit my fuck ass family, we can absolutely go make a fucking trip to go visit Tomoe, who's like a quarter of the distance away.
Yeah, exactly. That's easy. That's
Yeah.
like you get off stream in the afternoon at some point, and you just go down there, eat dinner, hang out with them, your friends at the cat, spend the night, and then come back the next day. Like that's easy. Well, you're muted if you're saying something. Uh-oh. You lose her?
Let me get off because it's a 3-hour trip there. What's going on? Hello?
Oh, there you are.
Hello?
No,
There
you
you
were
go.
you were like gone for like 10 seconds there.
Oh, what I was saying was is that if I can, it is like a 6-hour trip, like to and from, right? So it's like 3
Mhm.
hours there, 3 hours back. So it is gonna take, it is very much so like a day trip sort of thing.
Yeah.
Like maybe end early one day we can do it, but it's definitely something we can plan,
Yeah, you just plan it. So Paul died. No, we're good. We're good. We got it back. I was talking to my Japanese teacher. We're gonna get to the news in just a sec, Jap. But I was talking to my Japanese teacher about the kitten that I adopted.
Yeah.
And she asked me how far it was. And I was like, from my house to their house, it's like 8 hours, if you include like gas stops and stuff like that. And my Japanese teacher was like, "Oh, oi desu ne," which means like that's far, isn't it? And I was like, not in America. Like Americans are used to driving long distances. Like I think a
Yeah.
lot of Americans like forget that like visiting your family in the next state over, it's
the
like
equivalent of going to another
that's a
country in
cross
Europe.
country drive. That's a coast to coast drive in England, in Japan, in most countries. That is like border to border driving. That's a long ways
Yeah,
to go.
That's driving to literally another country over there.
Yeah, exactly. So like my Japanese teacher was like, you can go from like the southernmost point of the Big Island up to like Hokkaido in 8 hours, which is like the northern island. Like,
Yeah.
it's like, yeah, exactly. And they somehow managed to cram like a third of, I think their population is like a little more than 100 million over there, Japan, which is like a third of our population that they crammed into that little chain of islands. Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
But anyway, you want to talk about anything else before we get into the news?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right, I'm good too. All right, well, we're gonna start off with a series of updates because there are some very
Fine.
high-profile, ongoing things happening in the country and out of the country.
Reminder: I missed the last 2 of these, so
What?
I wasn't here for like the last 2 of these. So
Oh, okay.
you might
That's
gotta
right.
catch me up on some stuff.
That's right. Okay. Well, how did you see? Have you seen any of the footage from the anti-ice raids and the No Kings protests and stuff like that?
No.
Oh boy. Okay. Hang on.
I've seen like footage of like the LA riots. Yeah, I've seen like that. Is that the No Kings protest, or is that like a separate thing?
Effectively, yes. I mean, the No Kings protest was a nationwide thing that happened in several cities, and it had some pretty good turnouts in some places. I mean, nothing like the Women's March was when Trump first got elected in his first term. Nothing like that, but there were some pretty good sized turnouts for it. But it got very overshadowed by all the violence happening in like a handful of major cities, and particularly in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And it was very, very reminiscent of like the BLM riots, where it's just like, yes, we hate the government, so let's go loot and tear down the infrastructure and like the businesses that are, run by our fellow Mexicans and stuff like that in the local area. Let's go, like,
Yeah.
that kind of hoodlum, EBT tribe behavior, Oh yeah, and it was sponsored.
Drive is crazy.
It was partially sponsored by Walmart too, the Walton family. Which doesn't
Oh, I
look good
did
on-
hear about that.
Yeah, so so yeah, that happened, and they ended up escalating to the point where they brought in the 2-7 group from like some marine base outside of San Diego or something like that. Apparently, these are like the most like hardcore mother effers in the whole Marine Corps, and like that was the unit that they brought in to like assist with the
shit.
National Guard. I'm honestly amazed that
How
nobody
did
has
that
like.
go?
Yeah, well, the crowds dispersed rather quickly when the Marines showed up. It didn't take a lot of them too. But the thing is that it's still going on. And there were arrests and stuff like that. You can go on Twitter and find lots of videos of people getting, BTFO'd by like an ICE officer and stuff like that, or the other way around, where you could see like at one point they had like a small detachment of federal agents. I don't even know like what the makeup of it is, because it's not just ICE. It's ICE, it's the FBI, and it's a whole cadre of hodgepodge of 3-letter agencies that are involved in this shit. But they had it like trapped under a bridge, so like it's like an underpass, and like it's like all these ICE vehicles are like underneath the bridge, and it's just like raining down bricks and debris and shit like that from the bridge over the top. No.
Oh Jesus.
Yeah, one of the officers actually got hit in the head with a brick that was thrown from the top of the bridge, but he was wearing like a tactical helmet which absolutely saved his life. There was another guy who was like just tearing up like bricks out of like a planter, and just throwing them at like every vehicle that went by. And he got arrested, and he's going to go away for a while, because that's like literally attempted murder,
Yeah.
And it's also like attempted murder on law enforcement, which is like a double whammy. So yeah, they got him. He's going to go away, and ICE isn't backing down. And yeah, so but the thing is, it's like then the Iran-Israel thing happened, and everybody's attention just went over to that, and a lot of people kind of stopped paying attention to the riots going on. So people, I think people are really like tunnel visioned right now on the Iran-Israel thing. So I guess I wanted to do like a quick like where are we at with the anti-ICE riots going on? Don't forget
Okay.
Bortak showing up to the riots in Portland. What is Bortak? Is that Hassan? think that might be
What?
Hassan. Hassan Piker, you know, like the commie terrorist supporter. Yeah, he showed up in Los Angeles, I think.
Who's Bortak?
I don't know who Bortek is. But he showed up and apparently, like, you know, he was bragging how like half the people doing the rioting were like his fans and stuff like that. I don't know how Hassan hasn't been arrested and prosecuted yet. So, Border Patrol Tactical Unit. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, that's what I'm about to go over, actually.
Most riots are my fans, like the biggest like disservice to the fucking people rioting. To cause they're fucking rioting for, it's like, oh, so they're all uninformed idiots. Got it.
Oh yeah, but y'all know that like the activists are like their own worst enemies. Always been the case.
It's wild, dude.
This is from Newsweek, which is a lefty press outlet for sure. But this happened in Portland, so all the focus last weekend was on Los Angeles, but there were riots happening in Portland, in Seattle, all across, and New York was another hotspot for it. It was going like again, it was very BLM-esque. So in Portland, there was like 250 people who stormed a detention facility. So the Department of Homeland, and this was on, here, where the hell is the date? There we go. On the 19th. This was 2 days ago. The DHS said that 250 anti-ICE activists stormed an ICE field office in Portland after protesters squared off against federal agents. Last night, Portland rioters violently targeted federal law enforcement. 250 rioters launched fireworks, shined lasers in officers' eyes to temporarily blind them, and stormed an ICE field office. That's like a tactic that they came up with during the BLM riots, was to get like those like laser pens and flash them and shine them into officers' eyes to blind them, which should be considered assault, as far as I'm concerned. Like,
I agree.
because you could actually like do long-term
Blind
damage
someone.
to people's eyes doing that. Protesters have maintained a steady presence outside the ICE facility since last week. More than 20 arrests have been made. Local media reports there's been growing opposition to President Donald Trump's mass deportation policies.
There's a reason why riot police use tear gas and not flashbangs.
Mm-hmm. Then there's Ireland. Yeah, we talked about Ireland last week, Deku.
Let's go to Ireland.
Oh, they're basically speed running the multicultural experience.
What?
So the long and short of the Ireland thing is that there's like a local Romani group, or not group, like a enclave you can call it, almost like a colony, because they don't integrate, you know, in Europe. They just colonize basically. But there was a local Irish girl who was like sexually assaulted by two Romani guys. I think they were like high schoolers. I can't remember though, but I can't remember exactly how old they were. But they were young. I think they were like late teenagers or maybe early 20s, something like that. And that got like people all riled up. And then because the MO in Europe is immigrant do awful thing to indigenous local complain about it. Government doesn't want to be called racist, so they take the side of the rapists.
Hey,
and
was this the like rapists are victims too thing?
Yeah, and then that pisses off the local indigenous people to a point where they start
That's
like
crazy.
Yeah, getting like really pissed off. So it's
Yeah, dude, being like, okay, rapists are victims too. You need to die.
Yeah.
I don't want you out of office. I want you out of this, plane of existence.
Well,
I want you 6 feet under.
They should be like whatever punishment the rapers get is the same punishment that should be suffered by
I
the
agree.
people who sympathize
they're
and
accomplices.
yeah. As far as I'm concerned, they're accomplices at this point. And it's like I'm not going to go over it today.
If you're part of like the justice system and you have power over these things, there has to be some level of responsibility for what happens as a result of how you wield that power.
Mm-hmm.
And if you let these people go free and justice is not done, I'm sorry, but you need to. You are corrupt. You're not just corrupt. You're an accomplice to whatever occurs, right? If you free someone that's good and then they continue to do good things, great, awesome. That looks good on you. If you free someone that's bad, well, guess what? You just freed a fucking criminal, and now they're gonna go out and they're gonna do something again, and that's on you. You were responsible for that.
Mhm.
Because you're the one that made the choice to fucking free them. They're the gun. You're the owner, you fucking dickhead.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, you see this. We're gonna get to it in a couple of tabs here. How like there's a bunch of like New York officials who have been arrested for like basically participating in the riots effectively. Like they're trying to become like local folk heroes or some bullshit. But then they just get released. You know, this is very much the meme of like nothing ever happens. It's like that.
Yeah,
The meme of nothing ever happens. It should be just accountability never happens. That's what it should be.
Yeah.
Because that's what it's really referring to. Is that evil shit keeps happening in larger and larger quantities, and there's no one that's ever held accountable for anything.
Yeah, no
No.
one's doing anything about it. That's
Yeah,
part of why, like, despite all the things that I disagree with like Trump, I do like that he's actually making some things happen as opposed to nothing.
Yeah, at least some things are happening.
Yeah.
Even if it's not adequate enough, at least it's something and not nothing, which we're used to. We're just used to like evil just running rampant. So
Why are you naked?
Because
Put on clothes.
no. He said if we did payments, it would be 800.
Oh.
It would be 300 down and 250 a month for 2 months.
oh, that's like triple.
That or 600 up.
I'll have 6.
No, we don't. We don't have 600 up front. We have
Damn.
300 up front.
Okay. So that's okay.
It's a little rough. Timing isn't ideal.
I was gonna say, I feel like you guys shouldn't even look for a dog until you know what your car payment's gonna be. He has her full-time
Well,
gig
I-
going.
I do know what they're gonna be. I know exactly what they're gonna be.
Okay.
It's about $370 a month.
The question is, do you think that Patha going full-time instead of part-time can make up for that? That's the question.
Another concern is that he says the poodle stays with him until it's paid for.
Which is,
Understandable,
yeah.
but you know, we run the risk of paying this man
Yeah, I'm just
and
kidding.
him just keeping
So,
the money.
okay, here's the deal. We got 300 fund, which means we need to come up with 300, right? That's doable, I think, right?
I can pull it out of my cash app.
You can.
Yeah, I could. I technically could.
That's within your limit.
It's within my limit. It just takes 4 weeks to pay it off, which I could do that.
You can do that.
I just have to put my paycheck to that, and that's it.
Decisions, chat.
You can go on with your podcast. I told him I'd talk with you about it.
We should be good for this month. All things considered. You wanna... When's your next paycheck? Like this Friday,
Next
isn't it?
Friday.
Huh?
Next Friday.
Next Friday?
The Friday.
I have an idea.
What's your idea, Amazon?
Well, my idea is, you can pay me back $100 a month for 3 months, and I'll just give you 300 now, so you can just pay 600 to be done.
That is one way to do it. That's basically the same thing we're doing with her Cash App, though. What I was gonna say, though, baby?
Cash App charges
Is-
me interest.
Hold on. That's true.
I'm gonna put a shirt on.
I was gonna say that you get paid This Friday, baby. This next Friday. It's already Saturday.
Oh, yes, this Friday.
So it's
Sorry.
not in 2 weeks. Beforehand. I was looking at it, I was like, that doesn't sound right.
It's been a rough week.
I know.
Manager came back today and she was like on the verge of a panic attack because of how horrible things have been while she was gone.
Oof.
I feel bad for her, I really do. So I stayed extra because we were talking.
Okay, well, I say go for it. Okay, can you pay? Do you have to pay that back in 4 weeks, or can you just pay it back all at once?
You could pay it back all at once.
Okay, I say go for it. You can pay that. You can pay it off using your next pay, like your next paycheck, and you're good. Cause I'll be okay. I already have enough for this month to cover rent and stuff, and there's still like another week to this month. So, thumbs up. You can do it. You can do it. I believe in you. You're so happy.
You
You're
good?
so happy. Is it okay with you paying him half in cash, half through cash out? Just make sure he's okay with that. Sorry, she's just very happy.
Okay.
She's been wanting a poodle for a while, so.
Well, it sounds like it's no. It's. I mean, that just listening in. I mean, it sounds. It sounds like a good plan. I think.
Yeah, we've got this sorted out. I already have enough for
Okay.
rent, and then you get paid. You get paid this next Friday, and then two Fridays after that, which will help cover anything else left. I just gotta hit weekly next week. Shouldn't be too hard,
We
right?
have 75 in cash.
Huh?
We have 75 in cash. So
Actually,
you actually only need 100.
Huh?
Yeah, we have 375. Remember?
okay.
So you actually only need $75 over the 1,000 per rent.
I'm just gonna let this play out, chat.
Huh?
Furniture's 150.
Oh, okay.
There's 75 extra outside of the 300.
Yeah, we're good.
You only need 75.
Yeah, we're chilling. I love you.
I love you.
I love when I find out I actually have more money than I thought I did.
Always a good feeling.
Yippee. It's always good. Anyways, let's continue.
Anyways, okay. I don't even know where I was. That was a long one. That was a long.
Sorry. I'm sorry. When it's not me distracting her, it's her distracting me. Someone's always being distracted. You were telling me about the Ireland, I think. Lance?
Oh yeah, Ireland. Yeah. So yeah, there was 2 Romani people.
Or
Who
yeah,
actually assaulted.
We got past that part.
Yeah, we got past that part, and
Well, how is Ireland reacting?
yeah. So basically, there was just big mass riot to the streets as a result of that.
Yippee!
Because the government basically takes the side of evil to avoid being called racist by evil people. Like,
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
like, so bizarre. So bizarre.
Yeah. So they're
But,
just like there's that very much speed running the multicultural experience over there in Ireland.
Yeah, dude. The next generation is gonna be so incredibly jaded to all this bullshit.
Oh, I know.
It's. I'm worried it's gonna just like fall on boomerang the other way.
I mean, yeah, it very well could. It very well could. They could say like, well, I mean, we tried this road, and we know all the different stops along this road, and we now know where that road ends. So we're just gonna go ahead and take a U-turn, and we're gonna go back on this
We're
road.
gonna run the other way.
They're gonna run. Yeah, we're gonna go in the opposite direction, and we're gonna go past those same stops along the way and undo them as we go. Because here's the thing: is the crazy thing is that like it kind of can be traced back all the way to like the legalization of gay marriage, like federally on a federal level.
I've seen that.
I could very well see
Yeah.
like that being like the big turning point. Where he's like, yeah, that was a mistake because that opened the floodgates for all these psychopaths and gender ideology and all this evil shit. So it's like
gay marriage and stuff. Yeah,
if we-
dude. Like, well,
if we can put Roe v. Wade back in the gene, the gin of Roe v. Wade back in the bottle, then we're gonna do it the gay marriage too, because we can see where this road leads, and it's not good.
Yeah, like what sucks is like you hate to see people like do the right thing and what's I'm looking for? Oh my god, the word just slipped my fucking mind.
Virtuous people,
Appeal.
righteous people.
Appeal to normalcy, right?
Oh yeah.
And it's like that is what got you your rights in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
It's the appeal to normalcy. It's the same thing for Black people. Like I made a post about this recently. How like it pisses me off like that some Black people will be like, oh yeah, dude, we got rights because of, Malcolm X. We got rights because of the Black Panthers. We scared the white man to giving us rights. Oh hoorah, whatever, right? It's like you're retarded.
Yeah,
You're
that's
fucking
stupid.
retarded. You're really fucking stupid if you really think that's what happened. No. There's a reason why the roads all are labeled Martin Luther King Avenue. On like every fucking state you go to, you're gonna find like 10 roads labeled that.
I've never seen a Malcolm X road.
Yeah.
Me neither. And the reason why is because MLK Jr., he appealed to the sense of normalcy. He got up in a suit and tie and gave speeches.
And he made
right?
and he made sure that the protests were orderly and nonviolent and respectful. Like he would literally like lock arms with other people and just do like and everybody is in a suit and a tie and a pretty summer dress, and they're just protest marching. You know what I mean? And it's just like, if you want to be effective, that's what you have to do, because right now
you have to appeal to normalcy. And it's just because, and it's the same thing with like gay rights. Like you look at like gay rights activists back in the day, and they would wear suit and tie while they marched the streets with their signs.
Dapper gentlemen.
Exactly. Yes, they were dapper gentlemen. That's a really good way to put it. But like that was the point. The point is the reason why people have a problem with these things to begin with is because they don't like when things are different, and they don't like when things change. And there's a reason why we are like that, and it's because we as a species understand that whenever things change, oftentimes there's negativity that comes with that. Right? And so the way that you appeal to get those rights is by appealing to normalcy, saying, hey, nothing's going to change. We're just going to do our thing, and it's not going to affect you.
Well, this is how
and
Roe v. Wade.
Just like you, we're also normal. And when you appeal to normalcy, that's how you get people to like you. But the issue is that they've totally turned their back on it as son villain, and they just completely have gone the other way. And they're just like, yeah, no, actually, there's no point. I actually had someone once tell me that there's no point. There's no point in having gay rights if you can't act like a fucking faggot in public. It's like,
What?
I think they should be allowed to act like a faggot in public, but also have the repercussions of acting like a faggot in public.
Dude, it's just like, I just don't understand the idea of like it's
Same
like
way I feel about racists.
it's like it's not that people don't like you because you're gay. People don't like you because you're a fucking asshole.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
fucking
Being gay has nothing to do
and
with
then
it.
they're like, oh, but if I can't act, if I can't act gay, quote unquote, if I can't be a fucking idiot, right? Then I don't have rights. And you see the same thing with Black people. They're like, oh, we're the only people that are judged because of being ourselves. It's like, well, if yourself is a fucking idiot, right? If yourself is unruly and incapable,
moron,
then I'm sorry, but you shouldn't have had rights to begin with.
And that's the thing.
Your normalcy was a fucking lie.
And that's the thing. It's like they use like these identities as shields for their psychopathic behavior. This is like where the whole like phrase like "be gay, do crime" comes from. It's like that's literally like using, a specific status as a member of the LGBTQ community, which doesn't exist. I just say queer community, by the way. It encompasses it all, and it's way easier to say, and that's what the Q in LGBTQ stands for anyway. So, but they use these identities as shields for their degeneracy and their awful behavior. You know what I mean? So it's just like, but the thing is, it's like, do you people fail to realize that for everyone outside your crazy little bubble, they're going to equate your identity with bad behavior. You know, that's not what you want. That's the opposite of what you want. So, I mean, how do you think Roe v. Wade eventually got overturned? You know, it's because the whole, you know, the tacit agreement that was made back in the 90s between Clinton and the Christians was safe, legal, and rare. Right? But but the left was like, we're going to abandon that rare part and just go fucking apeshit wild with it, to the point where like Moloch would be like in awe of the amount of child sacrifice that, you know, leftists advocate for. You know what I mean? Because they just abandoned the whole rare part of that equation. So like all the Christians were like, well, if you're going to abandon the rare, we're going to abandon the legal. You know, it's like
I always like, because I do understand, right? Like, and I'm ultimately pro-abortion. I'm all for killing babies.
I know you are. But
right?
that's not the morality. Isn't the point of it? This though.
But at the same time, it's like when people talk to me about this, right? And then they're like, oh, you know, it's like it's important because if we don't, then you know, what if this situation happens or what if that situation happens? And it's like, well, don't blame us, right? This is a story I like to tell. This is something that I lived through and I experienced, and I watched it. You know, one of my coworkers, an employee that I hired and trained, that I worked with for months, suffered through the issues of this. But there was a girl, right? So the mall that I worked at had 2 GameStops in it. Mm-hmm. And there was a girl that worked at the other GameStop, right? That one of my employees, right? So the manager of that other GameStop was previously manager of the GameStop that I worked at.
Okay.
And she was a very like she very much was like, oh yeah, it's like this is like my work family. We do like house parties like every now and again, like every month, right? We do house parties. And this new employee, she was at this house party, right? And this was also my employee's first time at one of these house parties. And so they immediately hit it off. He ended up going home with her, whatever. She tells him, I know about all this because everything kind of came to light because he vented to me about it, because a lot of shit went down.
I figure.
But basically what happens is a few weeks go by, or like a month goes by, and he's stressed out, he's freaking out, and I'm like, dude, what the fuck's wrong? Like, why you're not doing your job, you're on your phone all the time, you're stressed, you're freaking out, you're late, you know, what is going on with you? Right? Because I'm also dealing with shit IRL, so I'm like, I'm kind of like, you know, stressed between like a bunch of different things. And I'm also having to deal with this fucker, and I'm like, what the fuck? Right?
Right.
This is also the guy that I was trained to replace me as assistant manager when I left. So I need him to be on the ball. Right? What happens is that night, this girl, obviously they had sex, right?
Obviously.
And she convinced him that she's infertile.
I already know where this is going.
She gets pregnant. Right? And he's stressed out because he's 18. He's 18, she's 19, right? He's super stressed out. He's already got issues with his dad, with his family. His family situation is not great for this guy, right? And he's like, if my dad finds out, he's gonna kick me out, blah, 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 all this shit. He's like freaking out, right? And he's like, I need to, you know, he kept asking me for hours, and I was like, are you gonna actually work them, or are you gonna be on your phone the whole time? He's like, I'll work them, whatever, right? So I give him extra hours so that he can pay for her to get an abortion. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And we know that she's pregnant for real. She didn't lie. Because she was having all the symptoms. She was like vomiting. She was like struggling at work all day. Right?
And you can't just fake
that. All of the early symptoms. You can't just fake that. He went with her to an appointment to get like a scan and see, you know, yeah, she's pregnant. Right? Whole thing. Right? Should have used a condom. Well, anyways, so Morgan Freeman, she was not in fact infertile. So what happens is he, right, he gives her the money for the abortion, right, the whole thing, whatever, and then they stop talking because he's kind of mad at her, right? Mm-hmm. And he finds out that she's actually been sleeping with another guy.
Oh my god. This is why you don't go to house parties,
so,
chat.
So he talks to this guy. He talks to this guy, like, what the fuck, right? Like, dude, she was talking, and he's not mad at him, at the guy. He's just trying to be like, hey, bro, she a hoe. She's been sleeping with you. She's been sleeping with me too. She blah blah blah. And she finds out from the other guy that she told him that he got her pregnant, and she collected money from him as well.
Oh, she's double dipping the
Hold on.
whore.
Hold on. So both of these guys, right? My employee and this other guy that he just met become friends. Over this, right?
Over hoe
And they work
hatred?
together. They work together to investigate on this girl's like social life, and they found out that she actually did this to not just 2 guys. She did this to 5 guys,
Damn.
and it's not the first time she'd done it.
Holy shit.
So they find out that she's actually had, I think, like 4 or 5 abortions in the last 2 years. She'd done this several times since she was like 17.
Oh my god.
And so
What
what she
an
does is that she
absolute
finds
psycho.
she finds a new job. She meets a bunch of guys in the local area, right? She sleeps with all of them, convinces all of them they got her pregnant, right? Actually gets
Wow.
pregnant, obviously, right? And then collects 5 guys worth of, abortion money to pay for 1 abortion.
And then just pocket the
She
rest
keeps-
and take off.
She keeps 4 guys worth of abortion money, quits her job, finds a new job somewhere else.
What the fuck?
Yep.
That is just, and that's the thing. It's that kind of shit. That's exactly.
Silent Villain said, "Where's my conquistador helmet? That bitch is in an Aztec temple." Her womb must look like a battlefield. That's crazy. Hey, men, no fucking way. Women deserve nothing. Yeah. And so here's the thing. That's only fucking possible because of how incredibly flimsy abortion laws had been.
Not just flimsy, but also just like the complete breakdown of social stigma associated with it.
Yeah. It's just like, again, it's like I do understand, right? I do understand, right? The need for abortions in certain situations, right? And I hate the way that doctors are allowed to just ignore their Hippocratic oath in favor of their religious belief to deny treatment in the case of like where like a woman needs something like this, right? I hate that the health of an unborn baby is prioritized over the health of a currently,
Or
living
that-
a life woman, right? And I do hate the way that moral dilemma is viewed from the right's point of view.
Yeah.
I don't like the way that like the right almost kind of like has like a commie mentality on it where they see all life as being equal, right? And they don't assign value to life, right? Based on things like experiences and, what they're actually doing, right? And I don't like that because that's a very commie sort of take from the right, and
the whole,
it's purely
all
religious.
life is sacred kind of.
Yeah, it's purely religious.
Well, yeah, I mean, you got that
Right.
really fucked up case in Alabama where like that pregnant woman died, and
I think it's Georgia, isn't it?
the Georgia, it was down there somewhere. I guess up there now. I
I'm
should
sure
say.
it's Georgia.
But
Yeah, she died, and yeah, it's in Georgia, and they're making her fucking take the baby to term. I'm sorry, but I don't know what religion allows you to play God like that.
that
That's
baby
ridiculous.
just got birthed by a C-section, like way early.
Yeah. Like I'm sorry, I don't know what religious belief like anyone could possibly have to be like, no, all life is sacred. It's like, dude.
Yeah, like
You're
this is
playing God
yeah.
right now.
Mhm.
You're playing God by keeping that woman alive to have that baby.
This is why, and
Like,
this is why safe, legal, and rare was a
That is
fair
blasphemous.
compromise for most Christians, because most Christians have see cases like that, and it's like these are exceptions where like we could see it. Like we don't want a dead woman being used as an incubator to basically grow this necro baby essentially. In a dead womb, so that it could be birthed by a C-section like months before it's supposed to actually be born. That's a case where you let that 1 month long old fetus die with the mother. That
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's just vile to do that.
Yeah, I fully agree with Viking on this one. I'm for abortion, but it pisses me off when it's treated like contraceptive. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that there are like specific situations where you should be able to get one, and you should have, proof that something happened to you, or just there has to be like very specific situations where it's like very clear, like you're like really young, you're in an economic situation where you can't take care of a baby, right? If you're not making a certain amount of money, you shouldn't be allowed to keep your baby to fucking begin with, in my opinion. But that is my perspective, right? I like to word it as I'm all for killing babies, just to basically just to break the ice. That isn't exactly how I feel about it, but that's just what I do so that people drop the fucking whole moral dilemma bullshit, because I can't fucking stand that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't, like, again, the people that will try to like apply morality to this from the opposite side of how I feel about it are typically fuckheads that don't understand how to value, human lives separately, and have a very commie mentality in human lives, specifically when it comes to this issue, for some reason.
Yeah, it's like the one issue. It's really strange.
Where everyone's retarded. Everyone's retarded. Just no fucking holds barred. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was the rant.
No, you're
the
absolutely
problem
right.
is that story. I always bring it up whenever like I hear people on my side of the aisle that are pro-abortion being stupid about it, and they're like, "Ooh, but that's an edge case." Like, yeah, that's why the problem exists. That's why we have a problem with it, because edge cases like this are fucked up, and it affects more than just the baby.
Yeah, it's like
it affects 5 guys at a time.
yeah, I mean, women basically have been trained in the West to treat basically killing their children as it's just a thing you do for convenience. Now, it's like the social stigmatization is gone from it, and it's very much like and there's even like elements of like the extreme left that like actually celebrate it, which is like legitimate, just like child sacrifice ritual. It's like ritualized child sacrifice at that point.
Just saying.
So
from who, baby? From who?
Wait, what?
You mean like for the abortion?
How much does an abortion cost?
Huh?
Anyway, we're off topic.
One man can get their money back. And good luck figuring out whose money it was that actually went towards it.
Yeah, I'm with you, Farrington. I've lost it too. You can go back outside. Yeah, we're off the reservation at this point. But yeah, anyway, yeah. So like Portland got rushed, and all this footage went viral and all this other kind of stuff, and they ended up arresting just 6 people, which is like, well, I mean, 6 people arrested appeared in federal court on Friday, I should say. So I think they arrested like 20 people, and 6 of them showed up in court. It's not enough, honestly. Like, there was also riots in France because the local soccer team like won the Champions Cup or whatever.
Yeah, I saw that. It was crazy.
Yeah, and all of the diversity decided to use that as an excuse to just like rampage across the city like a bunch of animals. But like they arrested like hundreds of people during that riot. You know what I mean? Like, why don't our law enforcement people arrest hundreds of people? Why is it only like it's like a few hundred people like protesters did this horrible shit, and like there were like 6 arrests, there were 12 arrests, there was 3 arrests. It's never even close to 100, let alone several hundred like they do in Europe. Like, why can't we arrest hundreds of people like they do in Europe? Like, why don't we do that? I don't understand it. And this is what you do. Do
you think it's maybe the amount of military personnel?
Well,
right? Because you have to remember, right? Like, these countries, right? They have all this like police and all this military to effectively police one state,
Yeah, but every state
right?
has a national guard that could easily make hundreds of arrests in a night.
Maybe.
And the National Guard was
I
on site.
I
So
I'd be curious how like the National Guard's numbers compared to like the entire like armed force of like a European country.
yeah, that'd be interesting. I don't know.
I
don't-
bet you there's a disparity between those numbers.
Yeah, they can't get everybody, TJ. I understand that, but like, we should be able to get more than like a dozen. Like, there's enough law enforcement out of the streets to get more than like a dozen or so people.
I agree.
It's pathetic. There should be and you know what you do is you get one round of catch and release. So what you do is I think that the ICE should be doing
part of
this.
it-
I actually think that this is what ICE and like the authorities should do, is that they should basically like target like a few people that they don't really care about, like they're low priority, and that'll like
Yeah,
draw the rioters out, and then you
Yeah.
arrest all the rioters, you detain them, and then you go and while all the rioters are detained, you go and get the bad people that you actually want to get them out, and then you can release them or process them or whatever, and you just tell them it's like
Yeah.
you get one release. If
Yeah,
you
that's
get
fair.
detained a second time, you will be prosecuted on a federal level for interfering with law. Like the whole book will be thrown at you, and you will go
Yeah.
away in a federal prison for a long time. It's a one strike rule.
I think that what Marku said definitely plays into it, and I also think that cops are probably going to be more careful in the U.S. versus in Europe, because while Marku had said, Europeans are more likely to surrender compared to Americans, that is true. There's also the fact that Europeans are not armed. Americans might be. Any average American could be armed, and so it's like one of those things where it's like our police has to be way more careful than their police does. Their police can just go run into people and start fucking smacking them with batons and shit, doing whatever. Our police has to at least be somewhat cautious, because you never know who has a firearm
Yeah, that's true. That's a good
and
point.
who's willing to use it.
That's a good
Like,
point. 'Cause at that
It's
point-
much more likely for our populace to be armed than their populace, and that's honestly by design. So I don't really have a problem with that.
Yeah, I can see it. That makes sense. It's still really frustrating how like it just seems like, again, it goes back to that nothing ever happens meme. It just seems like
Yeah.
all of this shit happens. These cities keep getting destroyed by the EPT tribes, and nothing ever happens. And it's just like, it's really frustrating, you know? So yeah, so 6 of the people that were arrested, and showed up in court. They'll probably go away for a while, because the ones that they do catch, they can throw the book at them, In the meantime, the Dodgers stopped federal agents from entering the stadium grounds, but this is another one of these sensational stories where like nothing really happened, because they weren't trying to get, basically they wanted access to the parking lot, and then the Dodgers denied them access. They didn't even want to, they weren't even there for finding and arresting people. They were there literally just to hey, we want a place where we can kind of retreat to, essentially. And they got denied that.
Oh.
But it wasn't associated with any actual operations or anything. It was basically they wanted to set up a water truck, basically. That's all they wanted to do. So that happened. And of course, these protests, they're all organizing online, and they have rapid response kind of protest groups and stuff like that. That's still happening. They went after a Home Depot on Sunset Boulevard. That happened. And this is what the standoff looks like. This is the entrance
Go
of the
up.
Dodger Stadium.
I see. Look at the posture on that gamer.
Yeah, this guy's
Fucking
standing
neck
at
forward,
attention.
knees bent.
Yeah, this guy. This is
That's
very
That's
like a
a
manlet.
perfect side profile. Yeah, this is dude, you know what that reminds me of? The virgin versus Chad meme?
Yeah, this is the version.
That's
yeah.
literally the fucking virgin pose. The neck slightly hooked forward, arms drooped, shoulders drooped forward, knees slightly bent, kind of like a feminine sort of pose.
The other thing that I find interesting about this photo is that the whole police line are Hispanic. Which is that's a white dude, that's a white chick, that's a white dude.
I don't know if I see the whole police line, but yeah, that guy does look Hispanic. Most of these guys look Hispanic.
Hispanic.
That
He's
bald guy's a
Hispanic.
white guy.
That is he?
I think it's a white guy. I think the guy next
might
to him
be.
is also a white guy. But I do think that fourth guy is also Hispanic.
This guy is Hispanic. I'm just saying that it's a very diverse police force, which I find interesting. But yeah, of course you have like these kind of like, she's got the same posture. This is like the Jan, the Jan, or no, the Jan versus Marsha. This is the Jan pose. Like it's very like beta female posture. Look at this one who's just like leaning in.
Yeah, leaning forward at a cop, doing the fucking Michael Jackson.
Yeah. But so this is what the standoff looked like from the air. It wasn't like a huge thing.
So you ever done close to a man?
That's what soy over. Yeah.
Dude,
But-
I am a certified twink, IRL. But goddamn.
And then we go to New York, where a bunch of city officials decided to basically get into the thick of it and get arrested along with and they're doing it absolutely for like leftist clout. They're leftist clout chasing essentially. Cynthia Nixon's daughter Steph Moses, who identifies as a man, of course she does, is going on a hunger strike for Gaza, but really for attention. So this is, yeah, whatever. Maybe Nixon offspring is blah 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 blah.
Good old post-fetal alcohol syndrome on display.
So, self-righteous tweets posted to presume the expectation. So this is like Gaza related. It all kicked off last year with the No Kings anti-Trump protest, which is a social mixer for boomer hippies. Did it mean anything like its predecessor, the Pink Pussy Hat marches? That's what I keep comparing things to. I compare everything because this is like the pinnacle to me. Was the women's marches. Like those were legit. Those were fucking legit. This was a collective tantrum against a duly elected president and maybe a guarantee that participants would get in their 10,000 steps for the day.
Dude, New York Post is fucking goddamn.
Oh yeah, New York Post has a lot of base writers in it, 100%. So this is Lander, who's like a city comptroller. Brad Lander. He was arrested by ICE because
what's a comptroller?
Comptroller, I don't fucking know. It's some mid-level government position, though. Let's see. Lander thought it would be a profile in courage, but it produced a series of unbelievable images that made him look like the town drunk, being hauled out of his local watering hole for getting handsy with a waitress. In one, his bulging eyes roll back into his head. He resembled Rodney Dangerfield. No respect. He was sprung by Governor Kathy Hochul. He was only visit New York City for photo ops. Yeah, she's never there. Who can forget her riding in the subway to tout its safety? On the same day, a woman was incinerated by an illegal immigrant on the F train. Yeah, I remember that. You remember that story?
I do remember that story.
Yeah, so she did like a photo op to demonstrate that the subways were safe on the same day that happened. So, it's very much like one of those like literally fire but peaceful protest kind of moments, where like they claim one thing and the opposite is happening in the same shot of the background. So this time, our Democratic Gov marched into the federal building and collected Lander, who was released without charges. She then tweeted a photo of them defiantly walking together, captured with the state slogan "Excelsior," Latin for "ever upward." In Hokulese, it translates to empty political posturing. Yeah, that seems to be a theme of the left. I think probably one of the most famous example in recent years was when they all took a knee in the support of the George Floyd thing, and they all wore like the African colors. You remember that when like a bunch of Democrat senators like all collectively took a knee in the Capitol building, and they all had like African scarves to show like solidarity and stuff like that. And then it turned out that the colors that they were wearing was for the country who was like most responsible for like selling slaves to Portugal and Spain and Europe, for the transatlantic slave trade.
Scarves.
Yeah, it was like the most slaver.
These people don't know anything.
They don't know fucking anything.
They're just
It's all just
Like,
theater.
Yeah.
They're all a bunch of fucking theater
A
kids.
comptroller oversees the accounting and financial reporting in a government body. Scroll back up. I want to see his nose. Checks out.
It checks out. Totally checks out. That's him.
Yep, that
Yeah,
checks
that
out for sure.
Totally checks out. Wow.
Never fails.
What's his
Never
name?
fails.
What's his name again? His name Brad Lander.
More like Brad Lunder.
Landerberg. After his publicity stunt, Lander was greeted like a conquering hero by lefty loonies, including public advocate Juane Williams, and absentee Lieutenant Governor Anthony Delgado, who posted a photo of himself hugging the candidate and touting his courage.
Oh no.
Do these people know that we can't even buy toothpaste in the city without buzzing a worker to unlock it? But they got their photo op. Our politicians are severely misguided. They regularly pledge to fight against Trump rather than fighting for everyday New Yorkers to have order and an affordable city. The rotten cherry on top was Mom Donnie, a political novice but a seasoned performer. So I think Mom Donnie is like the outright communist that's currently running to be the mayor of New York, I think. And he's very like AOC-esque in his antics and, you know, photo ops and, you know, political stunts and shit like that. Very, very reminiscent of AOC. He tried to blunt a blossoming new anti-Semitic scandal fueled by his use of the phrase "globalize the Intifada." But he's like, you know, very much an advocate of like, you know, nothing is ever the issue. Everything, it's, you know, nothing is ever the issue. The issue is always the omni issue. You know what I mean? It's always like,
Yeah.
that leftist, you know, just miasma of the issue. It's always the same issue, just implied to different things. If the more threat of political violence is an abomination, full stop. Just ask Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, who had his house burned in an attack police said was driven by anti-Semitism, or the families of the young couple killed outside of the Capitol Jewish Museum in D.C., allegedly by a man who said, "I did it for Gaza." Sort of that guy who threw Molotov cocktails into a crowd at what was it? Was it Boulder, Colorado, where it happened? Some like you know, Palestinian or whatever decided to throw Molotov cocktails into crowds and ended up burning a bunch of people up in Boulder, Colorado.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So that happened. But yeah, this shit's still happening across New York, happening in Portland, it's happening in Seattle, it's happening in LA still. It's still ongoing, all these shenanigans. But it's also interesting how, despite all this, Trump actually is getting the job done. So in just 5 months, the U.S. illegal immigrant population has dropped an estimated 1 million. So despite,
Holy fuck.
and so this is despite the fact that it's reported, like ICE reports like how many deportations they made, right? And I think it's somewhere around like 200, 300,000 up until now since the beginning of Trump's presidency, which isn't a lot in the grand scheme, but like people forget that a lot of people have self-deported.
Yeah, dude, I totally forgot he did that whole like if you self-deport they give you money.
Yeah, if you
Hey,
use that
Which
app.
is so genius. That's so genius, dude.
I don't know the number of people that
like-
actually did that, but I have a feeling that a lot of people took him up on that.
Do you want to go ahead do you want to go ahead and read the next next little paragraph?
Yeah, it's partly the high-profile arrests and expulsions of child molesters and murderers, of course, but also an enormous number of self-deportations as illegal migrants realize their odds of staying are dropping fast. This good news also suggests that Trump's instincts were sound when he recently called for a slowdown in workplace raids, which anyway doesn't seem to be capturing the most recent border jumpers. And that's talking about this. So Trump basically is tacitly stated that he would grant amnesty to illegal immigrants that are working in the agricultural sector, which
Okay.
covers roughly 2 million of them. He basically gave amnesty to like 2 million illegal immigrants, essentially. Um, so the new policy is a form of administrative amnesty for illegal workers in those industries. As with any amnesty, the recipients are allowed to remain in the U.S. for now. However, their new status comes not from Congress changing the
Agriculture,
law.
restaurant, hotel industries.
Basically, service and backbreaking work. Basically, like, again, I was talking to Patho about this, how the Democrats just want like a permanent slave class of people in this country to just clean their toilets and mow their
Well,
lawns and trim their bushes.
What
and
is
shit.
amnesty?
Well, amnesty is like forgiveness, essentially.
Okay. How does that work as far as getting them to no longer be illegal?
It doesn't. Which is why it says for now. He's saying, I'm not going to go after you for now, basically, is what it says. I mean, this is very, very much like the Dreamer situation all over again. Or if you remember that, like, we're all like the children of illegal immigrants and stuff like that. They're called Dreamers. There's like a few million of these kids that were born in this country, grew up in this country, but they're not citizens because they're born to illegal immigrants. But I guess they are citizens, kind of, because of the magic dirt bullshit.
Well, so I thought that was for kids that are not born here, but came here as like babies.
Oh, that's right. That's what it is. Yeah, they weren't born here, so they are illegal immigrants, but they had no choice in the matter because they were toddlers
That's it.
that were brought over
Yeah.
by illegal immigrant parents. That's right. That's what the Dreamers are. So they don't really know anything outside. They're the illegal immigrants that know no other country. You know, that's like what the Dreamers are. And they were granted amnesty by Obama, but it's just like, they're still technically illegally here. So you can't just, that's why like the Dreamer Act was such like, they kept trying to pass laws that actually officially make them not illegal, right?
Yeah.
Because you can't just say, granting amnesty is literally just saying that you have broken the law, but we're not going to go after you. That's what amnesty is. So it's still a very wishy-washy thing because it's like, okay, you're not going to go after us until you go after us. You know what I mean? You can change your mind at any point when it comes to amnesty. It's still you don't want to rely on amnesty, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's like it said, the results show that about 12.5% of illegal immigrants are covered under this amnesty thing that he's doing, which is about 2 million of them, which is an insane number. That's only 10%. That means that there's like 25 million or so people that are illegal in this country, which is like an insane number.
A little less than that, but yeah.
I'm just doing napkin math in my head. Sorry. So illegal immigrants may indeed leave voluntarily if they believe their employment opportunities have diminished.
That's right. There's 15.8 million illegal immigrants.
Okay.
So 12.5% is 2 million.
Yeah. Okay. Same logic applies to potential illegal immigrants who are considering a visa overstay or an unauthorized border crossing. Tough talk about enforcement may have deterred them before, but now they know that once here, they can stay as long as they find a protected job. Again, until they can't anymore, until the amnesty is revoked. Amnesty is a one-way street. It doesn't require that both sides sign a contract. It's literally, I have every right to go after you. I'm just not going to right now.
Yeah.
That's all amnesty is. It is not something to rely on. And that's the thing, because people also forget that, like, the amount of border crossings from Mexico into the United States has also basically gone to zero. Like, nobody is crossing the border. Which is also, like...
The best way to, like, fix this issue now is, like, once you get rid of all people you want to get rid of out, right? And, like, you have no one else coming in illegally, right? You've stopped the bleeding.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's time to get to recovery, and what recovery looks like is helping the people that are here that we've agreed to let stay no longer be illegal, right? So that the negatives of them being here is, for the most part, gone, and they can compete fairly with the working class Americans, right? For labor, right? So that Americans can actually compete for labor. Right, as opposed to just being,
this is
having labor completely taken over, right? And then And then after that, it's just like, and I think the best way to do that is to like, without slowing down the existing process for people that are trying to come in the legal way, is
Mhm.
to just, again, I keep saying this, but like the biggest solution, the biggest reason why people come here illegally is because it's, well, so many are not like criminals and they're, actively trying to do so for, drug reasons, right? Or like for gang shit. Right?
Mhm.
The main reason people come here is because they have no choice, typically. It's because they're pressed for time and they can't wait in the system for a decade. The system is so fucking slow. And I know this because I have family that have gone through the system. I have family that have done this, that have been through this process. I have family that started this process as children, became adults before the process was over, and had to restart the process because now they have to go through the process as an adult instead of a child.
Yeah.
Which is fucking stupid. It's so stupid. That
Yeah.
like it's like you like why do you have to just restart the entire process between
The
adults
process
and
is such a
children?
burden that it
why
incentivizes
is it
people to
so
not follow it.
exactly? And so that's the problem, right? So
Well, that's a problem because there's also talk of the need to actually to reduce legal migration as well, because the workforce is so strained, and whenever you have like a mass, dump of workers into a workforce, it just we increase the supply.
yeah.
You flood a supply of workers that then
Here's the
the
thing,
value of each worker goes down, and you're just driving wages down for everybody.
Here's the thing though. Hold on, here's the thing though. The number of workers is like the amount of workers versus work is strained in specifically these fields, right? Just to make that very clear, because there's like a worker shortage in like all sorts of different places, right? There's tons of places that are like, yeah, we can't find anyone to work here. Yeah, we can't find anyone to work here. Blah blah blah. I see that all the fucking time, especially after COVID, because a lot of people found out that working online is comfy,
Oh yeah.
right? Post-COVID, there's like a huge worker shortage in all sorts of different fields. The issue is that you can't get into those fields as an illegal.
Right.
So legalizing them and then bringing them here legally wouldn't be a problem because they could actually fill those positions that aren't being filled, that are actual, not, shitty labor positions that Americans also just aren't doing, right? Or that there just aren't enough Americans to cover because Americans typically go for like other jobs and stuff like that, right? Like, or people work for Bob or whatever, right? Like
Well, that's why you make high school kids do it. I've
Yeah.
always said that you just make high school kids do all the cotton
But
picking.
even high school kids are fucking. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. But what I was getting at is that like, there are absolutely fields of labor that are low supply with laborers, right? With people to do those jobs that aren't the typical immigrant jobs. The reason why immigrants go into those jobs is because they don't have a choice. That's just the option that they have, right? It's not because that's just the only thing they're good at. Right? And so when you legalize them, they're able to go into those other fields. So that does fix a problem. And on top of that, when they're legal, more immigrants are likely to actually start businesses than if they're not. Which is why you see such a big boom in Miami with Cuban businesses.
Cuban businesses, yeah.
Right. And it's because oftentimes Cubans come in and they have that special rule where they're legal if they touch the ground or whatever.
Yeah, because they're just anybody escaping from Cuba is a de facto asylum, like legitimate asylum seeker. So it's just
exactly.
Yeah.
If you fucking hop on a fucking raft and put your life into the hands of the fucking sea and like the currents to hopefully take you to Florida, right? You're not just doing that for no reason.
Right.
You don't get and not just that, but like for the most part, Cuba just doesn't have a whole lot of crime because people don't really have like they have crime like petty crime like theft and stuff like that. And people will like steal things, but it's usually like out of necessity and shit. You don't really have like violent crime in Cuba. People don't really murder each other in Cuba because there's just no weapons. But yeah, it's like that's how you end up with like big booms where like because a lot of these immigrants, especially like Latinos, like very much have a get things done sort of mentality, and I do think that does extend to like Latinos from South America. It's not just a Caribbean thing. It's not just a Cuban thing, right? There are a lot of people that have amazing ideas for businesses that don't just there's people that are gonna come in here. They're not just gonna take up labor. They're going to make jobs as well. Something to also consider. Right. So I do see your point on like bringing in people legally will still add more people to like the labor force. That while that is true, those people will not necessarily be stuck into the same labor force that is currently full. Right. Those people will actually have the opportunity to work other jobs, and some of those people also have the opportunity to also make new jobs.
We have to also remember that like this isn't limited to just like immigration from south of the border, because that whole thing about like we need to limit legal migration as well came from the initial like rift in MAGA when it came to like the green card workers from India, like the flood of Indians into the tech fields and stuff like that. How like because like an Indian will get over here, get into the system, and then they'll work way up to some bullshit middle management job, and then they'll only hire other Indians, essentially, because they're a bunch of racist tribalists. And so you end up with nothing but Indians in these tech fields, and they literally will not hire you if you are of a different race. And so you have like all of these local US people.
Where did the equity go?
What?
Where did the fucking equity, equal opportunity fucking checklist go, huh?
Again,
what happened to that? Does it apply to the Indians?
Well, they don't believe in that as a principle. That's that's the thing, that whenever a leftist claims something to be a principle to follow, they don't believe it's a principle. It's merely a political weapon. It's a tool to them, which is why they don't care about hypocrisy. They don't care about hypocrisy because they don't see it. They claim it to be a principle because you care about principles, but they don't care about principles. They see it as just another tool in their toolbox that they can, pull out and weaponize or put back in the toolbox as needed. But that's besides the point. The whole thing is the whole H-1B visa thing was like basically like Indians are like flooding like these white collar workforces, and it's driving and the universities are doing it too, because tuition is more expensive for foreigners than it is for locals. And so universities actually have an incentive to accept like some Indian whose college tuition is being paid for by the Indian government in some way anyway, to accept that Indian instead of a local American person. And so the universities get flooded with Indians and Chinese, state-funded people, and they're all like mediocre people who can't even speak English. They get on ChatGPT to write all the essays because they don't know how to speak English, and they get unleashed into the workforce with these degrees. And then they get hired by fellow Indians and Chinese people that are already in the companies, and so you end up with this mediocre non-English speaking workforce dominating a bunch of these fields, and it's a massive fucking problem. And this was like a big falling out with what the hell is his name? He was like the guy that was going to go into Doge along with Elon Musk, but he pulled out at the last minute. He was a presidential candidate. The hell is that guy's name? He's trying to be governor of Ohio right now.
Something Ramaswamy, something like that.
Vivek Ramaswamy, thank you. Yeah, he wants to be governor of Ohio, I think. But like he was like an advocate for like the H-1B visas, and like MAGA like fucking cut his throat for it. They're like, no, we're fucking sick of like the indigenous population, no matter what the race of the indigenous population is, getting replaced by fucking foreigners on H-1B visas in these fields. We're sick of universities being flooded with, foreigners instead of locals. You know what I mean? Because the universities get another 10 grand per year from a foreigner than they do from a local. There's all these incentives to basically just replace local workers with foreigners. And those foreigners are flooding in from places like India and China. And it's a problem. So there's a lot of nuance to this immigration question, whether it be legal or illegal. Okay. That's all the updates I had. I just wanted to highlight just a few cities and just let you know that it's all still happening. Next, we got to catch up on Israel versus Iran and the potential for American involvement in it, which is boomer's gonna boomer. So back on the 17th, Trump over on Truth Social, which I think only Donald Trump uses. I don't know if anybody else is on Truth Social except for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's like nobody else there except him. I don't know why he doesn't just come back to. I don't know why he doesn't just come back to Twitter.
He does post to Twitter sometimes.
So I think he gets retweets Truth Social posts though. But
I
anyway,
think you're right.
he takes screenshots of a Truth Social post and he gets retweets it on Twitter. That's all he uses it for. But anyway, he tweeted out unconditional surrender regards to Iran, and everybody's and all of MAGA was just like, "What the fuck,
Fans
bro?"
obligations to stay on truth. Ah.
So, oh, that's true. He does want to sell it, doesn't he? Yeah, whatever. But
Yeah. So, yeah, you're saying?
yeah, so he tweeted this out, and that got MAGA up in a tizzy because a lot of people. One of the reasons that they voted for Trump is because in his first term, there is like the first presidency in fucking forever where no new wars were started. And one of the, and one of them he got the ball rolling on ending, which was the Afghan thing that Biden ended up botching, but whatever. And so everybody's like, he's like a peaceful president and all this other kind of stuff. So when Israel pops off
He's
in
focused
Iran,
on national affairs rather than international affairs, right?
yeah,
Or,
I mean,
or rather, he's focused on his own nation, right? Better
Mhm.
said, he's focused on the home front. But it's just like, yeah, this is one of those things where I was told about this by Patho because I've been off Twitter totally,
Mhm.
and I was like, well, that fucking sucks.
yeah,
And she was like, yeah, and I was like, I mean, yeah, that's not what people that voted for him voted for. Absolutely not. That's like the first thing where it's like, okay, yeah, I see you on this one.
yeah, I swear
know,
to, yeah,
I
swear.
agree. That sucks, and we're not into that.
Mm-hmm. Well, like the only other one was like the Operation Warp Speed with the COVID vaccine shit that Trump kicked off. That was like the first big kind of like break he had with his base, and I think this is the second big one. Now he has cooled off, which we'll get to. He has cooled off on this, but he was like, I swear to God, it's like it's in the blood of every boomer in America to just be gung ho about everything Israel does, no matter what. It's like Trump's like this, I want to be peaceful, I want to negotiate, and then like Israel kicks off and like that boomer pro-Israel blood in him that he has no control over just kicks in and takes over his lizard brain, and he's like, yeah, go Israel, kill them all. It's like, I swear to God, like it's like the boomers just cannot escape this Israel obsession. So he tweeted this out on the 17th. And then Israel proceeded to bomb the shit out of facilities and assassinate a whole bunch of top Iranian military generals, nuclear scientists, politicians, etc. They are basically targeting everyone except the supreme leader.
I see.
Yeah. So this was as of the 19th, which is 2 days ago, where the Iranians struck back.
Collective guilt over what the Germans did? I don't think so.
I don't think it
if
is.
you follow the rabbit hole, you'll find. If you follow the rabbit hole.
Yeah, exactly. Doom's had it's far from perfect, but he had the best foreign policy record. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, and yeah, he is working on Congo and Rwanda. That is another thing he's working on. It's just a shame to see him do this. But again, to his credit, he has backed off of that, and he's given a 2-week, reposed essentially, where he's evaluating deals and stuff like that. I think that's because MAGA really got on his ass for it. But we'll get to that. Yeah. Let me get to what's happened in the conflict itself. So back on the 19th, the Iranians launched a big counterattack against Israel. They got through the Iron Dome and they hit an Israeli hospital and several residential buildings. But Israel easily is doing literally an order of magnitude more damage to the Iranians. This is a very lopsided conflict right now. Russia and China have signaled support for Iran, but it's very, very milquetoast. It doesn't really have a lot of teeth. And things are
I wonder how those missiles are getting past the Iron Dome.
Well, it's just quantity.
Yeah.
It's
It's
literally
like,
just yeah, it's just they're literally just running out of missiles, or they can't reload them fast enough, essentially.
I see.
And they're also doing like because we covered this a few months ago when the Iranians remember there was like a little Iranians just out of nowhere shot some missiles and like 2 or 3 of them got it wasn't 2 or 3 it's like a dozen of them actually got through and hit the ground.
Yeah.
And how they like basically like did it in like a certain wave pattern that allowed a few of them to get through the dome. I can't remember the specifics of it.
Yeah, dude.
I mean, the Iron Dome is still very much doing its job for the most part. So it's just like maybe like 2 or 3% of these missiles are actually getting through. So this is as of literally today. 3 Iranian Revolutionary Guard commanders killed in strikes, including the founder of regime's plan to destroy Israel. So Israel is doing a much better job of cutting the head off the snake per se. Even if you think it's a even if you think it's a 2-headed snake, one of the heads is doing a better job of cutting off the other head than the other way around. But yeah, they've been doing what are called decapitation strikes, which is almost like a miniature bunker buster, where it'll be like it'll be like a missile that doesn't explode on impact.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I covered it last week with
It was
Tayfo.
last week, but I showed up at the end of it.
Oh,
Can't
okay,
remember.
yeah, gotcha. Okay.
I showed up at the end of one of the last weeks.
And then we have this big strike on the nuclear site that Israel just did. And we actually, this is the most recent kill count that I could find. So far, 24 have died in Israel. 430 people have died in Iran. So this is where it's very clearly a lopsided conflict. So a key nuclear site in Iran's Isfahan province. This is like the southwest province.
It's like an 18 KD, dude.
Yeah, right? Fucking spectacular. They should fucking sign up for a tournament or something. But I think that Isfahan is like, it shares a border with Iraq, I believe. So it's like right there on the northwest edge of the country. So it's like the closest target possible for Israel, essentially. So they hit that. This is what it looks like at a glance. This is what the Iranian economy basically looks like. So you can see it's got 92 million people, which isn't. Oh, I mean, I actually thought it would be more than this, but whatever. GDP is $500 billion, which is also more than I thought it would be. But no casualties reported in the Isfahan attack. But anyway, yeah, they're striking nuclear sites. Israel is basically beating the shit out of Iran right now. And again, Russia and China have shown support to Iran, but China is very much a paper tiger right now. And Russia is spread way too thin because they're already spread thin on the Ukraine border. There ain't no way that they're going to put boots on the ground in Iran as well. There's no fucking way that's going to happen. North Korea has also signaled support for Iran, but again, who cares?
As much as like I'm not the biggest fan of Israel personally, I do have to respect them for like surviving in that neck of the woods, dude.
Oh, dude,
like they're just surrounded by enemies, you know.
That's the thing. Like, yeah, you can think of whatever you want to think about Israel. There's some hard ass motherfuckers. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason that every single person in Israel has to serve 2 years in the IDF. So,
yeah,
it's crazy to think that like Gal Gadot, who played Wonder Woman, served 2 years in the IDF. You know, you know. And then so that's the latest of what's happened. I also know that like parts of a lot of the leadership has fled the country as well. They fled to Russia. The supreme leader has, I think he is holed up in a bunker somewhere in Tehran, which is why. Where is it? This is happening. B-2 bombers are basically getting moved into range attack because these would be the bombers that would drop bunker busters essentially. So if for any reason, it escalates to the point where they decide to pull the trigger and go after the supreme leader, that's what these are for. They're also there to to drop nuclear payloads. I have a feeling that we're not going to be dropping nukes on Tehran, especially since like Israel itself has signaled that they actually want the Iranian people to revolt against, the regime. Like they've said that their enemy is not Iran. Their enemy is like the dictatorship that currently runs Iran. So I don't see nukes dropping on Tehran because the people who are trying to hurt Tehran right now are people who understand that the people aren't the enemy. So I don't think nukes are going to enter the question here, enter the equation here, unless something, unless it escalates further, if Russia gets involved, and then you're in World War III territory, and especially if you drop nukes, the moment you drop a nuke, you're in World War III. Like, you're there, no matter what. So I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think any country wants that right now, or ever. NDA says that their intelligence community is also pretty insane. Yeah, that's what they call the Mossad. Mossad is legendary for the ops that they run. Just look at like a history of the Mossad of the Mossad. It's wild the shit that they pulled off. I mean, they're like CIA levels of like, holy shit, dude. There's some clever Jews in that organization. Underground nuclear facility beneath a mountain. Many of the better bunker busters are actually nuclear. Yeah, that's true. I mean, if there was a nuke, it wouldn't be used necessarily to kill people. It would be used to damage key infrastructure and nuclear ambitions. That's what it would be used for.
I do remember the pagers.
The pagers. That was a Mossad op. Oh, the Mossad assisted with that, I should say. But yeah, the Mossad spies are fucking. They know what they're doing. So at this point, we're in week 2. Now, last week, it was stated by several that the Iranian people have a very narrow window. They were saying as little as 72 hours at the time to stage a revolt. But they're not going to stage a revolt while like they're actively getting bombed across the city. So Israel is currently doing these strikes, and what Trump is doing is he gave a 2-week pause. What happened? See here. So this is as of the 18th. Trump says no decision yet on U.S. joining Israel's attacks on Iran after Iran warns it would risk all-out war. Not only that, but like American boots on the ground in Iran would look really bad on Trump. Like his base. I mean, there are parts of his base. There's like the Bill Mitchell parts of his base, like the old neocon part of the base, that are absolutely like, yeah, let's go blast Iran. Hoorah. You know what I mean? Like they'd be totally for Trump going in their boots on the ground, everything. We don't want Iran to get the nuke, which they've been saying is like 1 week away for like the last 30 years. Yada, yada, yada. But there is a very, very large portion of Trump's base that would absolutely jump off the Trump train if he put boots on the ground in Iran.
Yeah.
So there's also this thing about him talking with Steve Bannon. Do you remember who Steve Bannon is?
No. Yes.
Okay. Steve Bannon was
Vaguely.
he was like a close advisor. He came from the Breitbart News organization. He became like a high level advisor for Trump during his first term. They had a falling out. They had a falling out. He got fired from his job, and then
He's
now
like a homeless guy.
yeah, he kind of does look like a homeless guy. He had to do a prison term, or he is in the middle of doing a prison term, something like that, for things related to January 6th. And he does like a weird like talk show on Mike Lindell, the My Pillow Guy's television network. So that's who Steve Bannon is. So apparently he had lunch with Trump, and everybody's saying that like that's where Bannon basically like told Trump like, if you go forward with what you say you're going to do with Iran, you're politically done because MAGA will revolt against you. But Trump already made the decision to cool off before he had that lunch. So it says, by the time President Donald Trump and MAGA podcaster Steve Bannon sat down for lunch on Thursday, the president had already approved a plan on how the U.S. might attack an Iranian nuclear facility. American diplomats and their family members were being offered military evacuation from Israel, while the military began moving aircraft and ships to the region. The USS Nimitz, an aircraft carrier that can carry some 60 fighter jets, was set to arrive in the Middle East by the weekend with several smaller ships by its side. So he's moving in, basically. But he had already basically made this decision to like, okay, initially, I wanted to make a deal. That was what the 60 days was for. Back in March, I told Iran, you have 60 days. The Israel attack, the initial one, happened on day 61 because they didn't come to the table. So Trump sort of basically at this point, he's like, okay, 2 weeks. Let's get this done.
Let me just.
Wait, what? Say that again? Hello? Uh-oh. What's it disappeared? Lindsey Graham needs to be primaried. Or, dude, half the Republican party needs to be primaried. At least. Back in the 60s, there was an arms embargo against Israel. Mossad used a female seductress to steal the full plans of the French Mirage fighter so they could build their own fighters. Fuck. I'm telling you, man. Like you put like your opinions aside and just look at the pure like technical ability of the Mossad. I mean, it is like probably the best, like up there with the CIA in like what its like competence level for bullshit is. You know what I mean? Yeah, Lindsey Graham. God, dude. There's all these old neocon warhawks that are still like, hangers on in the Republican Party that just, I'm telling you, man, it's this boomer generation. 10 more years. In 10 years, the boomers will be either retired or dead. And then we can finally move on from this, like, post World War II, post Cold War, post 9/11, fucking, bullshit paradigm. Police the world fucking paradigm. I can't wait. I really don't want I don't want the boomers to be in charge anymore. The Mirage sucks, though. I wouldn't know. I'm not a military guy. Like, I had the during the last stream, I had the military parade on, like, in the corner, and people in chat were like, "Oh, I think it's cool that they do this and this that." I'm just like, I have no clue. I'm not a military guy. I don't know these things. I went to military school for a year, but I did it to play baseball. I didn't care about anything else.
What I miss?
I was just talking about how, like, the crazy shit that the Mossad has pulled off over the years.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah, it's wild. I was just telling chat how, like, I think that the only, like, spy agency in the world that can compare to the Mossad is the CIA in terms of, like, how competent they are at shenanigans,
Yeah.
Let's see. So basically, he's been like President Trump, I should say, has been in the Situation Room like almost 24/7. He came out for a brief period to put up some new flagpoles in the yard, literally to touch grass. The break from his Iran meetings lasted about an hour, a moment for the president to literally touch grass in the South Lawn amid the most consequential period of decision making in his term so far. Yeah, I would say so. This is a very like legacy defining kind of situation here for him.
Yeah.
He dictated a statement to his press secretary Carolyn Leavitt announcing he would hold off ordering a strike on Iran for up to 2 weeks to see if a diplomatic resolution was possible. The decision was revealed after another meeting in the Situation Room where the president had spent much of his week reviewing attack plans and quizzing officials about the potential consequences of each. After steadily ratcheting up his martial rhetoric, including issuing an urgent warning to evacuate the 10 million residents of Iran's capital. That is true. There was an evacuation order on the entire capital. Trump's deferment provides the president some breathing room as he continues to work through options presented by his military officials over the past several days. The thing about this, though, is that Israel isn't stopping. Israel is going to continue to hammer on Tehran. Like, they're not stopping. They're ready for a prolonged conflict, like hot conflict with Iran at this point. So And honestly, I don't even think that Israel even needs U.S. support to be able to pull it off because Iran is also very much a paper tiger.
Yeah.
So again, with this fucking this,
Like,
yeah, exactly. That I'm very much of that mentality. I'm like that way with Ukraine and Russia. I'm like that way with Israel and Palestine, and I'm like that this way with Israel and Iran. I was like this way with India and Pakistan. Like, I'm very much of the let them fight mentality at this point. So it also allows more time for the divergent factions of his own party to make their case directly to the president for and against the strike, as they have been urgently doing it since it became clear Trump was seriously considering dropping bombs on Iran's nuclear facilities. The president has refused to pick a side in public and spent the last week alternating between militaristic threats issued on social media and private concerns that a military strike he orders could drag the U.S. into prolonged war. Yeah, I don't want to fucking end another forever war in fucking Iran. Please? Can we please stop this fucking cycle? Around the Situation Room table, he has relied principally on his CIA Director John Ratcliffe and Joint Chiefs Chairman General Dan Kane to discuss his options. According to people familiar with the matter, his foreign envoy Steve Witkoff has been corresponding with Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi to determine if room exists to restart the diplomacy that has been deadlocked before Israel began its campaign last week. A lot of what could happen in Iran is hinging on this one dude, this Steve Witkoff dude. He's a very, very pivotal person in this whole thing.
by the way, Bear said he DM'd you something relevant if you hadn't seen it yet.
Oh, let me see here. Okay, it looks like Trump went ahead and did the strike on nuclear. We have completed a very successful attack. Wow, this just happened. This just happened like a half an hour ago. We have completed our very successful attack on the 3 nuclear sites in Iran, including Fordow, Natanz.
Half an hour ago. That was posted
June 21st.
Oh no, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
My bad.
And
I forget that. I was like, that was posted 30 minutes in the future.
Yeah. All planes are now
My bad.
outside of Iran airspace. A full payload of bombs was dropped on the primary site for Dow. All planes are safely on their way home. Congratulations to our great American warriors. There is not another military in the world that could have done this. Now is the time for peace. Thank you for your attention in this matter. I don't think
What?
I don't think this was a good idea. This is the thing. Like, where do you
We bombed
stand?
them 3 times. Now is the time for peace.
This
I mean,
doesn't.
to be fair, we kind of did that with Japan. So
Well, this is also like what he did in Syria. Like when he bombed that airport in Syria. Remember that during his first term?
yeah,
He was like, it was basically like, your fate is in our hands. Come to the table or else, kind of attitude.
yeah.
Which I
So-
mean,
Some villain says, "Oh shit, they hit Fordo. That's the nuclear facility underneath the mountain." Holy fuck!
I hope there's
Why do you
video
say
of it.
including Fordo, Natanz, and Esfand? There was only 3 of them. What do you mean including? You mean
Yeah, right?
specifically?
You named all 3 of them.
Yeah.
This is Trump. He's not the most grammatically talented person.
Fair.
So, okay, this is the thing. Like Trump is losing. He's gonna lose a significant portion of his base because of this.
Oh yeah.
Like, dude,
Do you want to really quickly click on the delusional takes poll to see what the votes look like?
do you support this? As what is your political? I would say,
Yeah,
yeah, that's about what I expected actually.
that seems right.
No, you can't see this whole thing.
No, they can see it. They can see it.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it being cut off is actually funnier. That's funny. Fuck, the Jews just pulled us into the desert again. Yeah, fucking Jews, bro. Sick of 'em.
yeah,
Sick of 'em.
I swear to God, dude, Israel is just like yanking all the boomers into oblivion. Like Trump is in political trouble with this. Guaranteed. Like, there's a bunch of his base that are... Now, here's the thing, though, is that, like, even if... Because I guarantee you Trump's poll numbers are about to go down. Guaranteed.
Yeah.
Because of this. Not to say it's still going to be higher than the Democrats, because the Democrats are, like, in, like, the low 20s right now. Like, low to mid 20s. So, it's not like... people still are still going to prefer Trump over the Democrats, but... Trump's going to suffer for this politically. He's definitely going to be using some political capital on this one. God, man, we'll see. I don't know. It's also interesting that this is it. That Pakistan has nominated Trump for a Nobel Peace Prize. This is recent. This is now. This was posted today. This article.
Pakistan nominates Trump for Nobel Peace.
This is this is a series of words. I read this headline so many times, chat. I read this so many times, and I'm just like, I don't think this is going to age well with the current conflict. And lo and behold, it hasn't. Now that this just happened, they probably going to rescind it after this one. Yeah, I read this headline like a dozen times.
Yeah, I
Pakistan,
read it again. I'm sorry. Who's nominating Trump for Nobel Peace?
Yeah, like Pakistan nominates. It's like my brain just can't like. It's like my brain has got like something stuck in the gear. And it's just like, ka-ching, 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 like the gear can't just turn all the way around.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly, yeah.
like that's what my brain feels like reading this live. I just can't wrap my brain around this thing. The government praised Trump for leveraging his pivotal leadership in May when several days of cross-border strikes marked the worst regional fighting between the two. Oh, this is why. It's because he was able to cool the jets of the Indians fucking wiping out Pakistan. So, this intervention stands as a testament to his role as a genuine peacemaker and his commitment to conflict resolution through dialogue, which he did. That's the thing, though. It's like unconditional surrender.
That is his record. That is his record.
It's like unconditional surrender. I'm gonna wait 2 weeks. But we bombed them. We planned to bomb them, their nuclear sites, before I made the decision. But so we're still gonna go through with those strikes during the 2 weeks. And now I don't know. It's like I don't know what Trump is like. I wrap my brain around what Trump is thinking right now. Like he just keeps to just flip-flopping like crazy on like what he wants to do. Like, do you want to bomb them into oblivion, or do you want to give them 2 weeks to make a deal? I don't know.
¿Por qué no los dos?
It's very frustrating. So,
¿Por qué no los dos?
I don't know. He deserves it. Yeah, that is true. Obama got his. Trump is just as worthy, if not far more. I would agree with you, Bear. Trump is way more worthy of getting a Nobel Peace Prize than Obama was. Mr. Drone Striker in Chief, if you remember that. And Deporter in Chief, by the way. And people forget that Obama was like really anti-illegal immigrant and deported millions of illegal immigrants. Like, he was called the Deporter and Drone Striker in Chief for a reason. But yeah, I don't know, man. It was actually hard to like get all this stuff. You can see I keep going back and forth even now in these tabs because I'm just like, this happened on this day, and then this happened. But then, like, I read something that looks like it should have happened, like, right after this. But it didn't. It happened.
It was
Obama. Yeah, so I'm just... Obama. Yeah, exactly. So, I don't know. Trump is... he's looking very indecisive with this. I can appreciate the whole 2-week thing, but, like, going through with these strikes makes it look like the 2 weeks thing means nothing. Like, I don't... Like, it doesn't sound like he wants a deal. It sounds like he wants unconditional surrender. He's calling it a deal, but this is what he's actually after. He's saying, do what we want you to do or else. That's not a deal, no matter how you slice it. So, I think he's trying to have his cake and eat it too in this case, and it's not going to work for him. I think that Trump is fucking up his foreign policy legacy with this one. So,
It's rough.
shame. It's a shame. But that's all I really had on the updates with Israel, Iran. I can't really show a lot of video because the video is just like violence, you know.
Yeah.
So,
Boom.
yeah. I mean, it's spectacular to watch, but you can go on Twitter and find it all. So, okay, let's move out of the Israel-Iran conflict. Let me switch tabs actually, because I have a whole other window for everything else. I do have one more thing I want to do an update on. Yeah, share it with you first. Come on. Go. Up here. Go. So we have an update on that Air India flight that killed like 241 people.
Okay.
And the one black Brit was like the one guy who survived in seat 11A. Can you imagine? Dude, that has got to be the most severe case of survivor's guilt you could possibly get. It's being the one guy who survives a plane crash that killed 250 people. Like, so we went over this last week. You were here for this one, right? Hello?
No.
You weren't here for this? Okay, so do you want me to show you the footage again? Did you see the footage of
Yeah.
this?
I don't think so.
Oh, you need to see the footage of this. Da-da-da-da. Now everybody's like doing interviews with the survivor and stuff like that, so it's harder to find raw footage of it. We go to Twitter. It'll be easier on Twitter. I could just bring it up. I have it in the Discord feed as well. I could bring it up from there. Okay, there's one view of it. So this was the very first bit of footage that came out for it, right here. Let me make sure that the other here.
Jesus. And someone lived?
Man, that guy had a really calm response now that I'm watching this again. Say again?
And someone lived?
Yeah, someone lived. One guy lived through this. He actually walked out of the crash. Which is incredible.
That's crazy.
Yeah, like, he had to wonder, like, how the hell did anybody survive that? And then there was a later video that got released about it. If I can find that. Come on. It's harder to find now. You know what? I'm just going to find it in the Discord because I know it's there. This is a camera from a security camera at the airport, I think.
One of the fucking replies to Trump's post, by the way, sorry to
Go for it.
Backtrack a little bit, is from the Stone Tossers, and it's of two purple aliens saying, "Take us to your leader," and it's the president being like, "Welcome, it's my honor as president of the United States," Aliens cut him off. They go, haha, good one. They go back to the car. It's like the limo. They open it and they say, shalom.
Yeah. This is it. Yeah, got it. Okay. This is the other one. So this is a security camera that caught it as well. There's no sound to this, so. It just goes down, 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 down. Then. Boom.
Oof. Jesus.
I mean, this is like when this is right after takeoff when this happens. So it's at its absolute heaviest, the fullest the gas tank is ever going to be. You know, like the worst possible time for the crash to happen. So they said that Air India has revealed that one of the two engines of the doomed Boeing 787 Dreamliner flight that crashed seconds after taking off from Ahmedabad Airport was new, and the other wasn't due for service until the end of the year. The right engine was a new engine put in March 2025. The left engine was last serviced in 2023 and was due for its next maintenance check in December 2025. So, of course, this is a Boeing, so it's yet another stain on Boeing. Investigations are underway into how the flight bound for London's Gatwick Airport crashed into a medical student's hostel on Thursday, killing at least 270 people. Yeah, so it landed on a hostel full of medical students. So it killed 241 people on the plane, and now the death toll of people that were like in the building that it crashed into, 30 of those people have died. So
Jesus fuck, dude.
yeah. There are a lot of speculations and a lot of theories, but the fact that I know so far is this particular aircraft, this specific tail, AI-171, has a clean history. So all the experts at the black box recorders will definitely tell the story, so we just have to wait for that. Plane's 2 black boxes have been recovered, allowing for analysis of the cockpit voice recorder, which captures audio including voices. I think the last thing that was said on it was Mayday, Mayday. Alarms and background noises from the cockpit, and the flight data recorder, which logs flight parameters like engine performance and the plane's speed and altitude. It said it'd be at least a month before we had preliminary results. Also, that the flight's captain, Sumit Sambarwal, was very experienced with over 11,500 hours of flying experience behind him, while his first officer, Clive Kunder, had more than 3,400 hours. Yeah. So, they've recovered the black boxes, and the investigation has started. I guess we'll know sometime at the end, near the end of July, what the idea is. Right now, I think the running theory is engine failure. Why they just lost power, stuff like that, which would also maybe. I mean, I know that there's some air, plane nerds in the chat, but one of the more suspicious things that the landing gear never retracted, which they're saying could also be from some kind of power malfunction or something like that that prevented the gear from going up. So who knows, but. The investigation has begun. In kind of related news, there have been a Chinese pilot named Wee Too Low. This is that whole Something Wong thing all over again. But there's been a bunch of balloons that have crashed in Brazil.
No Ting Wong.
This happened on the 16th. A balloon carrying 35 people crashes in the interior of Sao Paulo. No, excuse it because this was translated from Portuguese, so there might be some weird awkwardness here.
Okay.
And the equipment was not authorized to fly. Pilot's airworthiness certificate had expired. The balloon carrying 35 people crashed in a rural area of Capela do Alto. In the interior of Sao Paulo on Sunday morning. A victim in serious condition was rescued but did not survive. The balloon was carrying 33 passengers in addition to the pilot and an assistant. According to the military police, 11 victims with minor injuries were treated at the scene, 6 of whom had bruises and are under observation at a municipal hospital. 2 victims were transferred to the Sorocaba Hospital Center. The other occupants were not found and left the scene before the authorities arrived. The balloon took off in Boituva, a neighboring city where the 38th Brazilian Ballooning Championship, organized by the Brazilian Ballooning Confederation, is taking place. The Confederation reported that the balloon was not part of the championship and was for tourist use, not for sports. CBB also stated that the equipment was not authorized to fly, and the balloonist's airworthiness certificate had expired. The pilot was taken to the police station in the municipality of Tatuí. According to the Confederation, for security reasons, balloon flights in the area were prohibited this Sunday due to weather conditions. The reason for the crash has not yet been clarified and is being investigated by the Regional Service for Investigation and Prevention of Aeronautical Accidents and the Civil Police. So, this is one crash. There was another crash that happened just days later.
It's the same picture.
Oh, wait. Where? There it is. This one. Sorry. Oh, wait. No, this is the... Sorry. Yeah, they arrested the pilot, basically. He's being indicted for homicide and is being investigated in police inquiry. That's all this was. So, now, days after this happened,
Media showed a hot air balloon catching fire in the sky before plummeting to the ground in Brazil on Saturday. 8 of the 21 people on board died in the incident, according to the local governor.
People survived?
An eyewitness told local media that they saw 2 people fall from the sky before the basket broke and the balloon fell.
Yeah. So that happened. At least 8 dead after hot air balloon accident in southern Brazil. Again, these are separate incidents. This is some weird string of freak balloon accidents that happen in Brazil.
Brazil specifically.
Yeah, exactly. It's so bizarre.
Oh, putting holes in the balloons, and it's not my wife this time.
At least 8 people are dead following an accident involving a hot air balloon.
Did the joke just hit you?
Yeah. Hang on. Okay. Hot air balloon in Brazil's southern region of Santa Catarina on Saturday, according to the local governor. We are all shocked by the accident involving a balloon in Praia Grande this Saturday morning. Our rescue team is already on site. So far, we have confirmed 8 deaths. He said 21 people were on board. The other 13 survived, which is kind of amazing, actually, considering that you're just like almost free falling out of the sky, and you just that many people survived. Like, I guess though. I guess though
that's a lot of people on a balloon.
Yeah, well, they make these balloons fucking huge now. Like these balloons. Yeah, that's actually normal for them to carry like 24 people or more. That's actually normal now. Crazy. Yeah, it's kind of wild how they've gotten huge. But the thing is though, it actually kind of makes sense, I guess, because if you pop a balloon, like that's a massive piece of cloth that produces a lot of drag in the air. So it actually is not going to fall at like terminal velocity. In fact, it's going to fall nowhere close to terminal velocity because that cloth is acting like is giving it so much drag, you know? So yeah. I could kind of actually believe people survived. It's just kind of wild to think about, you know, you could fall out of the sky and survive it, you know? Video posted to social media shows a hot air balloon catching fire while in the sky. I will never go up in a hot air balloon. It is fucking floating wicker propelled by fire. There's no fucking way. Like, I am ever going up in a hot air balloon.
Yeah, I'm good.
That whole thing, the whole idea of it terrifies me. If you want to watch an actually good, I think is an actually cool, fun movie about ballooning, watch The Aeronauts, which, to be honest, is very much a bastardization of actual history. But in a vacuum, it's a fun movie. Let's see. We saw 2 people fall from above, and soon after the basket broke and the balloon fell. An eyewitness told media outlet Jornal Razaio. I don't know how to say that one. The eyewitness said that she ran to see where the balloon fell and saw 2 survivors, a woman covered in mud and in a state of shock, and a man with who with her who was limping, as well as 2 bodies. President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva expresses solidarity with the families of the victims on X and would like to place the federal government at the disposal of the victims and the state and municipal forces that are working on the rescue and care for the survivors.
Luis Inácio Lula da Silva.
Fucking
That's a
communist.
crazy long name.
Yeah, it's a fucking communist. Imagine when your choices are like communist Lula da Silva and fucking crazy psychopath Bolsonaro. Like, damn. Praia Grande is a common destination for hot air ballooning, a popular activity in some parts of Brazil's south during June festivities that celebrate Catholic saints such as Saint John. The AP news agency reports. Solidarity with the city of Praia Grande. We are in mourning. Tragedy that happened. We will check the developments, what happened, and why it happened. According to CNN affiliate CNN Brazil, Saturday's incident was the 3rd involving a hot air balloon in Brazil in less than a week. Last Sunday, a balloon carrying 35 people, this is the one I just covered, which did not have authorization to fly, fell in Sao Paulo. 1 person died and the pilot was arrested. Last Thursday, another balloon fell on the coast of Sao Paulo, although no serious damage was caused and no homes were hit, which is why I didn't cover it. Because I was like, nobody died. But yeah, so technically 3 separate, unrelated balloon accidents happened in Brazil of varying degrees of severity and death, which is just kind of insane. Yeah. Were the balloons made by Boeing?
That's fucking funny. It's a very.
I want to send these. I want to send these articles to Asta. I'm gonna start telling whenever Asta does something I don't like, I'm gonna tell him to go take a hot air balloon trip. Let's see. That's all I had about the balloons. It was just weird that like 3 balloon accidents happened in the same country in less than a week. It's just okay. All I have left are little one-shot studies. And this is where here. I'll let you read the one about the dead babies. Why don't we do that one now? Let's do that one now.
Yeah.
Because I could use a break from talking.
796 dead babies expected to be found hidden in septic tank at unwed mother's home run by nuns. So, this is one of those things where it's like, you read it and you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Who killed this many babies? It's like,
What's
well,
this-
you understand. This happened between 1925 and 1961. That's when these children died.
Mm-hmm.
So, the context is, right? Basically, these Catholic nuns started an institution, right, where they basically provide like a home for the children of unwed mothers, right? So this is like women who've been raped or whatever, and essentially the idea is that they would take care of the children, like the children of their quote unquote sin, right? And the women would be on their way to basically become like servants and have like their new kind of role in life right after what's happened to them or what they did, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the context for this, and now let's just read this. Investigations begun in a septic tank at a site in Ireland that authorities believe contains the remains of nearly 800 dead babies and children who died at the home for unwed mothers run by Catholic nuns. Many of the infant remains are feared to have been dumped in the cesspool known as the Pit, which is fucking crazy name. At the former institution, the small town of Tuam, County Galway. Is that how you say it? Is it not Tuam?
No, I just think Tuam is funny.
What is this? What the fuck? Anyways, yeah, Tuam, County Galway. Local historian Catherine Corliss told Sky News. In total, 798 children died at the home between 1925 and its closure in 1961, of which only 2 of them were buried in a nearby cemetery. Corliss's research found.
The rest they just threw into a septic pit.
Yeah. Fucking crazy, dude.
So this is like the I guess you can call it like a memorial. two things, because apparently they've known about these things for a while, right? It's just that now they're actually getting excavated out.
Yeah, they're actually having the. Why does that one have no sauce?
I don't know.
Did
you tell Helmsman what happened?
It's a dry pizza bagel. Well, he hasn't said no yet. He just doesn't look at other offers. He didn't think about it.
Other people who are willing to pay $800.
True. Basically, the guy for the poodle has gotten other inquiries, so.
Oh.
He's like, I'll get back to you.
Yeah.
After I asked if his vaccinations were up to date.
Anyways, the other 796 children's remains are believed to be under the site of the Bon Secours mother and baby home, which was demolished in 1971 and is now surrounded by a modern apartment complex. Bon Secours, known locally as The Home, simply The Home, was a maternity home for unmarried mothers and their children run by a religious order of Catholic nuns. Unmarried pregnant women would be sent to the home to give birth and would be interned for a year to do unpaid work. They were separated from their newborn children, who would be raised by the nuns, until they were adopted, often without the consent of their families. Yeah, so they would just take your kid and then adopt it while you did slave work.
For Jesus!
Yup. The full scale of the tragedy at Bon Secours was only uncovered in 2014 thanks to Cordless's findings.
Just looking at these pictures.
Fuck's sakes. Now, finally more than a decade on, a team of investigators began their forensic investigations this week. It's expected to take up to 2 years to identify the remains of the infants and give them a dignified reburial and offer some degree of closure to survivors. I don't care if it's a thimbleful, as they tell me there wouldn't be much remains left as 6 months old. At 6 months old, it's mainly cartilage, more than bone. Anita McKay, whose sister is believed to be one of the 798 victims, told Sky News.
Oh, man.
Her mother, Margaret Maggie O'Connor, gave birth to a baby, Mary Margaret, at the home after she was raped at the age of 17. The girl died 6 months later, and her mother only found out when a nun told her. She was pegging washing out, and a nun came up behind her and said, "The child of your sin is dead," said Annette, who now lives in the UK. Bon Secours was just one institution that made up a network of oppression in Ireland, the true extent of which has only been revealed in recent years. Mothers at Bon Secours who reoffended by having more children out of wedlock would be sent to Magdalene laundries, the infamous Irish institutions for so-called fallen women, usually run by Catholic orders but quietly supported by the state. Originally, the term fallen women was applied mostly to sex workers, but the Magdalene laundries would come to take in seduced women, victims of rape and incest, and female orphans or children abandoned or abused by their families. So it's basically a fucking, a Catholic women-run... It's basically like, hey, you know, what's that? You had a child out of wedlock? Time to have another Catholic woman be your fucking pimp, basically.
It's just exploitation. It's just straight up exploitation.
Yeah. Exploitation for Jesus. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. The last of Magdalene laundries only closed their doors in the 1990s. Ireland's government issued a formal state apology in 2014, and in 2022, a compensation scheme was set up, which has so far paid out the equivalent of $32.7 million to 814 survivors. That ends up being like $40,000 per person, which isn't, a terrible amount of money.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have anything to comment on. There's nothing to say to this. It's just disgusting.
Yeah, it's like 40,171 per person.
And it also just goes to show you that there are your religious or political beliefs, all anything that any of your beliefs or moral systems, do not determine whether or not you're a good or a bad person. Like, and this is like, and that's the thing. It's like this was just normal back in that time in Ireland. This was all just normal. Like it just said, like they had like a whole network of these institutions. It was a very normal thing. Everybody knew about them. Is God. By the way, I couldn't help but notice these two articles over here. Where Iran rejected the talks that Trump offered for the 2 week deadline, and now they're threatening to strike American military bases. So,
Oh boy.
looks like we're at war, lads. Or at least we're about to be.
Oh boy.
I mean, do we have anything else to say about this? I don't really have anything to say about this. I kind
No,
of
it
want to
just-
look up. I kind of want to
it's
look up.
crazy.
What is it called? The where is it? Where? Bon Secours. I want to look this up.
Well, that's like the place, right? That's like the home. That's this place. What do you mean, like the laundries?
Still around. Brings advanced medical care and compassionate healing to community across Virginia and South Carolina.
I think
I
you found something else.
Well, I just think maybe. I don't know. Well, why do these evil people use my God to do evil? I mean, that's the thing. It's like evil people will use anything to basically shield them, anything they can to shield them from consequences. Essentially, that's
Yeah.
what evil does. It will hide itself behind what is perceived to be the most righteous thing possible. I mean, this is what you see with progressive leftists. This is what circling back around to the beginning of the show. You know, this is the very thing that the progressive leftists are basically using, you know, gay people and trans people and stuff like that as shields to get away with their evil behavior. You know what I mean? So, that's all it is.
What's that one fucking Bible verse? That one phrase, beware the false prophet.
Oh, yeah, like, what about it?
Well, this is, you know, people who present themselves as like religious leaders while promoting harm. You know, this is.
This is the
exactly
sheep's.
what
Yeah,
that
this is the sheep's clothing
Yeah.
verse. I think it's from Matthew.
Yeah.
I can't remember specifically. Let me look it up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you looked it up? Okay.
No, I was saying I'm pretty sure it is. Pretty sure you're right.
Okay. Let me hang on.
You should look it up though.
Beware the false prophet verse. Yeah, Matthew 7:15. Beware of false prophets who come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravenous wolves. Yeah, this is literally where wolves in sheep's clothing phrase comes from. Yeah. People will wrap themselves in a veneer of things that they are basically beyond reproach to
Be criticized.
do harm to people. So
Yeah.
Anyway, there was a freak lightning storm in Central Park in New York that got a teenager struck by lightning.
Fuck.
Teenager was seriously injured in a lightning strike at Central Park on Thursday afternoon, according to
I was
police.
about to ask if you lived.
The 15-year-old boy was standing next to a tree that was struck when the current from the strike zapped his
Oh,
metal
God.
chain, knocking him to
Oh
the
my
ground.
god.
Yeah. Around 3:40 p.m. near 101st Street.
He's gonna have really, really cool scars around his neck.
Right? It's zapped. That's where he was zapped, apparently. Isn't that where Kevin confronted the bad guys in Home Alone 2? It's right about there.
Was rushed into New York Presbyterian
Yep.
Well, Cornelia, whatever. Medical center where he was alert and conscious and listed in stable condition, the sources said. They said the teen suffered minor burns. Okay.
He must have been really well grounded then.
Yeah.
40 million lightning strikes hit the ground in the U.S. every year, but the chances of an individual being struck is less than 1 in a million. More than 90% of those who are struck survive. But 444 Americans were killed by lightning between 2006 and 2021.
That's a really small amount, actually.
Yeah, that really is, actually. I actually thought that it would have a higher kill rate than 10%. Seems like something that'd be like almost like a coin flip as to whether or not you live or die from a lightning strike. But I guess you actually are far more likely than not to survive a lightning strike, which is interesting.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, when you really think about it, the human body is just a fucking... It's like a loop, right? So as long as, like, you're grounded...
Yeah.
And the lightning just goes through you.
Mm-hmm. We had a volcanic eruption in Indonesia, forces evacuations and flight cancellations.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Besar begini ya. Bapak kaget ya tadi? Ya, saya kaget saja.
That's fucking...
It's cool.
If you live there, I'm just like, yeah, I'm gonna go visit my parents for the weekend.
Well, how far do you have to be to a volcanic eruption for it to actually harm you?
Well, it depends. I mean, these clouds, if they go up high enough, they get caught in the slipstreams and stuff like that, up in the like the, what do they call them, the stratosphere, whatever it's called.
Yeah.
These clouds can travel very far. And the thing is about volcanic ash is that volcanic ash is fucking heavy. It's heavy and it packs. Like so much so that like buildings will collapse under the weight of volcanic ash falling on top of it. So
why do people build stuff near volcanoes?
Because it's fertile land. Yeah, volcanic ash is very, very fertile grounds. So let's see here. Indonesia's Mount Liwatobi Laki Laki.
Liwatobi Lucky Lucky? I'm not feeling very lucky right now.
With giant ash smoke moves again Wednesday after forcing evacuations of villages and flight cancellations. I noticed that it said again. This is not the first time it's happened in recent years. Several eruptions set up ashes up to 5,000 meters into the sky Tuesday evening to Wednesday afternoon. An eruption Tuesday afternoon sent thick gray clouds 10,000 meters into the sky that expanded into a mushroom-shaped ash cloud visible as much as 150 kilometers away. The eruption alert was raised Tuesday to the highest level, and the danger zone where people are recommended to leave was expanded to 8 kilometers, about 5 miles from the crater. Officers also I would have thought it'd be more than that, honestly. Officers also evacuated from the Mount Liwatobi Laki Laki monitoring post 7 kilometers from the crater to avoid falling gravel released in the eruption. No casualties have been reported. Yeah, that's the thing. Like people see like these clouds from eruptions, and they think they're like, they think it's like smoke. People think of it as smoke. It's like it's not. It's debris. It's tiny shards of it's gravel. It's shards of obsidian, all kinds of rocks and shit. And it's all like crazy hot too. It's super dangerous. Ash and debris fell in a number of places outside the danger zone, including the villages of Boru, Hera, and Watubuku. Some residents from Nurabalan village in Ilabura subdistrict fled to evacuation sites in Konga to avoid the impact of the eruption, the National Disaster Management Agency said in a statement. Some residents have also evacuated to Nilik Nahong village, which is 12 kilometers from the crater. Dozens of flights Wednesday were canceled, including those connecting Bali to cities in Australia, Malaysia, India, and China, according to the website of Bali's Gusti Ngurah Rai International Airport. Volcanic ash can pose a risk to plane engines. No, it's not can pose. There are serious risks. Flights were also canceled. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. So yeah, that happened.
Oh.
Boom. That's the comment. Boom.
I need to get water. 'Cause
Okay.
I'm very, very thirsty, and my throat is just like flood. So I need to get some water to like
Okay.
liquidate my throat.
Okay.
Which means I need to go lift a heavy 5-gallon bottle of water. So that
Okay.
might be a minute.
Okay, chat. Let's talk. Chat, is there anything that you have seen in recent weeks that we can go over in like the next like 3 minutes while she's gone? Just by chance? Because the rest of my articles here, I'll just give you a sneak preview. These are pretty rapid fire. We have an eminent domain case that's gone viral in New Jersey from this 175-year-old family farm that's getting threatened of seizure from the city, and Trump has actually by trying to fight the city, taking the farmer's side and trying to fight the city on it. And then we have a bunch of science news. We have something about dark matter getting filmed for the first time by a deep sea underwater camera. We have gas station heroin being a problem in Alabama. We have methane fueled species of spiders popping up. What else we got? We have 23,000-year-old human footprints getting discovered in New Mexico, which kind of changes origin of man theories. We have a new ocean is forming in Africa, which is fun geology news. Actually, I should cover that one next because it's related to the volcano. We have the Dragon Man DNA revelation puts a face to a mysterious group of ancient humans. Every time I think of like an old mysterious race of humans, I always think Nephilim. And then we have super termites that are basically, there's different strains of termites that are interbreeding with each other and creating like super termites here in Florida. So that's fun. And then we also have the fun little thing of JD Vance making a Blue Sky account and the whole site balding like crazy at it, which is fucking hilarious. That's what I've got. Is there anything that I haven't mentioned that we can cover real quick while Rose is gone? The nitrogen life form, which is turned into a new kingdom, real life. What? Nitrogen life form, which is being turned into a new kingdom on the tree of life. You made a non-carbon based life form? I'm not seeing any articles about this. You'll have to DM me an article about that one. The nitroplast? Is that what you're talking about? The nitroplast? Okay. Beyond endosymbiosis, first nitroplast. Scientists discover first nitrogen-fixing organelle. Huh. Some Reddit talks about it. Bacteria that is being merged with another bacteria the same way I did with mitochondria. Huh. There we go. Nitroplast. Why the discovery of this organelle is a landmark event in biology. Okay. It's only the fourth known example of primary endosymbiosis, the process by which an independent prokaryotic organism becomes a part of a eukaryotic organism. Scientists made a major discovery in April 2024 from peer-reviewed science journals like Science to popular science magazines like New Scientist. All are excitedly talking about this discovery. It is being called the discovery of nitrogen-fixing cell organelle, nitroplast. There's more to the discovery than meets the eyes. It is a vindication of an insightful vision and the rigorous methodology of science. Everyone is familiar today with organelles inside plant and animal cells, like chloroplasts and mitochondria, which conduct important life functions like photosynthesis and respiration, respectively. Yeah, it's what defines what kingdom an organism goes into. Half a century ago, Lynn Margulis proposed a theory of endosymbiosis, a revolutionary thesis. It was published in the Journal of Theoretical Biology and was titled On the Origin of Mitosing Cells. Before getting published, it has been rejected by more than a dozen journals. Margulis had proposed in her paper that three organelles, subcellular structures found in the cells which have developed cell nucleus, could have been free-living, more primordial organisms which were in close mutual beneficial relationships. Such a relation is symbiosis. So it's basically saying that the cell is not necessarily like the building block. It's actually smaller bits. The organisms with cells have nuclei are called eukaryotes. The marine algae to mammals, all animals and plants, including humans, have eukaryotic cells. The primordial cells are prokaryotes. Margulis proposed that mitochondria, which are important for cellular energy production, chloroplasts, which are fundamental units of photosynthesis, and flagella, found in organisms useful for movements, were all once free living organisms, which were incorporated into our cells. The process is called endosymbiosis. Today, endosymbiosis is mainstream. Both mitochondria and chloroplasts are generally accepted as being derived from ancestral prokaryotic organisms, bacteria. However, that is not much understood in how exactly the organisms become organelles or how endosymbiosis takes place. Today, the cover of Science announces the witnessing of the very scenario that Margulis proposed in 1967. Got it lifted?
Huh? Yeah, I did it.
Okay.
Lifting
Good,
isn't the hard part. The hard part is spinning it in midair so that it's
Getting it positioned correctly, yeah.
Yeah, without spilling water everywhere. I'm just barely strong enough to do it, but I did it by myself. Let's go.
Very good.
Oh, I used to have Peter help me with it, but then I very quickly learned that it's easier to struggle by yourself than have help from a woman.
Fair enough. I just basically asked chat. I was like, "What can we talk about for 3 minutes?" And somebody suggested I talk about nitroplasts.
There's a cat.
Sounds like it's under the house.
Under the house.
Uh-oh.
Sitting on the couch, watching anime.
You think it was a cat that was in the car?
Yes.
Or do you think they were both delusional?
I heard that because Jen came over.
Fuck's sakes, bro. Yeah, another part of the reason why I want to get out of the car is because, a cat got into our engine the other day, and we didn't find out till we were driving home.
That's wild. Like, what if it got into?
Yeah.
You mean got under the hood? You mean?
I don't know how. I don't know where it got, but it crawled in from below, and the only way it could have done that is by crawling past where normally there would be plating underneath the car to block out, block the engine.
Oh my god! You really do have a feral cat problem in
But-
that town.
Yeah, it climbed in there.
But
Oh,
anyway,
If you ever want another one, sup, dude? You're so cute. Because I said that he came over. He was like, "Are we talking about stray cats?" I'm not a stray cat. I live here now. No, you don't.
so no, while you were gone, I just asked chat. I gave chat a quick preview of like the remaining stories and said like, "Is there anything you guys want to talk about while she's gone?" And someone brought up nitroplasts, which is like a potential third kingdom being added to like the tree of life.
Huh?
You know, like the tree of life. It's the first. You ever hear the kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species? You ever hear that categorization system? Well, kingdom is a top one that's based off of like, basically what the power structure is, like mitochondria, photosynthesis, etc., these kinds of things. Well, in which basically enables only 2 categories, but they basically have proven that there's a third thing that some bacteria do, and it's a process called, what is it?
Endosymbiosis.
Endosymbiosis. So yeah. It's been a long time since I studied biology, to be honest. But it's basically because it's basically a unique thing that essentially makes it a third branch of a third kingdom in the tree of life. Because right now it's just flora and fauna. Those are the only 2 kingdoms. You're either an animal or a plant. But now there's this third thing. These nitroplasts. So yeah, interesting. Be the 7th kingdom? Oh gosh.
Yeah. I was thinking about it. I was like, I don't think that sounds right. Because I know that fungi aren't considered plantae.
Oh, that's right.
And I know that bacteria aren't considered plantae. And there's
Right. No, you're
several
right.
different types of bacteria.
Right. It would be the 7th because there are 5. Or no, 6th?
There's
5 now. Right? There's on flunk biology. I think I got a B in biology. I didn't really care about it much.
Yeah, so traditionally that there have been 5. However, the 6th kingdom classification, which separates Archaebacteria and Eubacteria, is also widely used.
Okay.
And I believe this would now be the 7th.
So this would be the 7th. Okay.
Bacteria. So it would be Animalia, which are eukaryotic, multicellular, heterotrophic organisms. Plantae, which are eukaryotic, multicellular, photosynthetic organisms. Fungi, which are eukaryotic organisms, heterotrophic, and obtain nutrients by absorption. Protista, which are eukaryotic organisms, some unicellular, some multicellular. Eubacteria, a group of prokaryotes commonly known as true bacteria, and Archaebacteria, a group of prokaryotes often found in extreme environments. So this would now be like a 7th, I guess.
Okay. Got it. Because it's like a third different strain of bacteria types.
I guess, yeah.
Sure. I'll take it. So that's interesting. But I did want to go over before we get into the sciencey stuff. The rest of it. I wanted to talk about this. See this? There's like this eminent domain case that has gone viral in New Jersey. So basically, there's a New Jersey town that's threatening the seizure of a 175-year-old family farm under eminent domain. Literally turned it into a highway. Efforts to save his 175-year-old New Jersey family farm have escalated, drawing support from President Donald Trump's administration. So Trump has basically thrown his hat into this fight, and he's taking the farmer's side against the city. For months, brothers Christopher and Andy Henry have pleaded with Cranberry Township officials to let their family keep its centuries-old farm on South River Road. The town is moving to seize the Middlesex County farm under eminent domain to create space for a developer to build affordable housing required by the state. The family would get a fair market price for the farm, even if they refuse to sell, local officials said. On Tuesday, U.S. Agricultural Secretary Brooke Rollins weighed in on the dispute in a post on X, saying the Federal Department of Agriculture was in contact with the Henrys and would support them in their legal fight. So Trump is on the farmer side. The Department of Agriculture is on the farmer side. So basically, it's like,
I think it's fucking bullshit that like you can just force someone to take money for land that they don't want to sell. Like, fuck off. That shit, dude.
I despise the whole idea of eminent domain.
You shouldn't. Yeah, exactly. Eminent domain just like it's such a ridiculous fucking concept, and it's so counter to freedom, in my opinion. Cause like, no, motherfucker, this land is mine. Dude, it's not fucking yours, and you can't fucking just buy it from me because I'm not fucking selling it. And that should be it. You can't, like, the idea of just like, sorry, we're just gonna force you out, and we're gonna just force money into your bank account. Because they have to. And if they don't give you the money, then, well, you know, they stole it.
That's
But
theft.
it's like, yeah, but it's like, dude, I'm sorry, but if I'm not accepting money for this, I think it's still theft in my opinion.
I do too. Even if they force
Like,
the money
fuck off.
into your account.
Yeah, dude, it's fucking ridiculous. It's like, no, you can't just fucking reverse pickpocket money into my fucking account and steal my shit. Steal my other thing, right? Like, if someone goes into my pocket and steals my phone, but then also pickpockets the value of my phone into my pocket, that doesn't make it okay.
Yeah, exactly. If I wanted money, I'd have money and not the
Like,
phone.
Yeah, because here's the thing: you're not going to be paying for the fucking like for the value and like attachment that I have to that phone. You're not paying for the stuff on it. You're not paying for all the shit, like all the value, like personal value that is attached to that is priceless. 175 years is not just like
That's
one person's
generational.
lifetime.
That's
That is
generational.
generational. That is generations of history, of attachment to that land, and like of memories that are just priceless.
Priceless.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
you cannot
but
compensate that.
You can't compensate for that. So regardless, you're stealing something from me, and I'm not okay with that. Like the idea of eminent domain is just it is entirely like against like the very concept of freedom, in my opinion. I think it's fucking bullshit. If you're like a big fucking city and you're like, oh, this person's land is in the way, I want to build something here. It's like, well, tough fucking shit. Go start a new city fucking somewhere out in the fucking boonies. There's loads of fucking space out in the fucking forest. Go fucking deforest some fucking area. Build some shit over there. But leave me the fuck alone. If I paid for this shit, it's fucking mine. Go away.
Yeah.
Go the fuck away. The years after year after year after year after year, the fucking government fucking making you pay fucking taxes for shit that you already fucking bought with money that you were fucking taxed on, just for them to fucking take it from you? Like, piss right the fuck off. Such fucking bullshit.
Yeah, it's
It's
very,
such
it's
bullshit.
yeah, it's very much against the whole idea of like property ownership. Like, if I own this property, there's no way this should be even contemplated. Like,
Yeah,
this should
it's
be
fucking ridiculous.
absolutely impossible
It's
to do.
fucking ridiculous.
That's why
Like,
property
I'm
taxes
sorry,
are
but
bullshit too.
If I ever get to the point where I can finally own land and like live the American dream, and some fucking like corporate fucking commie decides to fucking show my house and be like, actually, we're gonna be taking this, and you can't do anything about it. I'm sorry, but I'm going killdozer on that motherfucker. Fuck you. Fuck everyone around you. Fuck everyone you work for. Fuck your fucking city. The entirety of it.
It's a,
All
yeah,
of it. Fucking burn.
yeah. You want me to go? It's like if that shit happens, that's when I'm going for like full. What the hell is the guy named Nieheimer? The fucking killdozer guy.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing. I'm
Yeah,
Nieheimer
exactly.
this town.
That's
If that
exactly
happens
what
to
I was
me.
saying. It's like I'm sorry, but no, piss right the fuck off. Marvin Heemeyer.
Niemeyer. That's it. Okay.
Niemeyer,
I knew it was something like that. Fucking hero of the people, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, dude.
He
Like,
didn't kill anybody
yeah, just,
except himself.
oh, dude, I would kill people. I don't give a
Oh.
fuck. I would kill the people responsible for this. I don't give a shit. I'm sorry, but your worthless, pathetic, fucking commie, excuse for a life is worth less to me than my fucking hard-earned fucking land. Go fuck yourself. In
I know.
hell.
It's just like look around you. There's plenty of room for development without taking my family farm away from me. Like, what the fuck are you
yeah,
doing?
dude.
And it's like you could take all your zoning laws and all of that bullshit and shove it. Like
Yeah.
it's
Just right the fuck off of that shit.
yeah. It says the Henry brothers and their attorney did not immediately respond to a request in comments and on social media posts. Jack Ciattarelli, the Republican nominee for governor this year, also used his social media account to thank Rollins for looking into Henry's fight to save their farm. So basically, it looks like it's the city. It's this little city government versus literally everyone else. Like, there's not a single soul that's taking the city side on this. Christopher and Andy grew up on the 21-acre property their great-grandfather purchased in 1850. 1850. They said that they have invested more than 200 grand into it since taking ownership in 2012. Tucked between the New Jersey Turnpike and Route 130, the farm is surrounded by warehouses that have popped up over the last 30 years. The Henry said that they've turned down offers as high as $30 million from developers seeking to build yet another on their land. Wow. You know what reminds me, guy? It reminds me of the dude from Up who, like, refused to sell his home to the real estate developers. And so it's like giant skyscraper and then, like, his little house and then another giant skyscraper right on the other side of it. Cranberry Township officials released their affordable housing plan last week, identifying about half the Henry Farm as potential development site. Fuck you.
Affordable housing is like for like a highway or some shit. It's for fucking. It's to do affordable housing. Are you serious? You're gonna fucking take my fucking farm and then put a fucking bunch of fucking. Oh, I almost said a slur. Oh,
Careful.
fucking piss off, dude. That shit pisses me the fuck off, dude.
This year, that under a controversial state mandate, New Jersey towns must add or rehabilitate more than 146,000 affordable housing units by 2035. The requirement stems from the Mount Laurel Doctrine.
Are you gonna fucking also build 146,000 fucking workplaces for those 146,000 minimum people and their fucking, 4 times that many with their fucking families included? People that are gonna be moving into that fucking city?
Yeah, I don't understand this. Like,
are you gonna do that, dude? I still regret that I didn't go, but I couldn't. But there was a council meeting in my city, and everyone's against it. So I hope that they talk them out
that
of it.
message.
But
Yeah.
The city wanted to fucking build some like a little like suburban like cookie cutter neighborhood, right, and like attached to like some portion of the fucking city to build affordable housing. And everyone was like, bro, there's no fucking jobs here. Like,
dude,
what the fuck are you talking about?
At this
First
point,
off, it just doesn't match the fucking aesthetic of the fucking city. Because the city is just not like that. It's not a cookie cutter house city.
it's an old town.
Every house is fucking different. It's an old town. All the houses are fucking individually built, right? You don't have cookie cutter
They're all
houses
unique.
anyway.
Yeah, they're all unique. They're not.
They're all unique,
yeah.
right? They all have some space between them. They're not all shoved together, right? So you're destroying the aesthetic of the fucking city, and you're also filling it with people who are, again, if you're looking to get affordable housing, right? You probably don't have a super great job. And on top of that, you're also moving to this city where you're going to have a hard time finding a fucking job.
You're just going to end up with a bunch of... You're just going to end up with a bunch of empty, dilapidated, quote-unquote, affordable houses, which can be just read affordable houses as slums, because that's what it really is. When they say affordable housing units, they're talking about medium to high density, shitty apartment complexes.
Yeah,
Egg carton stacks.
It's so ridiculous. But that's the thing. You can't just fucking like hear me out, right? I'm all for just having more land and then being able to split that land among people, whatever, blah 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 blah. More people, everyone can live in their nice home. I do think we need to build more housing. I don't think that's the way to do it. I'm not a big fan of that. Like again, unless you're like in like a big suburban city, right? There's definitely like a time and place for that. I do think like big suburban cities, you can have this sort of like affordable housing, like little sections, right? Because there's lots of jobs there, and there's typically lots of job opportunities in like cities and stuff like that, which is why people move there to begin with, right? But like you just can't fucking do that in these smaller fucking cities where there's more people than there are jobs.
Yeah, and it's not a place where people go to find work. It's the kind of place that people go to retire after their wife or husband has died. No?
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's not a draw for work. People...
Not just that, but like, it's like, they were saying about building like affordable housing here. It's like, what the fuck does it even mean? Are we talking like $500 a month? $200 a month? Because the houses are already fucking cheap as shit.
It doesn't...
Like, what do you want about?
I'll tell you what it doesn't mean. It doesn't mean individual houses. Like, at the absolute best, you're talking about duplexes. But what you're likely dealing with is like medium density apartment complexes. Again, slums. And it's like, if you don't have the fucking jobs to support it, then you're just going to end up with a bunch of dilapidated houses and a bunch of homeless drug addicts everywhere. Like, you're going to ruin the town.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what's gonna happen. It's like you're gonna get a bunch of fucking people in here who can't afford to live here, or they're gonna take jobs from people that are here, and then you're gonna end up with like a bunch of really nice, dilapidated houses,
Yeah, exactly.
right?
It's like,
That no one can afford because there's just not enough jobs, and you brought in people who don't have the fucking work ethic to fucking do something else.
yeah, how affordable housing is a fucking scam. The plan outlines a partnership between the township and Walters Group, a New Jersey-based real estate company, to build a 130-unit affordable. Yeah, I called it. I did not read ahead, chat. I promise you, I did not read ahead. 130-unit affordable apartment complex. Fucking slums. The units would be spread across 6 multifamily buildings with a shared community center and open space for recreation. Slums. Construction is expected to take place in 2 phases and cost about $45.5 million, according to the documents. Dozens of residents have spoken out against the seizing the farm at recent township committee meetings, and an online fundraiser started to help the family cover legal costs that continue to grow, raising more than $54,000 as of Wednesday. Is this. So, GoFundMe, save Andy's family farm, chat. People are disgusting. I hate them. Not the family, the city. Cranberry Mayor Lisa Nyrim has defended the decision to use eminent domain, saying the committee spent more than a year reviewing over 50 potential sites before selecting the Henry Farm as a site for needed affordable housing. What? She said the move is necessary to avoid costly legal action from developers known as builders' remedy lawsuits, which could strip the township of control over where and how affordable housing is built. No one is in favor of eminent domain. No one wants to see a farm disappear. Said, however, the Henry said that their supporters argue the property is located in a warehouse zone and is unsuitable for housing. Yeah, it just said that it. Yeah, exactly. It just said that it's surrounded by fucking warehouses. You don't build houses in, well, in this case, apartment complexes right next to warehouses. Let's see. The next township committee meeting is scheduled for Monday, with a planning board meeting set for the following day to review the affordable housing plan. Timothy Dugan, an attorney representing the Henrys, said that the township's plan to seize the farm goes against Cranberry's longstanding farmland preservation efforts. Cranberry has deep agricultural roots. The town's historic district, which is home to several 19th century buildings, was originally developed to support area farmers and agricultural activity. I mean, that's what it is. That's what the whole town is. It's just a farm town. You don't build slums inside of farm towns. The township has preserved more than 2,000 acres of farmland. This affordable housing is going to be by itself, surrounded by warehouses, Dugan previously said. How is that a good decision, and how is that fair for the low-income people who are going to live there? Exactly. It's not good for anybody.
It's fucking ridiculous, dude.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. Good job, Nia Marshall. Black lady doing some good out here for a change. So, yeah. Look at these fucking... What is it? Like these... Yeah, it's like Scottish cows or whatever they're called. I can't remember what they're called.
No idea.
Whatever. So, yeah, we'll see. I think this...
It does, in fact, look like a Skyrim cow, so maybe.
An Auroch. Why don't you read this one? This is a story that you brought to my attention.
It's an opioid. Alabama officials weigh in on gas station heroin concerns.
That's such
This
a
is from
southern thing.
Yep, this is coming out of Huntsville, Alabama. The Food and Drug Administration is sounding the alarm regarding the substance
Tianeptine? I don't know. I have no idea how to pronounce that.
Tianeptine. Sometimes referred to as gas station heroin. The drug is approved for use as an antidepressant in some foreign countries. Still, it has never been FDA approved as a medication, food additive, beverage additive, or dietary supplement in the United States. Selling such a product in the US would be legal. Regardless, manufacturers find loopholes by adding the drug to beverages and dietary supplements sold in convenience stores, as the FDA does not pre-approve ingredients for either. Officials consider this the gray area, as supplements are not as regulated as medications in the U.S. Dr. Luke Engerizer, the deputy chief medical officer with Alta Pointe health system, whatever, frequently studies addiction and has looked at the effects of tianeptine for some time. He said the lack of regulation in this area is troubling. There's no way of knowing whether what's on the label is remotely accurate in terms of what you're actually putting into your body, Engreiser said. And that's when we've had problems with people with overdosing. It's often not that they've taken way too much of the product. It's that the product itself is really problematic and had massive overdoses in the actual capsule. Tianeptine products are usually sold in an energy drink or a capsule form under several different brand names. Dr. Energizer, I keep wanting to call him Energizer.
I do too, but I was just about to say that why do this tianeptine sounds familiar for some reason. That's, remember, it's they put it in like these energy drinks for truckers and shit, which is why the only place you see them is in these gas stations.
Yep. Dr. Engreiser said the drug can be deadly since it behaves similarly to an opioid, even triggering the same brain receptors, giving it addictive qualities.
It's literally a timed opioid release. What it is.
You're basically taking it as an opioid. Engreiser said, if you take an overdose of an opioid, the most dangerous thing it'll slow down your breathing, and you can, basically die of respiratory depression. But it also has other effects like seizures, agitation, confusion. Nearly a dozen states have regulations on the drug due to some of those effects. Alabama was the second state to ban tianeptine entirely. In 2021, the Yellowhammer state saw tianeptine-related emergency calls to poison control centers increase by more than 1,400% between 2018 and 2021.
Holy shit.
That's crazy. Alabama State Senator Arthur Orr introduced the bill to ban the drug to the Senate after it passed in the House. It's a dangerous drug, Orr said. And again, what you have with chemically created drugs when they're put out there for consumers, there's no law against them. The legislation in Alabama led to a larger question. If the FDA is not regulating these chemical products in convenience stores, who is? Which is, yeah, that's like, what the fuck?
The cartels? I don't know.
No. What the fuck? How are we getting these fucking products out here with the FDA? Like, what the fuck? That's another thing that's really dangerous with these gas station drugs is there's no way of knowing what substances are actually in the product that you're buying, Engreiser said. And there may be all kinds of toxic things in there that maybe the manufacturer isn't even aware of. Senator Orr said the process for federal agencies to ban a drug entirely can be lengthy, leaving state lawmakers playing defense against the substances on a local level. We're just playing, like I said, cat and mouse with the manufacturers and the chemists, because they'll come out with something else, and we'll try to react to it as quickly as we can, Orr said. The FDA's warnings does not regulate the drug in any way and makes officials aware of the prominence of gas station heroin and the dangers that come along with it. A national perspective on the issue is available on our website. So, let me get this straight. Right? Because I thought, you can't fucking make a fucking product and sell it without it being fucking approved.
Yeah,
but now you're telling me
someone's going to approve it for retail consumption.
Yeah, like, what the fuck? Like, who's fucking approving them then?
How many, hoops does it have to go through to get onto a shelf at a major convenience store, like a 7-Eleven or something like that? Like, it's got to go through, doesn't it have to go through, Department of Agriculture, fucking EPA? There's all kinds of things it has to get, regulated by. That's fucking wild that, there's all this, rogue energy drink shit all over gas stations across. Because the thing is, it says it's in the problem in Alabama, but there's no way that this is isolated to just Alabama. This has got to be nationwide.
Dude, that makes me afraid to buy anything, any sort of convenience thing I might need.
Well, you can get your Doritos and stuff like that.
Yeah. Food is fine, but it's like, oh man, I have a headache. Let me see what they have at the gas station. At the shop. Right? It's like, oh fuck, I'm not touching any of that then. Shit.
Yeah,
goddamn.
That's pretty fucking well. I will say that I have only had a single energy
that
drink.
reminds me of a time that I bought
do not take the gas station penis pills.
Lamau. Okay, fine. But that does remind me of one time that I bought I bought gas station fireball shots. I think is what it was. It was like a little. So for context, right? What it was, right? This is at a gas station in Florida. I was on my way to a party. I was actually on my way to one of those house parties.
Damn it! Don't go to house parties, chat.
But on the way there, I stopped by a gas station because I was like, oh, I kind of want to bring some liquor.
Okay.
I don't want anything crazy. I just want something to like,
Step on or.
Yeah, because I was already bringing something, but I was like, let me see what they got at the gas station. And then I saw that they had these little, I shit you not, like the like clear, hand sanitizer bottles that have like the little caps so you can
Yes.
squeeze them out, whatever.
Yeah, they're like little they're designed to be able to get through like airport checkpoints.
Okay, yeah.
Because they come in little tiny bottles. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like little bottles.
Or you keep
with,
in your
hand
you keep
sanitizer in them.
well you're supposed to also like you keep them in your center console, your glove box, whatever.
Yeah. Okay, so I found those like very
Okay.
clearly not alcohol bottles. They're very clearly like hand sanitizer bottles filled with an amber liquid with a with a fireball like front image. Clearly printed out from a printer, like a home printer and like copy paper, taped with clear tape onto the front of the bottle.
Oh my god.
And they had like
that's like some
and they
fucking
had, like, 15 of
witchcrafting
them.
brew or some shit there. Like,
yeah, they had like 15 of them, and I was like, this seems interesting.
what
So I
Native
bought one.
American made this?
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. And so I fucking bought one. I was like, this cannot be an official like Fireball product, right? Like this cannot be like. There's no way that they just sell these. Like this looks. There's no way this is real. I need to try it. So I bought one. It tasted like cinnamon. It tasted like Fireball somewhat.
Okay.
I don't know how to explain this to you, but like, okay, imagine if liquor could expire.
Yeah, that's tough to imagine, actually.
Yeah, exactly. It's a rough thing to imagine, but it was basically like it tasted like Fireball. It tasted like Fireball.
It tasted like Firefall.
No, it tasted like Fireball. Okay, it tasted like cinnamon, but like, imagine if like you had like a cinnamon tea, right? Like something like that, like a cinnamon flavored tea, right? That had gone bad, and then you mix alcohol into it.
It's got this all ever so slightly like sourness to it or something.
Yeah, it was like it tasted like a little rancid,
Yeah.
It had like that like rancid feel that was very separate from the alcohol feel. Like there was still there was definitely alcohol in that. I don't know how much, but it very much it felt like I was having like a cinnamon flavored like it felt like I boiled like 26 sticks of cinnamon in like a really small cup of water, right? And then I mixed some alcohol into that. Or actually, well, I let it sit out for a week and then I mixed some alcohol into that. That's what it felt like.
What a weird experience. I have had a single 5-hour energy drink in my life. I had it once, and I felt like I had actually been poisoned. Like, I felt like, yeah, like it really was like actual poison. And dude, it fucked me up. Like, because that's the whole thing, like the whole like advertisement about 5-hour energy is that it elevates your energy without like getting like the jitters and shit like that, right? But like I felt like what I think people on like heavy doses of Xanax feel like.
Now it might have been Xanax in it.
I don't. Yeah, maybe. I don't know, but because it is true though. Because like, have you ever been to like those big like gas stations that are still like out in the middle of nowhere, like they're like on an Indian reservation or something like that. So they have like these, and they have like gift shops attached to them, and these gift shops have all kinds of shady shit in there that that like the owner has a daughter who's trying to like get her like Etsy business off the off the ground. So like, he's just gonna dedicate some shelf space to her products on the shelf with absolutely zero regulation or approval from anything. You know what I mean? Is this, here's my fucking fire water. You know what I mean? Like, I imagine that gas stations do the same shit. You know what I mean? Where they just they just got friends who are making this crazy shit that they're trying to get out into the market, and so they just say, "Yeah, I'll give you a shelf in my gas station because I can." I almost wonder if that's how it's getting by all these things. Like, have you ever been to like those gift shops and stuff like that on Indian reservations, and they have like a shelf just kind of randomly in the middle of the gift shop that's dedicated to all these fucking hot sauces that have all these crazy ass names, like Jake's Ass Fire, and like and like the shits and crinkles.
That reminds me of recently, on the way back from taking Pather's mom to an appointment. We stopped by a farmer's market, and they had a whole section in the back that was very much like that. It just had a bunch of like hot sauces with like printed labels on them. I noticed them originally because they had one called Satan's Blood. And I was like,
exactly.
Satan's Blood?
They all have these insane names. Yeah, I know.
There was like a bunch of fantasy themed ones. I was like, that's cool.
Uh-huh. They have like they all have like these, they're all either like really crude
or something like that. Like
some of them have like just pictures of like I've seen some of them, it's just like literally like a Mexican like shitting out like a nuclear explosion. Like stuff like that on the label and stuff like that. Like they literally advertise it as like, this will blow out your insides. And, and they call it like Reaper's cum stain. They give it all these crazy fucking names. And you only find these things like at like the fucking Pueblo gas station and wherever the bumfuck nowhere, New Mexico. You know what I mean? You don't find them in normal gas stations. You only find them in like mom and pop middle of nowhere gas stations. It's wild. It's so weird.
Some of them says best salsa I've ever had was called Ninja Pete's, and the guys smoked it during the cooking process.
See what I mean? Yeah, it's that kind of shit. And you see it all across like the Midwest and the Southwest of the United States. I don't know about the East Coast, but like basically wherever you have Indian reservations, you see this shit. It'll be like, yeah, it's really fucking funny. It's hilarious to just read these labels too. But yeah, it's a pretty weird thing, and I have to imagine that like none of those are tested. None of those have been agriculturally approved by the USDA or anything like that. They're just walking in with like a crate of this shit to the owner. They're arranging a meeting. It's like, I make this hot sauce. I'd like to sell it at your gas station. Will you sell it? And they go, sure. And then it's on the shelf the next day. Like it's that simple. Like I made it in my bathtub because I'm bored and I had all this extra hooch lying around. So I thought, why not make it into a hot sauce? And so here it is. Here's my product. You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck knows who and what is making this shit that you can find at gas stations?
Hold on, I have a question. The one that you said had like a guy in the front, like shooting fire out of his asshole. Was it called ass gas?
It might have been. There's a bunch of them that are like that.
I looked up sus gas station hot sauces, and like one of like the first images, it has like a guy in like blue shirt and blue pants holding, I don't know what that is, screwdriver maybe, with like a black cap. Looks like a white guy though, and he's got fire shooting out of his bow.
Go. This is what you find at gas stations. It's just random hot sauces that you never see anywhere else. You won't find these in a Kroger or an Albertsons or a Lucky's. You don't find these in. You only find these at obscure gas stations. This is called whoop ass. Like kick butt.
Ass blaster.
Yeah, pickle. Like what is this? Reaper pepper. Like they got all these insane names.
Hot sauce from hell.
Yeah, this is Mo Mountain, hot lava, Inferno Farms. What does that fucking say? I can't even read that. Love Burn.
Purebred idiot. Hot sauce roulette.
What the fuck? Area 51. Like, this looks like it was absolutely just printed from a printer and just taped onto the bottle. Like,
Yeah.
and you see all kinds of this shit. Backdraft fire sauce. What else we got? What else we got?
Florida man's lunacy pineapple hot sauce.
Where are you seeing? Wait, Florida man's lunacy? Where is that? Florida man's lunacy hot sauce?
You see it?
I'm bringing it up now. There you go. It's just got Florida man's lunacy. So, yeah, that it kind of all makes sense now that there's a problem with gas station heroin.
Yep.
Um.
It checks out.
Okay. Let's just kind of rapid fire through the rest of the science stuff.
Yippee!
We have a massive particle blasted through Earth, and scientists think it might be the first.
Oh, I see this
detection
one
of
last time, didn't I?
dark matter. Yeah, you said this last time.
Yeah, a deep sea telescope may have just caught dark matter in action for the first time. In February 2023, an underwater telescope called KM3NET, we'll call it the Cummynet, okay?
Oh, the CumNet. Yeah.
I was gonna say Cummynet because there's a 3 which is an E, so Cummynet. Anchored several miles beneath the Mediterranean Sea, recorded the brightest particle track ever seen in the universe. A single flash raced through the instrument's glass spheres, and computer checks showed that the parent particle must have carried about 220 peta-electron volts of energy. That figure is so large it dwarfs the beams of the Large Hadron Collider, the world's most powerful accelerator, by almost 100-fold.
Holy
Yeah, we've talked about the
shit.
the Hadron Collider and how
and how I'm fucking
crazy
terrified of that
is.
thing.
Yeah. This thing just beat that by almost 100-fold. Scientists first thought the visitor was an ultra-energetic neutrino. Neutrinos belong to an old family of particles that glide through planets. People have even led blocks with almost no resistance. Sorry,
Wow.
people and even led blocks with almost no resistance. Although they are hard to catch, detectors such as the Cummynet and its cousin, the Ice Cube Neutrino Observatory, owned by Ice Cube,
I was gonna say,
which sits frozen in the Antarctic ice. Yeah, which sits in the Antarctic ice, can see the faint blue glow that appears when the neutrino finally bumps into an atom and creates a fast-moving one. The February flash was 35 times brighter than any previous sighting, running at the nickname Impossible One. However, a puzzle soon surfaced. IceCube has more than 10 years of data, a much larger collection area, and a clear view of the same part of the sky. If a cosmic engine was sending such strong neutrinos towards Earth, IceCube should have seen them first, but it had none that matched. This mismatch bothered some researchers. They began to ask whether the one had come from something even stranger than a neutrino. In a new study, the team argues that the flash could be the first sign of dark matter ever detected on Earth. Dark matter, an invisible form of matter that outweighs the normal kind by a factor of 5, has revealed itself only indirectly through gravity so far. Many experiments have tried to trap it directly, but none have done so. The group's idea starts. Sorry, no, go on. You were saying?
I was thinking that we've never actually detected dark matter. Dark matter, we've never been able to see or interact or detect it. We've only been able to basically mathematically calculate its existence. Oh.
Yeah. The group's idea starts in a type of galaxy called a blazar. A blazar contains a supermassive black hole that launches narrow, powerful jets of particles at nearly the speed of light. If those jets include a special kind of dark matter particle, the beam could travel for billions of years and still remain intact. The path traced by the February flash points back to a region of the sky that hosts several known blazars, so the setting fits. Because the beam arrives at almost the same level as the ground, not straight down, it slips sideways to the Earth's outer layer instead of plunging towards the planet's center. To reach the eminent detector in the Mediterranean, each particle has to thread its way through about 93 miles of rock and soil along the shallow route. While making this long underground trek, a dark matter particle can strike an atomic nucleus, much like a cue ball hitting the 8-ball. The collision jolts the dark matter particle into a short-lived, excited version of itself that is heavier than before. This excited state lasts for only a blink of time, far less than a millionth of a second, before it breaks apart into two muons. Because those muons leave the split almost perfectly aligned, they fly side by side down the same corridor of seawater. Eminent's light sensors, which detect the faint blue glow of muons the muons create, cannot separate the twin paths. They record a single extra bright streak, which is exactly what scientists saw in February. IceCube's story is different because of its location. From the South Pole, the same beam would pass only about 9 miles of crust before reaching the detector. With far less rock on the way, the chance for dark matter to collide and show itself drops sharply. That simple depth difference can explain why eminent saw the brilliant flash while IceCube stayed quiet. That's very interesting.
This is actually like well explained for laymen, actually. Like,
Yeah,
I
really
can
like it.
actually mostly follow this, which is surprising.
Yeah. P.S. Bupel Dev of Washington University in St. Louis told New Scientist that the result opens up a new way you can really test dark matter. He notes that with the right conditions, we can convert these neutrino telescopes into dark matter detectors. The idea thrills some researchers because it would give science a fresh tool in the long hunt for the universe's missing mass. Other experts advise patience. This is probably just an ordinary neutrino that's exceptional in energy, Dan Hooper of the University of Wisconsin-Madison told New Scientist. In his view, the simplest answer remains a lone neutrino that happened to reach record-breaking energy. Shirley Lee, the University of California, Irvine, adds another check. The dark matter picture predicts two overlapping muons, not one, but today's instrument cannot yet tell the difference at such extreme energies. She said it is potentially testable, yet reconstructing a double track at this brightness remains very hard. The debate will not stay open for long. eminent is still under construction and will add more light sensors over the next few years. IceCube continues to watch the same patch of sky, and a planned upgrade will sharpen its vision. If the Mediterranean telescope logs more giant flashes from the same direction while IceCube remains quiet, confidence in the dark matter idea will grow. If both detectors begin seeing similar events, the explanation may circle back to extra-energetic neutrinos or another unknown cause. Either result would matter. A second event would mean the cosmic accelerators can drive particles to mind-bending energies, no matter what those particles are. A confirmed dark matter hit would be even bigger, giving researchers their first direct clues about the stuff that binds galaxies together. For now, one flash beneath the Mediterranean has reopened one of physics' largest mysteries and given scientists worldwide a brand new trail to follow.
That's cool. They actually
That's
that's like the big the big frontier that like branch of science is pursuing is figuring out how to interact with and manipulate dark matter. So, and they might have maybe if they see it again, if it happens a few more times, basically in the same pattern with like the one detecting it and the other not, then they're like, holy shit, we've actually detected dark matter for the first time, which is pretty fucking cool.
What's next?
What's next? Methane spiders. I can read this one.
Whatever is going on above the sea level, below the sea level is always more horrifying.
My God, dude. Again, thalassophobia isn't the most irrational fear. Let's be real. The first methane-powered sea spiders. I really, really hope that these were found off the coast of Australia. I really want this to be happening off the coast of Australia. Heat trapping methane may be best known for the dangers it poses to humans in Earth's atmosphere, but in the dark depths of the ocean, the greenhouse gas is a nourishing meal for some of the world's most mysterious creatures, new research suggests. Oh, yeah, like, that's not a surprise. Like, you'd be surprised at how, like, adaptable, like, various forms of sea life are at consuming different, like, you know, like, algal blooms that you see from space that happen after, like, oil spills and shit like that? You know?
Yeah.
It's because, like, algae, like oil, that deep sea oil that comes seeping out of the Gulf of Mexico is fucking delicious food for all kinds of different algae. So whenever there's an oil spill, it allows the algae to grow to such large, like, blobs that you can actually see them from space. It's called an algal bloom. Look it up. Like, you'd be amazed at, like, what, like, different forms of sea life eat to survive. Scientists say they have discovered 3 previously unknown, unnamed species of sea spider off the U.S. West Coast. Aww. It's not off of Australia. That could be teaming up with bacteria to thrive off gas bubbling from the seafloor and sparsely studied marine habitats known as methane seeps, thousands of feet below the ocean surface. So it's actually very similar, except it's like the gas that seeps out instead of the liquid. In this symbiotic relationship, bacteria take up real estate on the spider's exoskeletons, and in return, the microbes convert carbon-rich methane and oxygen into sugars and fats that spiders can eat, according to a study published Monday in the journal. So they're not actually eating methane.
I looked up algal bloom, and the first thing I saw was pictures of dead fish in the shoreline, in like thick green water,
Yeah.
like viscous green water.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they'll do that. I mean, algae is like, it's like gunk, like a gunk, and it'll kill fish, absolutely. Just like you would eat eggs for breakfast, the sea spider grazes the surface of its body, and it munches all those bacteria for nutrition. So it's not really eating the methane, then. It's not methane-fueled spiders. It's bacteria-fueled spiders. And then
Dude, those pictures from space are crazy. Holy shit.
You've seen them now? Yeah. Yeah, algal blooms are pretty wild. The sea spider grazes the surface of its body and it munches on all those bacteria for nutrition, said Shauna Gofferty, a professor and chair of biology at Occidental College in Los Angeles and the study's principal investigator. This unique nutrition strategy has never been observed in sea spiders before. Yeah, I could say that. Like, you wouldn't think that. It's basically like, so the bacteria is basically just constantly regenerating over the spider's exoskeleton by consuming this methane. And then the spider, instead of like hunting around, it just grazes the bacteria off of its back and eats the bacteria.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that's
There's
basically.
Like, there's pictures of an algal bloom in China from 2013, where it's so bad that it looks like there's just grass.
Yeah. Yep.
Like for a significant portion of like the shore.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a fucking kid sitting on like the bed of algae, and
Yeah.
he's not sinking into the water. That's crazy.
Yeah. Algal blooms are wild, dude. I'm telling you, it's a whole rabbit hole. One of the more interesting things when I was going to school to be a geologist that I learned about. While the deep sea feels really far away, all organisms are interconnected. Even though they're small, these animals have a big impact in that environment. We can't ever hope to sustainably use the oceans if we don't really understand the oceans. The methane diet may be good for everyone. Oh, is this the eat the bugs, live in the pod argument? Here we go. Life of the sun doesn't reach the deep sea ecosystem where the newly described Syracusura spider species make their home. To survive in this dark environment, microbes evolved to use chemicals instead of sunlight for energy, explained marine biologist Nicole Dubilier, a professor and director of the Department of Symbiosis at the Max Planck Institute for Marine Biology in Germany. Dubilier was not involved in the study. After marine life dies, it sinks to the seafloor and becomes buried. In the process of decomposition, methane gas is released, escaping through the cracks of sediment as bubbles. Instead of floating away with the whims of the water column, the microbes that feed on the methane attach themselves to sea animals to remain among the bubbles. By analyzing isotopes in the spider's tissues, the scientists determined the bacteria weren't just hitching a ride from an 8-legged friend. they were also being eaten. Yeah. This is the spider right here. Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, it basically just grazes bacteria off of its body, and then that bacteria, like, because it knows that it'll just regrow wherever, wherever it gets eaten from. So it just lives on the exoskeleton of this thing, and it just grazes the bacteria up, which I guess makes sense because, food is scarce down there. So that's interesting. Newly discovered Cercospora spiders are translucent and only span about 1 centimeter in length. Oh, these are tiny little things then. Okay. So they likely can't travel very far. In fact, each of the 3 sea spider species collected for the study were from different areas off the coast of Southern California and Alaska. Clue that the populations are highly localized. Since the spiders are so small, many of their organs are found inside of their appendages. To mate, the female spiders shoot hundreds of eggs from their kneecaps.
Fuck,
Okay.
bro. Bro, do not let the knee porn people find this.
I know.
Please.
Like fucking fetish
Please.
unlocked.
Please.
Which
Don't let them find this. I've seen the shit that I've seen the shit that they make. It's fucking weird. If they start making that shit of spiders, it's gonna be even weirder. Please
I
don't
know.
let them find this.
R34 is already bad enough as it is. Damn it. Which the male spiders collect into sack-like bundles looped around their legs like bracelets. The study found. Once the eggs hatch, the team noticed the bacteria living on the father spiders attach itself to the hatchlings, providing them with an early source of food. Wow, so the bacteria just immediately go over to the eggs too. Interesting. Studying microbiome inheritance in animals. Well, it's not like it has like a mind. It just spreads wherever it can spread. Like that's what bacteria does. Like it doesn't have like a thought process. People tend to think of the
So the bacteria itself is like, oh, there's babies? Eat us. Eat us.
Yeah, that's not
Become
what's
part of
happening.
the
All it's saying is like, there's like a new baby sac appears on the leg of the spider. That's just more surface area for the bacteria to grow onto. That's all it is. That's interesting though. Okay. Then we have this one, 23,000-year-old human footprints discovered in New Mexico.
No, so these are discovered like ages ago. These are not recently discovered. Actually, do you remember that show that we like watched? That we you had me watch.
Yeah.
Months back. They actually covered this in the 2nd season of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But essentially, what it is that they have done more carbon foot dating, or sorry, more like carbon dating on the actual like mud or like actual like sand, I guess, like basically like that patch of earth. Because previously, what they did is that they carbon dated some like fossilized plant matter that they found there, from what I understand.
Right.
And so, what it is now is that they actually they carbon dated the actual like a chunk of rock basically to verify whether or not this actually really is a 23,000-year-old human footprint. Because the issue is this totally challenges the idea that humans came to America, right?
Across like the Bering Land Bridge and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly.
That's interesting.
But because it basically this far back, that land bridge isn't there.
Right. That land bridge doesn't exist. It's underwater. It's underwater during the Younger Dryas. It's underwater. Yeah, they would have to like figure out like what the uppermost surface is, and they would have to carbon date like a bit from the surface of this, because like the surface of this is the age, like that'd be like the most recent. Like think of like beach sand. Like you walk along the beach, right? Well, whatever the age of that layer of sand is on top, you press down into it. The age of that sand is when you put your footprint into it, right? So they would have to test like rocks that have been stuck into the sediment at the very top layer of this to figure out when this footprint was actually printed.
Yeah, they have like an idea.
It's tough.
It's not super like specific, but
yeah,
it's actually
very. So radiocarbon dating it's it's tough to do, and there's a nuance to it, but especially when it comes to like sedimentary rock layers like this. Usually, they prefer to find like what are called like marker layers, which would be like the greatest of which are volcanic ash layers.
Yeah.
Because volcanic ash
Yeah,
layers
but
is
you
like
have
a,
a
it's like a
specific name for that.
yeah, it's like a freeze frame in the movie that is time, essentially. And every volcanic ash plume is unique in the chemical breakdown of it. So they can just scrape off some of the a volcanic ash layer, stick it into a spectrometer, and then every volcanic eruption has a spectromechanical like profile. So they just match it up and they like know what the age of each of those eruptions are. Bam, you know. And it's like they know the age of that layer. It's like, okay, everything in this sedimentary column below that was deposited before that eruption happened, and everything above that layer was deposited after that eruption. So it's like a really, really useful snapshot to basically universalize the time period of a sedimentary set. So when you're looking at like layers of sandstone like
black
this,
lines, right?
mm-hmm. Oh yeah, in the rock layer you're going to see it. Well, it can be a black line. It could be thick. I've seen thick layers of volcanic ash in the field. But the way you can tell that you're handling volcanic ash is actually to lick it. Because it's extremely porous and it'll like suck out all the moisture in your tongue like in an instant. So you get your tongue nice and lathered up and then just like lick the rock. If it's volcanic ash, your tongue will be dry in one lick.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that's how you could tell that you're dealing with volcanic ash, just to literally lick the rock. But like, if you don't have that, then you have to come up with clever ways to like figure out like, okay, if I test this rock and I figure out an age of this rock, what does it actually tell me? Because this is sedimentary rock. It's eroded rock. It basically, let's say you have a magma chamber that was exposed, crystallized, cooled down, and then it starts shedding detritus, right? Because it's been exposed at the surface. And it's got rivers and stuff like that is eroding that caldera or whatever it is, and it's just shedding detritus up and down into the river systems and into the basins and stuff like that. And it's just like, okay, and then that ends up in a basin at the top, at the bottom of the lake, and then the lake drains for whatever reason, and you come by a million years later and you scrape off that layer and can test it. What is that actually telling you? It's not telling you the age of the bottom of the lake. It's telling you when that rock crystallized in the magma chamber up on the mountain. You know what I mean? So you have to be like clever with like what the story is that led to that rock formation, so that what you're actually dating the right things.
Yeah.
Which is there's a whole process to it. I honestly, I hated it. It was always a pain in the ass, this stuff, when I was in school. Because you gotta like really think this shit through, But anyway, do you want to read? Yeah, see.
I actually want to do want to read into this because they do go into like some like specifics, which is pretty cool.
Okay, go for it.
So new radiocarbon dating has purportedly of purportedly 23,000-year-old footprints discovered in dried lake bed in White Sands, New Mexico, has confirmed their age, reigniting controversy regarding the earliest arrival of humans in the Americas. Several scientists have questioned the early dating of the fossil footprints and have noted the lack of artifacts found at the location. However, the scientists behind the newly confirmed dates say the transitory nature of their location supports the idea that the makers of the 23,000-year-old footprints were likely only passing through and did not leave any objects behind. 23-year-old human footprints appear 10,000 years too early. For much of the 19th and early 20th centuries, archaeologists believed humans had not arrived in the Americas until as recently as 3,000 to 4,000 years ago. In the late 1920s, archaeological discoveries at sites like Folsom and Clovis in New Mexico pushed that date back thousands of years, with the most commonly accepted date for human arrival being extended to 13,000 years ago. This date is supported by geological history indicating that the land bridge between Asia and North America would not have been passable 10,000 years earlier. The situation changed in 2019. Researchers from the UK's Bournemouth University and the US National Park Service unearthed a series of undoubtedly human footprints in white sands, dated to between 21,000 and 23,000 years ago. As noted, those findings, which were published in 2021, remain highly controversial, since they seem to go against a relatively well-established timeline. The immediate reaction in some circles of the archaeological community was that the accuracy of our dating was insufficient to make the extraordinary claim that humans were present in North America during the last glacial maximum, said study author and U.S. Geological Survey.
That's the Younger
USGS,
Dryas, by the way.
Yeah, geologist Jeff Pagati in a later statement. Even Pagati and colleagues' 2023 follow-up analysis lending support for the extremely ancient date, as well as a separate study offering evidence of 22,000-year-old transport technology in the same area, and the discovery of an alternate ancient ice highway route from Asia to North America, still did not manage to settle the debate. Wait, what? There's an alternate ancient ice highway from Asia to North America?
Yeah, during the glacial maximum, you would have that means that you have the glacial advancement towards the equator at its maximum. So, at a place as north as the Bering Strait could have very well been glacialized, and so it wouldn't be just like a little land bridge. It would actually be a mass of ice between the two continents that people could just trek across.
Okay.
This is why like the
what is
sea...
2,000-year-old transport technology? What?
I have no idea what that is.
There's a link. Want to click it? I'm curious.
Let's see. That's the ancient footprints. Oh, it's like signs of like dragging things, I guess. Appear to be drag marks near the trace fossil footprints. Only one trace was found, while parallel tracks were identified in others. Drag marks extend for dozens of meters before being obscured by overlying sediment. The markings likely point to the use of what is called a travois, which is a simple sled crafted from wooden poles, representing what they call one of the simplest prehistoric vehicles. That's what I was talking about.
That's crazy. That far back.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, dragging shit around seems like the very first step in, I guess you could call it transport technology. Like creating like a board that you can put stuff on, and then dragging it around would probably be the most prehistoric thing I can imagine. So it makes sense.
Yeah, fair enough. But anyways, recently, Vance Holliday, an archaeologist and geologist from the University of Arizona, whose 2012 study of the White Sands area, just a few yards from the location of the footprints, assisted with their initial 2021 dating, returned to perform a new analysis of the footprints. Unlike previous tests that relied on seeds and pollen to date the footprints, Holliday and his team used radiocarbon dating of an ancient mud in an independent lab to confirm the controversial dates. Before returning for a new set of tests, Holliday enlisted the help of Jason Windingstad, a doctoral candidate in environmental sciences who worked as a consulting geoarchaeologist for previous research projects at White Sands. During several outings in 2022 and 2023, the duo dug a new series of trenches in the dried ancient lake beds.
Yeah, so they're trying to get a like a sediment column established.
Yeah. These efforts included collecting ancient mud samples taken from the beds of a stream where the supposedly 23,000-year-old footprints were discovered. Holliday says even more ancient evidence was likely here at one time, but millennia of wind erosion have left scarce material for his team to study. The wind erosion destroyed part of the story, so that part is just gone, he explained. The rest is buried under the world's biggest pile of gypsum sand.
Huh.
After returning the samples to what's gypsum sand?
Gypsum is a specific mineral. They use it in drywall.
Ah.
It would be sand that's made up largely of that mineral.
Okay.
That's all.
After returning the samples to the lab, radiocarbon dating tests were performed. Like the test of pollen and seeds, the new test dated the soil to thousands of years before the generally accepted timeline for human arrival. Specifically, the test showed the mud is between 20,000 22,700 years and 22,400 years old. The team said these findings support the idea that humans were walking on this beach between 21,000 and 23,000 years ago. The team notes that these recent tests were performed at independent labs. These wetland radiocarbon dates came from labs unaffiliated with the original 2021 study. The team explained, placing humans at the site squarely in the LGM, last glacial maximum, and supporting an early human presence in North America. In their conclusion, the researchers point out that this is the third type of material used to date the ancient footprints, and all tests were performed by different labs. As a result, the two research groups have a total of 55 consistent radiocarbon dates.
That's
a remarkably
damn.
consistent.
That's actually
Yeah.
pretty damn remarkable, because radiocarbon dating is actually known to be a little bit more unreliable with relatively younger time periods. So getting 55 consistent, unique tests from independent labs that are like all lining up to like this, within like a few thousand years is actually pretty remarkable. That's a pretty dang solid record, actually.
Yeah, so, well, it's a remarkably consistent record, said Holiday. You get to the point where it's really hard to explain all this away. As I said in the paper, it would be serendipity in the extreme to have all these dates giving you a consistent picture that's in error. Still, Holiday and Windingstad said critics continue to note the lack of artifacts or settlements at the scene of a supposedly 23,000-year-old footprint supporting the ancient occupation date. Although the findings of the new study did not directly address the criticism, they point out that the tracks in question would have taken just a few seconds to walk. Holiday also said that given the value hunter-gatherers would have likely placed on resources, it's not logical they would leave behind a debris field. These people live by their artifacts, and they were far away from where they can get replacement materials, Holiday argues. They're not just randomly dropping artifacts.
Not just
Holiday
that, but
said-
like, what does the presence of artifact matter in terms of the date? Because it's like, whether it's 23,000 years old or 10,000 years old, there's still no artifacts there, so it seems like a moot point to me. I don't know what they're getting at here.
Okay, wait. So like down to supposed to take it?
So this lady said she'll drop it from 800 to 600 if we can get them this weekend.
Defined like this weekend or this coming weekend?
Okay, I'll ask.
Wait, and this is for what? Is it for those
For
pups?
these puppies. For one.
For one of these puppies.
Yes.
What are these
pink-
puppies?
So they're poodles.
They don't look like poodles to me.
Okay, they're Moyens, which they are poodles,
Okay.
but they are smaller than a standard, bigger than a miniature.
Okay.
Does that make sense? They have Canadian Kennel Club papers, not American Kennel Club. The whole like breeding system is weird in terms of papers. But I want Yellow Girl because Yellow Girl is going to turn out to be about 50 pounds, which is on the low end of standard. But Pink Girl is going to be around 35, 40, which
Just
would no
smaller.
longer be considered a standard.
Okay. So
Yellow Girl and Pink Girl. And they come vaccinated, dewormed. I think, hold on. She said they also come with a puppy bag.
I don't know what that
I
means.
don't know what that means. I think it's the food they've been eating, and a few other things.
Where is it?
I'm about to ask her. I'm
Cause
pretty sure she's in either Tennessee or Georgia.
Hawaiian poodle, it's a medium poodle.
Yep.
It really just means medium poodle. Okay.
Yep.
That's literally what it is. They're just okay.
Yep. They're just smaller poodles that the AKC doesn't recognize, even though some poodles can come out small. I'm sorry, Helmsman.
I know, you're fine.
Do you want to see the pictures of the puppies?
Yeah, you can send them to me.
They're so cute.
We're almost done with the show, though.
know. They're like a little wider than like regular poodles. They
Mm-hmm.
look different. They're cuter. I like them more.
Yeah.
It looks like if they jumped up in your lap, they won't kill you.
They look less ugly. They look more like dogs.
Okay.
Yeah, she showed me like a picture of like a poodle earlier today, and my immediate reaction was, "Oh, I know that black kid. He watches Naruto." Like,
Well,
I-
are you
I
interested
don't
in
know-
yellow girl or pink girl?
I also prefer yellow girl.
Okay.
But anyways. Oh, we finished reading this.
Pretty much.
So
Okay.
yeah.
But yeah, it is. It is
But yeah,
interesting.
basically it's like
I
they
remember.
have all this research. They have 55 consistent carbon dates from like multiple places. It's like, how the fuck is anyone denying this? It's like, oh, there's no artifacts. It's like there's footprints. Like, what do you fucking?
Well, my whole thing is that it's just like there's no artifact. It's like, okay, well, if it was 10,000 year old like you guys want it to be, there's no artifacts. So who cares? like why does that matter? You know what I mean? Like I don't understand
it's
why
like-
that matters.
Oh, we don't have proof that they carried things through here. We only have proof that they walked. We only have like human footprints. Like, what the fuck more do you want, motherfucker? Like, what do you mean?
Yeah,
Like, why do you need artifacts as proof that humans were there? You have the footprint.
it's really weird.
Such a weird argument to make.
Yeah, I know. It just seems like a moot point that doesn't have anything to do with the actual topic.
Okay, so this I find really interesting because that brow immediately makes me think of Dragon Ball.
It does, doesn't it?
That
That's a
is like a
unibrow
Dragon
right
Ball.
there.
That is like a Dragon Ball art. Like that is a Super Saiyan 3 brow if I've ever seen one. Okay. Dragon Man DNA revelation puts a face to the mysterious group of ancient humans.
When I hear mysterious group of ancient humans, I immediately think Nephilim.
Fair.
Do you know what the Nephilim are?
No.
The Nephilim is
Aren't those
actually
the, like giants?
no. So the Nephilim, they actually are a part of the new Indiana Jones game. If you bother to play the whole thing,
I didn't.
no, but so
I might go
there's
back at some point.
actually a book of the Bible called the Book of Nephilim that was actually removed from the Christian canon a long time ago, and in this book, it details this race of giants that lived on the earth,
Yeah.
and the giants are named, right? And they breeded with humans, and yada yada yada. And it's this really fascinating part of like Christian mythology that was like removed from the canon that really annoys the hell out of me as a Christian,
Yeah,
because I
it's
find the
Nephilim.
whole Nephilim thing to be absolutely fascinating. So whenever I think mysterious group of ancient humans, I think Nephilim or like the offspring of Nephilim. So anyway,
Anyways, can you zoom in a little bit? This is like really small to read.
also it's like the
Zoom.
opposite of giants. They're like pygmies.
Zoom. Zoom in.
Oh, you can't see. Oh, you're right. You can't see.
Animated skull recovered from the bottom of a well in northeastern China in 2018 sparked intrigue when it didn't match any previously known species of prehistoric human. Now, scientists say they have found evidence of where the fossil fits, and it could be a key piece in the cryptic evolutionary puzzle. After several failed attempts, researchers managed to extract the genetic material from the fossilized cranium, nicknamed Dragon Man, linking it to an enigmatic group of early humans known as Denisovans. A dozen or so Denisovan fossil bone fragments had previously been found and identified using ancient DNA, but the specimen's small size offered little idea of what this shadowy population of ancient hominins looked like, and the group has never been assigned an official scientific name. Scientists typically consider skulls with telltale bumps and ridges the best type of fossilized remains to understand the form of appearance of an extinct hominin species. The new findings, it confirmed. What,
The
baby?
28th and 29th.
That one we gotta go pick it up?
Yep.
Has to be the weekend?
Yes.
It's next
Okay,
weekend.
where?
It's in Georgia.
Okay. Damn, we have to make 2 trips to Georgia.
Just remember that when we schedule. Remember that when we schedule for SummerSlam.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
Yeah, ask her if we can pick it up sooner. If she's down. Because we're going to be in Georgia in 2 days, 3 days.
Yeah, okay.
24th. Because she might have meant by this weekend, not necessarily this weekend specifically, but I don't know. Who knows? She probably works, so probably has to be this weekend. Anyways. Where the fuck were we?
You were basically here.
Oh,
this
no, I was down
paragraph.
there. The new findings that confirmed could effectively put a face to the Denisovan name. I really feel that we have cleared up some of the mystery surrounding its population, said Kiao Mei Fu. Chow Mei Fu. Is it Chow or... That'd be Chow Mei, right?
Wait, where are you?
Down there.
Oh, here.
Chow Mei Fu.
Oh man.
Chow
Yeah, I
Mei.
think I.
Chow Mei Fu, a professor at the Institute of Paleontology and Paleoanthropology, part of the Chinese Academy of Sciences in Beijing, and lead author of the new research. After 15 years, we know the first Denisovan skull. Denisovans were first discovered in 2010 by a team that included Fu, who was then a young researcher at the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology in Leipzig, Germany, from ancient DNA contained in a pinky fossil found in Denisova Cave in the Altai Mountains of Russia. Additional remains unearthed in the cave from which the group gets its name, and elsewhere in Asia, continue to add to the still incomplete picture. And that must be awesome, right? Like 10 years prior, like when you first started doing this, you like find this thing. Awesome. Yeah, you find this thing, and then like, you know, after 15 years of researching it, like you're still on the team to like find the latest like upfront discovery for it. Yeah, it does that sometimes. I don't know why. The floorboards moved. The floorboards of this house, they move. No, nothing to do with that. Just one of these days, you or me are gonna step somewhere else in this house and it's gonna loosen that plank back down. I don't know how it works, but I've noticed that to be the case with this house. Where sometimes you step in a certain spot and then the floor moves elsewhere.
That's fucking insane.
No, it's not the first time I've noticed it. It's not the first time I've noticed it. It just happened here. This is also why the door in the kitchen drags sometimes. It's because of the same phenomenon. Remember I told you? Remember that one that closed on us? Yep, remember that one of them closed on us? That's what happened. You stood in a specific spot but then loosened it because you walked towards me from where I was standing. And it loosened that floorboard, which caused it to move. That's exactly what it is. And I've noticed it happens. It happens in this store. It happens to the door in the kitchen. And it happens to, you know how sometimes we hear a noise in the closet over there?
Where are we picking up the car? Send me it.
I'll send you the address in a second. Sorry. I just went on a rant because there is no ghost in this house. The noise we hear is just the fucking... Sometimes the cats move. And the fucking cats move. The floorboards move elsewhere. I swear to God, Jin is heavy enough to move the fucking floorboards. This house is made of fucking paper mache, dude. Swear to God, these wooden planks are not real.
Like one of those Japanese houses that's designed to detect ninjas sneaking up on you and shit.
Yeah, exactly. It's like when you fucking move anywhere, it's like the floor moves somewhere else, like loosens elsewhere because the pressure of where you're standing. It's so fucking bizarre. But that's exactly what it is. I have figured it out at this point. Let me grab the address real quickly for my wife so she knows where it is that we're going to be picking up the truck. Hold on, do I have it on Google already? Do I have it saved?
Damn, this caveman is fucking jacked. Holy shit, dude. That guy has to have a bow. That guy has to have a Bowflex.
God damn!
This is a roided up caveman if I've ever seen one. Holy fuck, dude? Look at the veins in his arms. My God.
Hey
He is
man,
di-
that is just surviving, bro.
This dude is
He's
just this
surviving.
dude. Yeah, this is fucking the OG liver king right here.
Yeah, dude.
Holy fuck.
But anyways, where were we? The new research described in 2 scientific papers published Wednesday is definitely going to be among, if not the biggest paleoanthropology papers of the year, and will spur debate in the field for quite some time, said Ryan McRae, the paleoanthropologist at the Smithsonian Natural Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C., who was not involved in the studies. The findings could help fill the gaps about a time when Homo sapiens weren't the only humans roaming the planet, and teach scientists more about modern humans. Our species once coexisted for tens of thousands of years, and interbred with both Denisovans and Neanderthals before the two went extinct. Most humans today carry a genetic legacy of those ancient encounters. Neanderthal fossils have been the subject of study for more than, I presume, it says more than a century.
Yeah, I know. I see that.
And details are known about our mysterious Denisovan cousins, and a skull fossil can reveal a great deal. Look at the brow on that Chad. Hold on, go back up. God damn.
That's an arrowhead, all right. I'm gonna go do
Yeah.
some sit-ups.
I did a good job with this one. Let's go hunt a tiger.
Right?
A saber-toothed tiger.
This is like a thirst
yeah,
trap
so-
caveman
so-
right here.
Yeah, this is the artist's impression of how we might have looked.
Damn.
And these guys were small, right? So this is like a giga twin.
It's like a real life Wolverine right here then.
Yeah, dude.
Fuck, dude. Just stick some of those arrowheads between his fingers. The Wolverine.
Yeah,
Like 100
because these guys were supposed to be like the smaller ones, right? So like Neanderthals were like the big ones. These were the small ones. Then we were the just right ones
Yeah.
with the bigger brain. Which is why we outlived them. Long in the tooth. A laborer in the city of Harbin in northeastern China discovered the Dragon Man's skull in 1933. The man, who was constructing a bridge over the Songhua River when that part of the country was under Japanese occupation, took home the specimen and stored it at the bottom of a well for safekeeping. What the fuck?
Wow. What?
Who
What
the
a
fuck
wa-
does that?
That's where I would like discard something, not safe keep it.
The man
weird.
never retrieved his treasure,
Also-
and the cranium, with one tooth still attached in the upper jaw, remained unknown to science for decades until his relatives learned about it before his death. His family donated the fossil to Hebei GEO University. My brain wanted to, but like my brain saw GEO, my brain was gonna be like Geico. I don't know why.
Also say hi to
Anyways,
Mr. Cornell.
GEO University. Hi, Mr. Cornell! And researchers first described it in a set of studies published in 2021 that found the skull to be at least 146,000 years old. Researchers argued the fossil merited a new species name given the unique nature of the skull, naming it Homolongi, which is derived from Heilongjiang, or Black Dragon River, the province where the cranium was found.
Dude,
Some
how
experts
about I
at the
live in a
time-
place called Black Dragon River? That sounds so fucking awesome.
So this is the time hypothesized the skull might be Denisovan, while others have lumped the cranium in with a cache of difficult to classify fossils found in China, resulting in intense debate and making molecular data from the fossil particularly valuable. Given the skull's age and backstory, Fu said she knew it would be challenging to extract ancient DNA from the fossil to better understand where it fit in the human family tree. There are only bones from 4 sites over the 10,000-year-old
100,000.
the 100,000-year-old years old in the world that have ancient DNA, she noted via email. Fu and her colleagues attempted to retrieve ancient DNA from 6 samples taken from Dragon Man's surviving tooth and the cranium's petrous bone, a dense piece at the base of the skull that's often a rich source of DNA in fossils, without success. The team also tried to retrieve genetic material from the skull's dental calculus?
I guess.
The gunk left on the teeth that can, over time, form a hard layer and preserve DNA from the mouth. From this process, the researchers managed to recover mitochondrial DNA, which is less detailed than nuclear DNA, but revealed the link between the sample and the known Denisovan genome, according to one new paper published in the journal Cell. Mitochondrial DNA is only a small portion of the total genome, but can tell us a lot. The limitations lie in its relatively small size compared to nuclear DNA, and in the fact that it is only inherited from the matrilineal side? Yeah, from the matrilineal side, not both biological parents, McRae said. Therefore, without nuclear DNA, a case could be made that this individual is a hybrid with a Denisovan mother. But I think that scenario is rather less likely than this fossil belonging to a full Denisovan, he added.
Okay, so this is the calculus, like the gunk on the tooth.
Yeah, looks like. The team additionally recovered protein fragments from the Petrus bone samples, the analysis of which also suggests the dragonman skull belonged to a Denisovan population, according to a separate paper published Wednesday in the journal Science. Together, these papers increase the impact of establishing the Harbin cranium as a Denisovan, Fu said. The molecular data provided by the two papers is potentially very important, said anthropologist Chris Stringer, research leader in human origins at London's Natural History Museum. I've been collaborating with Chinese scientists on new morphological analysis of human fossils, including Harbin, he said. Combined with our studies, this work makes it increasingly likely that Harbin is the most complete fossil of a Denisovan found so far.
Cool.
However, Shi Junni, a professor at the Institute of Vertebrate Paleontology and Paleoanthropology in Beijing, who, along with Stringer, worked on the initial Dragonman research, but not the latest studies, said that he is cautious about the outcome of the two papers because some of the DNA extraction methods used were experimental. Ni also said he finds it strange that DNA was obtained from surface dental calculus, but not inside the tooth and petrous bone, given that the calculus appeared to be more exposed to potential contamination. Nonetheless, he added that he thinks it is likely the skull and other fossils identified as Denisovan are from the same human species. The goal in using a new extraction approach was to so basically that guy thinks that while the methods were sketch, he does think that the result is correct.
Right.
Essentially, is what that guy's saying. He's like these methods are sketch, so I'm a little bit cautious on the outcome. But I do also think that while the way that it was proven might not be the most accurate, I do think it is right.
Right.
The goal in using a new extraction approach was to recover as much genetic material as possible, Fu explained, and the dense crystalline structure of dental calculus may help prevent the host DNA from being lost. The protein signatures Fu and her team recovered indicated a Denisovan attribution, with other attributions very unlikely, said Frida Welker, an associate professor of biomolecular paleoanthropology at the University of Copenhagen's Globe Institute in Denmark. Welker has recovered Denisovan proteins from other Canada fossils, but was not involved in this research. With the Harbin cranium now linked... Hold on, the cat used the bathroom. What the fuck was it? Now linked to the Denisovan based on molecular evidence, a large portion of the hominin fossil record can be compared reliably to a known Denisovan specimen based on morphology, he said. With the dragonman skull now linked to Denisovans based on molecular evidence, it'll be easier for paleoanthropologists to classify other potential Denisovan remains from China and elsewhere. McRae, Ni, and Stringer all said they thought it was likely that Homo longi would become the official species name for Denisovans, although other names have been proposed. Renaming the entire suite of Denisovan evidence as Homo longi is a bit of a step, but one that has good standing since the scientific name Homo longi was technically the first to be now tied to Denisovan fossils, McRae said. However, he added that he doubts the informal name of Denisovan is going anywhere anytime soon, suggesting it might become shorthand for the species, as Neanderthal is to Homo neanderthalensis. Yeah, makes sense. I'm not gonna fucking be like, oh yeah, one of them Homo longis. I don't fucking call my fellow humans Homo sapiens either, do I?
That's basically the story.
But yeah,
I do like it here, like when you talk about, how morphology, it's like they've been able to establish, through molecular evidence, a Harbin cranium, essentially. So, now that means that they don't actually. Uh-oh.
Trying to bite into the fucking seed patch? What are you doing? What are you doing, buddy? What are you doing? Come kiss your feet.
What I get for streaming with the Mercury Banner.
No, go.
You guys all right?
Soon it'll be you having to deal with this.
I'm here for it. No, but like, what this is actually really good here because it's just like they have like the Harbin cranium linked to the Denisovans based on molecular evidence, and which means that they can now have multiple vectors of confirmation of Denisovan origin. They don't have to actually carbon date necessarily because they can use morphology now because of this link. So they can, which is literally just comparing what they look like, you know, and taking and just measuring, you know, various ratios and stuff like that. It's like, oh, this is the same kind of skull as that, so we know it's this. You know, they don't have to carbon date everything or have all this struggle of scraping off fucking, you know, precious little DNA that's left available that's actually sampleable and stuff like that. So that's very, very useful.
That's cool.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, so like now they actually know what these fuckers look like, basically, and they've confirmed that this is them.
Yeah, exactly. Now they basically have enough of a baseline where they can use morphology for identification now, which is very, very useful. And then the final science story I have is super termites in Florida. The scientists issued stark warning after harmful creatures breed to form hybrid species. We have confirmed the presence of hybrid swarms.
As a Florida man now, do you want to read this? I'm no longer Florida.
Yeah, I'll read this one. Invasive species can wreak havoc on your local ecosystem, but imagine 2 invasive insects coming to your area and breeding together. That's exactly what's happening in Florida. The Formosan subterranean termites and Asian subterranean termites are mating in southern areas of the Sunshine State. Associate Professor Thomas, whatever the fuck, from the University of Florida Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences has this.
Shoving.
About these 2 species breeding 10 years ago, he noticed both males and females from each species showing courtship behaviors. A study from the university, published in Proceeding of the Royal Society B, confirmed that these 2 invasive creatures have bred to form a hybrid species.
I saw that fucking there termite fucking giving that other there termite the fuck me eyes. I know what's going on.
that there black termite was backing up on that there yellow termite, and now they got some kind of blackish orangish termite, and then bad. Shovik said, since then, we have confirmed the presence of hybrid swarms every year since 2021, including in April of 2025. The team genetically tested the termites and found that they had genes from both species. Oh god, they're mutt termites.
Dude,
why is this hybrid species concerning?
When a like article. Yeah. Do you want to finish reading it before I get to what I think what I was gonna say?
Let me just finish it real quick. The study found that both termite species are prone to forming massive colonies, and once mature, the winged termites can be sent out to find a mate and establish a new nest as king and queen. According to the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, Formosan subterranean termites can cause more damage than U.S. termites due to their large colonies. So yeah, they're super termites. Great. Now we gotta deal with that shit, chat.
Well, what I was gonna get to is like it's really bad when you have a like a invasive species, right? It's really
because
bad
there's no predators for them.
Yeah, it's really bad when an invasive species fucking like mates with your local species. It's extra bad when an invasive species mates with another invasive species.
Right.
That sucks. And you know, I don't know if you know this, but in the Everglades, there is a type of python.
Oh,
right.
I think I know the story that you're talking about.
Yeah. So there is a native python that's called a rock python. They're they're smaller pythons and they're very aggressive, right?
Yeah, they're very territorial.
So the issue is that we have a huge Burmese python problem, right?
Right.
In the Everglades, because people have them as pets and they let them go and they get huge.
They get too big and they just let them go, and then they just grow and grow and grow forever.
Yeah, and they just live in the Everglades and they breed. and they breed with the rock pythons, making a hybrid that is as large as the Burmese pythons,
And aggressive
but
as
as
the rock.
aggressive as the rock pythons.
Yep.
Yep. Not fun. But yeah, those fuckers have been caught killing gators.
Yeah,
Like,
they've
eating
killed gators, but I've also seen like there have been animals that have actually killed pythons as well. Like,
Yeah.
that has happened. There are animals that are actually beginning to predate on pythons, which is a very good thing. We need more and
Well,
more animals to
it's
learn to
not
predate.
Strange,
Yeah.
because we already had pythons. It's just now we have these new bigger ones, right? And
Mhm.
then they're making new bigger ones that are also aggressive like the local ones. So it's just a matter of like the nature adapting to there being more of this existing problem, but now these existing problem animals bigger.
Mhm.
So
I heard her
Yeah.
meow just now.
yeah, he's mad 'cause he's trying to sleep on me, and I moved him.
Yeah, like
He's a silent
my
bastard.
grandpa, the one that died late last year, his house, we just got his house sold.
Mhm.
And we actually dodged a bullet because we sold it to like a reseller instead of like an actual end user. And the reseller, after purchasing it and our hands were clean with it, discovered that like one of the sheds had to be completely torn out because of termite damage,
Oh,
like
no.
that. And they had to pull out, they had to like basically just demolish the entire backyard except for the garage.
That's rough.
Yeah, which like it took away all the profits and ended up costing them money. But we dodged a bullet because we didn't have to do that. So, yeah, termites are no joke. If you got like termites they're not nasty to deal with, very very nasty. Costs
Yeah,
a lot
we've
of fucking
had-
money. Termite mitigation costs a fortune too. Sucks.
So my mom's house in Florida, for years there'd be like a termite season where like they'd be coming out of the walls.
Oh,
in
it's
the-
terrifying.
Hold on, it gets worse. They come out of the walls in the area between my room and the bathroom next door, like the
Oh.
bathroom.
Oh no.
And sometimes like I'd go into the bathroom and I'd find just like a sink full of like termites.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Yeah, it was pretty fucking horrid, but they just be fluttering around that area. They're pretty easy to kill. They don't really know how to fly.
No, they don't.
They don't really know how to fly. They have wings, I don't know why. But their wings just fall off super easily. Like if you just blow on them, their wings fall off.
Mm-hmm.
I think we found the source of Rose's phobia. No, the source is roaches. I had an incident with a roach when I was a kid. A roach bit me on the lip.
All right.
Anyways,
Let's get to the last story.
yeah, we got like what, one more?
Last story, then we got clips of the week, then we can get out of here.
I bet.
And this last story is just a funny one. JD Vance joined Blue Sky, and a collective meltdown ensued. So he says here on Twitter. By the way, I have to say I actually like JD Vance more than I like Trump. So
Same.
I think he'd be actually a significantly better leader than Trump would actually.
Yeah,
But he put
I
here on
like him.
Twitter, just set up my page on Blue Sky. Hope to see you guys there, because he knew exactly what was going to happen. It's just funny how like it's interesting how like the vice president of the United States has his ear to the pulse of like internet culture. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? I think that's really fascinating, actually, and a very good thing, because JD Vance is my age. Remember, he is in his 40s.
Yeah.
He is my age.
This is like the most this is like the most like prevalent president I've seen in like my lifetime.
Mhm.
I don't even remember who the fuck George Bush's president or vice president was. I have no fucking idea. I
Dick
haven't
Cheney.
the slightest. Who?
Dick Cheney.
Who?
Dick Cheney was a former Halliburton executive, which is one of the primary reasons we actually went into Iraq. But that's besides the point.
But yeah, like the point is like, yeah, it's like I could never remember who like the VP was. obviously, I know for Obama it was
Biden.
Biden, right? And then
You remember who Trump's first term VP was?
it was Mike Pence, but
There
he
you
didn't
go.
like fucking do anything.
He didn't do jack shit.
He didn't do shit,
um,
right?
he was
I
basically
also
there to
remember.
secure the neocon boomer vote. That's what he was there for.
Yeah, I also don't remember Biden fucking like doing much of anything while he was the fucking like VP either,
I don't either.
right? And then we had fucking what's her face, who also didn't do much of anything while she was the VP up until the point where she started running. Kamala?
Kamala Harris, yeah.
Yeah, like she didn't do much of fuck all until literally until it was like, oh, actually, you
Yeah,
might
I
have
mean,
to be the
she
VP.
got named the
I was like,
border
oh.
czar, but she didn't do anything.
Yeah, she didn't do shit as a fucking border czar, right?
Um,
And so like JD Vance's like actually doing things. He's like doing interviews. He's like, while the fucking whole like meltdown between Trump and fucking Elon was going on, he did an interview with Theo.
Theo Vaughn.
Vaughn.
Yeah.
And he made a post about it. He was like, "Hey, I'm gonna be on Theo Vaughn's show. I don't know what we're gonna talk about."
Yeah, he just seems like
right?
he really does come across.
Like, obviously, what's going on, you know?
Yeah, he's very aware of like what's going on in the culture. Like I bet you he knows what Gamergate is.
Probably.
You know what I mean?
But he and then also like that speech he gave in
Germany,
like, in front of all, in fucking Germany,
Yeah.
like. I don't remember. I can't remember hearing of any fucking like other VPs going out and doing fucking speeches criticizing other fucking countries. Like, goddamn.
Well, the thing is about
Yeah,
JD
most
Vance is like he's like, I never listened to George Bush talk because I couldn't stand the way he talked and the sound of his voice. Obama I could tolerate, but I didn't like Obama, so I never listened to him. And honestly, I don't like listening to Trump much either. The only time I like listening to Trump is when he's like off script during like a rally, because then he's just like joking around, and it's fun to listen to him just joke around, you know.
But, like,
But
he
other than
doesn't really
that,
voice.
like I did not like Trump's interview with Joe Rogan because it was like he just meanders and rambles so fucking much.
I fell asleep listening to it.
Yeah, I was bored by it. Now, actually
actually fell asleep. Like I was watching after a stream. I like laid down. I was wide, put it on, and I passed out like an hour in.
Yeah, but JD Vance went on too. Remember? And
I didn't watch that one.
I listened to JD Vance do the whole thing, and I was just like, I like just listening to JD Vance talk to people about stuff, you know. But anyway, he joined Blue Sky, and he immediately started posting saying, "Hello, Blue Sky. I have been told this app has become the place to go for common sense political discussion and analysis. So I'm thrilled to be here to engage with all of you." And then he posted, "There's several problems with appealing and deferring to the authority of the expert class." So he just immediately started like going against like Blue Sky values, essentially. To that end, I found Justice Thomas's concurrence on medical care for transgender youth quite illuminating. He argues that many of our so-called experts have used bad arguments and substandard science to push experimental therapies on our youth. I might add that many of those scientists are receiving substantial resources from Big Pharma to push these medicines on kids. What do you think? Like, he's obviously like trolling, you know, for rage, essentially, by being like obviously like sarcastically level-headed, you know, and rational and everything, knowing that it's gonna cause a meltdown. And of course it did. As Savvy Pro said, his account was suspended.
That's crazy.
He was banned in minutes. He was unbanned and then verified. 15,000 blocked him, and it's not stopping. I think it's up over like 30,000. Yeah, he says it's at 30,000 now. It's probably up close to like 100,000 at this point. And it's all the Blue Sky is talking about today, and the salt is lovely. So this is just the same post that he put in. JD Vance lasted 12 minutes on Blue Sky before he got banned. And then George Takei up here. Treat JD Vance on Blue Sky like we did Donald's birthday parade. Ignore it. Don't show up to watch it, and he will soon become sad and dejected. George Takei is a fucking retard. Point. I used to respect him. a long time ago, before Trump, the Trump era. I respected him, but he lost all my respect. He's another one of those TDS retards. But yeah, JD Vance just fucking killing it again. Like he knows exactly how to push the right buttons, and I think he has the potential to be a lot more effective than Trump.
Yeah. Wait, scroll down. What's that image?
They just put. That's the Blue Sky logo.
Yeah, because they're fucking censoring him. Or trying to.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Immediately.
Well, it says that he was unbanned and verified.
Yeah,
So
which is good.
I don't have Blue Sky, so I don't know. I haven't got up there to check.
That's funny.
It's just funny. But anyway,
That's really
clips of the
funny.
week. Let's get the clips of the week.
Let me.
Because we got to get the hell out of here. It's been 5 hours already.
Yeah. To be fair, we did spend the first hour talking about our.
Yeah, there was a lot to talk about. To be fair.
Yeah.
All right, what do you got? Send me stuff.
Hold on. I need to go to my bookmarks. While I've not been on Twitter.
Oh, Yellow Girl's cute.
I do have the occasional where I'll click on like a video someone sent me on Twitter and then I'll just scroll through videos like it's TikTok.
Uh-huh.
And I have found some pretty great
Are you gonna do the AI alien one?
Do you want me to do the AI alien one?
I have that one. I have that one flagged.
I also have that one flagged.
Okay, because I got sent that one too, and I was like, yes, that is perfect. It could be yours though. I have others.
I have many others.
Okay, I'll do that one.
There's actually a very specific one that I found, and I was like, oh, that's an oldie. I remember that movie. That was a good movie. And this joke I did not get when I watched this movie as a kid. But I very much get it now.
So this is an AI about a minute long of aliens after it's aliens after attacking humans, and I thought this was absolutely hilarious, as pretty much everybody else.
You never told us we'd be fighting humans, more like angry demons with skin. Everything was quiet. Then we heard one whisper, "Peekaboo," before jumping out of a bush and mowing down 17 of our guys. They wrote, "Send more in the blood of our fallen on our own dropship." One screamed, "This is Sparta," and kicked our general off a cliff.
Are you crazy? I'm not going back. One of them bit me. Through armor. I have tetanus now.
Tetanus?
One kept throwing our energy grenades back at us with a pickleball racket. They brought a goose. Just a regular, angry goose. And let it loose. We surrendered. They left a note that said,
That's probably my favorite one.
"Be right back." When we picked it up, hish, it exploded. I tried playing dead. One yelled, "Unzip its pants." I've never ran faster in my entire life.
So fucking stupid. This is the only kind of shit that AI should be used for, by the way.
Yeah, I agree. And this is funny.
Is this for basically shit posting? Oh man. And then I also have something no. Let me go back to Twitter. There. This was pretty cool. It's like a I guess you could just call it a jump rope competition. But this is the smoothest jump roper I have ever seen in my life.
Hold on.
basically a dance
pretty
battle.
good.
Yeah, it's like a dance battle using the double jump rope that I thought was like. I watched this several times and I was like, this is freaking cool, actually.
I think they call it double dutch.
Yeah, double dutch. Yeah, that's what it is. But it's like, it's almost like breakdancing with a jump rope, I guess.
Yeah.
I thought it was, I was like, this is freaking cool. I love stuff like this. But,
I sent 2 things as well.
okay. I see them. Okay.
Have you ever watched Dictator?
Yes.
Okay, I watched the movie when it came out. Pause a second. I just want to get some really quick context on that. This movie came out
14. That
2012.
12. Okay.
I was 12. No, this movie came out on the 16th, and I watched it like a few days after it came out. So I would have been like 11 or 12, yeah. 11 going on 12 when this movie came out.
This is the
Wait,
Seth
go ahead,
Rogen movie where they like pose as journalists, or I can't remember what it is.
Why are you guys so anti-dictators? Imagine if America was a dictatorship. You could let 1% of the people have all the nation's wealth. You could help your rich friends get richer by cutting their taxes and bailing them out when they gamble and lose. You could ignore the needs of the poor for healthcare and education. Your media would appear free, but would secretly be controlled by one person and his family. You could wiretap phones. You could torture foreign prisoners. You could have rigged elections. You could lie about why you go to war. You could fill your prisons with one particular racial group.
He's like,
and no one
wait
would
a
complain.
minute.
You could use the media to scare the people into supporting policies that are against their interests. I know this is hard for you Americans to imagine, but please try. You guys.
I never got the joke. Like as a kid, I was
You would
like,
never
yeah,
get that as a kid.
Yeah, because as a kid, I was like, yeah, all those things are horrible. You know, all those things are horrible. That would never happen in my America.
Yeah, exactly.
And then
Exactly.
you grow
That's
up
the
and you
joke.
find out that that's exactly what's happening, and that family has long noses.
Yeah, totally.
But yeah, that is really funny.
I love it when it starts cutting to the people in the crowd. They've
Yeah, all
got
the
this, like,
Americans are
they've
like,
all
"Oh,
got
he
this like,
doesn't know."
wait a minute.
Does he know?
Yeah.
Does he know? He has to know.
You should try it sometime. Last one. But I want to see this as a full movie. Okay.
Look out, faggot!
I got your test results. You're positive. You got the HIV. Are you kidding me? After all of this, I ended up firing him? Larry? My tongue fell out. I'm sorry.
I love dumbass edits like this. I love it so much.
Same, dude.
Dude, this
They're
is
my
it's
fucking
like
favorite.
modern day YouTube poop, and I love it.
It's I fucking love it, dude. It's great. It's great. That's pretty much all I've got for you, unless you want to listen to some music.
No, I don't want to.
That
That Lord of the Rings music probably got me copyrighted already. So
Oh, you right.
fine.
You right. You right.
All right.
Definitely
well,
not the double much.
yeah. All right. Well, that's the show. That's what we got for you tonight. I
Yeah.
hope you enjoyed it, everybody. Thanks for coming out. I know this was yet another long one, but there's just so much shit to talk about. Sorry, not sorry. Anyway, I think we've kind of already talked about what's going on next week, so we don't really need to do that. Basically, you're going to have a planning stream tomorrow. You got a very busy day tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll try. Let me know
No,
when
no,
you're going to
no,
go
no,
on,
no.
and I'll join you so that we can talk about the
Okay.
the charity thing.
I know.
and-
Pedro went to bed already. She said she wanted to wake up at like 6 in the morning, which I presume means she want to leave by 7. and then be
Okay.
right around 4, which means we'd be coming back. So we'd be arriving back somewhere around like 2.
Okay.
It's probably safe to, and then we plan to eat over there, so it's probably safe to say the stream's probably gonna be around 4 or 5 p.m.
Okay. Sounds good. I will see you then. And then, and just like you said, we got the charity thing is the big thing next week, chat. Among other things, and like I said, I think I said this yesterday, but I will try to I'll try to get the Red Dead Redemption stream and the Yakuza stream scheduled. I guess I'm just going to be scheduling around whatever we do for the charity thing. That's going to take the precedence. So that's all we got.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you on the next one, chat.
Hey,
Watch as yours as always. See you later.